right, welcome to the Young Turks coverage of the DNC at the DNC. We are not live from the Poly Market studio in LA. We're here in Chicago. Cenk Uygur and Kasparian with you guys. So what you're seeing behind us is action of the actual convention and Media Row. And so you'll see politicians and media figures and delegates walk by behind us, which is kind of neat. Obviously, we're gonna have a lot of guests on the show throughout the week. We hope to have some of the bigger name politicians in the Democratic Party, at least on the progressive side, come join us. Charlie Kirk is going to join us a little bit later here at the DNC as well, so that ought to be interesting. So stick around for that. And we've got some big name progressive guests that are not politicians, and they're also going to be here. And then, of course, we're going to do play-by-play coverage of all the speeches here at the DNC, and some big ones tonight. Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden. The good news is they're getting those out of the way on Monday, but also they're sandwiched in between progressive speeches. So AOC and Jamie Raskin are going to be speaking. So a lot of both the progressives and some of the more disliked old school establishment figures out of the way on Monday, for better and for worse, right? So all of that is coming up. We also have the news of the day for you guys, including Kamala Harris continuing to surge in the polls significantly. But the possible curveball that I've been warning about is also apparently imminent, which is it looks like a ceasefire deal is going to be very difficult to get, which is what we're going to start with in a second. There's protests here about it. We covered that earlier in the day, and we'll share some of that with you as well. But the contours of that look like they could force a war in the Middle East, which then throws everything into doubt. Right. So a lot to discuss, including, speaking of things that are in flames, that's Donald Trump's candidacy. He's punched himself in the face several more times since we last spoke to you, so a lot to cover. Casper, good to be back with you.
Thank you. For the audience, it's good to be back. I'm very jet lagged, so bear with me as I try to present the news of the day to you all. A lot going on today, obviously. And so I really wanted to spend some time at the top of the show discussing the ceasefire negotiations, the breakdown of negotiations. So let's get right to it. All right, so Secretary of State Antony Blinken has made his 9th trip to Israel in the hopes of reaching a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Now, while the US has expressed optimism that a deal can be reached, Blinken also stated something that I thought was really fascinating during his meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog. So with that in mind, let's take a look at what he had to say.
This is a decisive moment, probably the best, maybe the last opportunity to get the hostages home, to get a ceasefire, and to put everyone on a better path to enduring peace and security. I'm here as part of an intensive diplomatic effort on President Biden's instructions to try to get this agreement to the line and ultimately over the line. It is time for it to get done. It's also time to make sure that no one takes any steps that could derail this process. And so we're working to make sure that there is no escalation, that there are no provocations, that there are no actions that in any way could move us away from getting this deal over the line, or, for that matter, escalating the conflict to other places and to greater intensity.
Now, if this is indeed the last opportunity to forge a ceasefire deal, we're in a lot of trouble because there is no ceasefire deal. And that has been made clear by Netanyahu. So as the Biden administration continues to give you this faux optimism, which I'm honestly incredibly sick of hearing about because it never really comes to fruition, just keep in mind what you're about to hear from Netanyahu later in this segment. So real quick, I should note that Israel says that 111 hostages are still being held in Gaza. If they genuinely cared about returning those hostages, they would agree to a ceasefire, but they haven't. 39 of those remaining hostages are presumed to be dead, which honestly shouldn't be surprising given the bombardments that have been going on in Gaza, the fact that Israel has cut off food, water, electricity. Now, Blinken says, again, now is probably the best and maybe the last opportunity to secure the ceasefire deal. But why? Like, what makes this different? Blinken is also seen standing next to Herzog in the video that you just watched. But it's really important to also understand the kind of rhetoric that you hear from government officials in Israel in regard to the Palestinian people, because how do you make a ceasefire deal with individuals who see all Palestinians as terrorists? And if you're wondering what I mean, take a listen to what Herzog had to say.
In the last 24 hours, we've witnessed ongoing terror attacks by Palestinian terrorists.
So that's a short clip, but I think it's really important to be precise in your language. And when you say Palestinian terrorists rather than Hamas terrorists, I mean, you give the game away, right? The bombardments that have killed 40,000 people, in the Gaza Strip, they want to make you think like, no, this wasn't intentional. We're only targeting Hamas. 40,000 people gone, dead.
Yeah.
Okay. And you referred to them as Palestinian terrorists, as if all Palestinians are terrorists, as if they're the ones, all of them carried out this attack against Israel.
Yeah. So that's the problem. What the Israeli officials are saying is a problem. But the very core of the problem is this ceasefire deal appears to be totally fake.
Right.
So, and it looks like what Blinken is doing now is just, I don't think he's trying to get a ceasefire deal. I think he's just went there to do Israeli propaganda. And so let me explain what I mean by that. Because earlier, that wasn't the case. Blinken and the US offered a real deal in the beginning of July, and both Israel and Hamas seemed to accept it. In fact, Israel seemed to have originally drawn it up. And so that's what the US said for a minute. And we told you now later they'll fall back in line with Israeli propaganda. So, because at the time they were trying to pressure them to take the deal, but Israel said, no, we don't want the deal. And remember, the US is never going to blame Israel. They're always going to blame Hamas, no matter what happens, no matter what the reality is. But we had a brief window of truth there from the American government where they're like, Israel, this is your deal. Why don't you just take it, right? And so they changed the deals. So now what I looked for in this was, okay, but what are the terms? Because if they're essentially the same as the July terms, well, then you're gonna get to a deal because they both had already, in essence, said yes before Netanyahu blew up the deal. So when you look at the deal, no, it's the hardline Israeli position.
Yes.
So they want the Philadelphia corridor, which is at the southern border of Gaza. They want another strip that goes right in the middle of Gaza. So they're saying we're going to go back to the occupation. We're going to take land in Gaza. We're never going to leave. And by the way, we also no longer agree to a permanent end to the war. Right. So what are the Palestinians getting out of this?
Ceasefire.
Yeah.
But it's interesting how during this current war, all of a sudden, the definition of a ceasefire completely changed. Ceasefire means you cease fire, the war ends.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden it's like, no, we'll do a 2-week pause, and then phase 28 might be a 6-week pause. No, is it a ceasefire or is it not a ceasefire? Okay, this is ridiculous. And honestly, it sets a precedent that I'm concerned about when it comes to future conflicts, not just between Israel and Palestinians, but in any war, right? Like all of a sudden, the ceasefire doesn't mean ceasefire anymore.
Yeah, and so let me be clear about that, guys. So we want the hostages back, and we want peace so that the US doesn't have to fight anybody's war in the Middle East. And we want Israel to be safe, and we want Palestine to be safe, and for all this to come to an end. And you can do that if you just go back to the July deal that both sides had originally agreed to. But if you keep insisting on the hardline Israeli position of we're going to continue to occupy Gaza, but not only that, after this ceasefire period ends, the first one's in 6 weeks, and you give us all the hostages back, and there's a second one, and then you get more hostages, but then all the hostages are back. Then we're going to go back to the war. Well, why would anybody agree to that, right? And so you could say, oh, Hamas should agree to that. Okay, great. I wish they would agree to that, but they're not going to. And in fact, I wish they would agree to that permanent end of the war, which they have. But I don't want them to agree to giving up land in Gaza. So Jesus, how much more occupation do you need? So that's saying, hey, after I killed 40,000 of you and 90,000 wounded, and I've displaced 85% of the people of Gaza, now I'm going to take your land and not give you anything in return in terms of a permanent ceasefire or end to the hostilities. And then, of course, so right now what Blinken's doing, that's what I'm telling you, is just marketing. So that I would be shocked if Hamas agreed to that deal. And so, guys, the thing that's going to release is then Hezbollah and Iran are going to strike back for their capitals being bombed in Beirut and Damascus. So when they strike back, we're going to be in the middle of a giant war because Israel said no deal. And I guarantee you, go read any of the articles on what the deal actually is, and you will see that we're 100% correct. And then go watch mainstream media as they will lie to you as a giant factory of propaganda. They will all tell you that Hamas said no to the peace deal. And that is just not true. It was Netanyahu who ruined the deal we had in July and now says, no, I give nothing in return.
Right.
So of course he doesn't want the deal. It would end his career. So this is sick.
So let's get into specifics because I think it's important to understand what both Hamas is saying and what Netanyahu is saying. So Hamas says suggestions of progress are an illusion, with differences said to include whether Israeli troops will be required to withdraw fully from Gaza, as Hamas insists. Now, in a statement on Sunday, Hamas accused Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu of putting obstacles in the way of an agreement and setting new conditions and demands with the aim of prolonging the war, which is what Netanyahu has been doing from the very beginning because it serves his political interest. He wants to remain in power, and the best way to do so is to prolong the war. It added and holds him fully responsible for thwarting mediators' efforts and obstructing an agreement. Now, a Hamas source also told Saudi media that the proposals that they reject include the IDF maintaining a reduced presence along the Philadelphia corridor, as Cenk had alluded to earlier, no permanent ceasefire. So a ceasefire deal means you get a ceasefire. A lack of a permanent ceasefire means that this isn't a ceasefire deal. The terms of the rejected deal would also prevent the free movement of Palestinian civilians from southern Gaza to northern Gaza. And Hamas is like, that's untenable. No, we're not going to accept that. And so Axios reported today that behind closed doors, Netanyahu is reprimanding his own officials for trying to reach a ceasefire deal. Netanyahu's negotiating team briefed him on Sunday that if he gave them more wiggle room, a deal might be possible. Netanyahu refused to budge and reprimanded them for caving, two senior Israeli officials tell Axios. And so this has come at a massive cost to Palestinian civilians, okay? To Israeli civilians. I mean, they're living in fear because now you have Iran, threatening to target Israel on their land. There was recently an attack in Tel Aviv. And so is this making Israelis feel safe? I'm sure it isn't. And then it is dragging us closer and closer, the United States government, to a war with Iran, which would be a complete and utter disaster, okay? And it's devastating when you hear the very specific stories. So I want to give you some examples. So far, as I mentioned earlier, more than 40,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza. One of the latest horrific examples was an Israeli airstrike on Sunday that killed a woman and 6 of her children. 4 of those 6 children were quadruplets, gone, wiped out, dead in one Israeli airstrike. Mohammed Awad Khattab, who is the children's grandfather, said his daughter, a school teacher, was with her husband and their 6 children when their house was struck. He said the children ranged in age from 18 months to 15 years and that 4 of them were quadruplets. He told reporters outside of a hospital that the 6 children have become body parts. They were placed in a single bag. What did they do? Did they kill any of the Jews? Will this provide security to Israel? And of course it won't, because this isn't really about providing security for Israel, okay? This is about a far-right government led by a far-right prime minister who doesn't care about anyone's safety. He doesn't care about the hostages. He doesn't care about Israeli civilians. He certainly doesn't care about Palestinian civilians. He cares about his own power and maintaining it. He doesn't want to leave office. He certainly doesn't want to stand trial for the corruption charges that he has been accused of. This is all about Netanyahu and what's best for Netanyahu. It is disgusting, and lives are being lost as a result of it, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Yeah, so look, last thing I'll say on this is because you will see wall-to-wall propaganda on mainstream media, don't forget what Axios reported that Anna just read. His own negotiating team told Netanyahu, we can have a deal here. We can get the hostages back. We can have a ceasefire. Just need a little bit of wiggle room and we're good. And Netanyahu told him no. That is two senior Israeli officials telling Axios that story. That's not Palestinians, that's not human rights groups, it's not even reporters. It's two Israeli officials saying we could have a deal right now, but Netanyahu refuses to budge because he doesn't want a deal. So do not believe any lie. Look, if you say to me, hey, you should hate Hamas and you should hate what they did on October 7th. I hate what they did on October 7th. I think terrorism is a terrible idea when Hamas does it. I think terrorism is a terrible idea when Israel does it. So that's easy, guys, that's easy. But can you get to a peace deal that actually works here? And we had one, and in fact, we can have one right now if you believe senior Israeli officials. But instead, Netanyahu says no, and you will hear all of American media lie in the upcoming days and say that Hamas said no, when it was in fact Netanyahu who said no. And so now we'll go to war, and then you'll be forced to pay for it. And some of you, maybe if it gets bad enough with your lives or your kids' lives, when we could have had a deal today, and I don't want you to forget that.
Now, that story is a perfect lead-in to what's currently transpiring here at the Democratic National Convention. So let's get into that.
Over the course of the week, there are at least 6 major protests planned. The demonstrations kicked off on Sunday on the eve of the convention with a march for bodies outside unjust laws, which was organized by a coalition of several different activist groups to demand action on reproductive rights, LGBTQ rights, and on an end to the war on Gaza.
Now, there's clearly increased excitement toward Kamala Harris now that Joe Biden has dropped out of the race and Harris is the Democratic nominee. However, not every Democratic voter is fully on board with the Harris-Walz ticket, and pro-Palestinian demonstrators have decided to move ahead with the demonstrations surrounding the Democratic National Convention. Now, just a little bit about the protests. Large-scale protests are planned at the Israeli consulate in downtown Chicago and in the streets and parks near the convention on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. There are some protests taking place today as well, but there is, an entire schedule of protests and demonstrations that will take place throughout the entirety of the Democratic National Convention. Now, what is the Harris camp doing to reach out to these demonstrators? Because keep in mind, the strategy, and I think it's a smart strategy by Harris, is to respond to some of the negativity in the Trump campaign with joy, with positivity, with a positive message. But it's kind of difficult to do that when Biden and Harris are being protested right now by pro-Palestinian protesters. So she has tried to reach out to them. On Thursday, for instance, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, who's Harris's campaign manager, flew to Detroit to meet privately with Abbas Alaway, who's a Michigan delegate to the convention representing uncommitted primary voters. She also met with Arab American and Jewish leaders. Then you also have senior officials from the DNC holding meetings on Thursday with other uncommitted delegates in Chicago. And they're also planning to hold daytime panel discussions during the convention with Palestinian Americans, including uncommitted delegates and with Jewish Americans. But there is a lot of disagreement about this when it comes to some Jewish Democrats. In fact, they want Harris and Tim Walz, her running mate, to essentially show voters that they will not concede to the demands of these demonstrators, that they will not be cowed by the left flank of the Democratic Party. In fact, they were pretty irritated by Harris reaching out to the organizers of these demonstrations. So they're the founders of the protest group, the Uncommitted National Movement. And so they had suggested that after meeting with Harris, or representatives for Harris, that she was open to an arms embargo. That is what they're demanding, right? That the US government stop sending military aid to Israel as they are committing these atrocities in the Gaza Strip. And also, by the way, in the West Bank, let's not forget about that. But the vice president's national security advisor, Phil Gordon, rushed in to say, no, she's not open to an arms embargo. And by the way, Phil Gordon, I think, is telling the truth. I think that's absolutely right. I don't think she's open to an arms embargo. Now, Palestinian rights organizations say that the request of uncommitted delegates for primetime speaking spots at the DNC were just rejected, rebuffed.
Of course.
Yeah. So I want to get into what the polling indicates, because unfortunately, and this like really, really breaks my heart and pains me, but based on what the polls say, Kamala Harris seems to be able to do this without much political ramification.
I think those polls are totally skewed, and I'll tell you why in a second.
Okay.
But they're not useless. They do show some things, but not exactly how they're framed. So first, though, look, let's talk strategy, okay? Because I'm a person who gives no ground on rhetoric, and I'm not going to accept things that aren't true at all, okay? And we're going to stick with what is reality. We're not going to give into Israeli propaganda or US propaganda. At the same time, I'm practical. What is our goal? Eyes on the prize, end the war and the occupation, okay? And that's what we got to get to. So as I'm reading these stories, and they're taking quotes from Arab American leaders, Muslim leaders, peace leaders, et cetera, but also pro-Israeli leaders, right, within the Democratic Party. And the pro-Israeli leaders say, well, look, you might as well come to our side 100% because you're never going to get these protesters to agree with you. So
they're never going to be satisfied.
They're never going to be satisfied. They're unmovable and unreasonable. So you're never, even if you give them a concession, it's not going to be enough. So you might as well just get our votes. And when you look at it, you go, well, just not from a policy or a moral perspective, but from a political perspective, that could be compelling to the Democratic Party, right? But then when you look at the next sentence, though, it gives away the game. Because that person says to, in that case, Politico, they go, well, that's because, of course, the Democratic Party would never cut funding to Israel and would never do a weapons embargo and would never not agree with everything Israel says. So that's why the Palestinian side is unreasonable. No, brother, that's why you're unreasonable, okay? So the Israeli side demands 100% of what they want. And then they say, look at the Palestinian side and the peace side. They're demanding one thing, like a weapons embargo. Not cutting off all funding, not all the different things that we could do to check the Israeli government, just a weapons embargo, right? They're like, can you believe they had the nerve to ask for one thing? You see how unreasonable they are? No, I see how unreasonable you are.
Yeah, the entitlement is infuriating, to say the least. And, if there was a recent attack on Tel Aviv, okay? And obviously, horrific, not in favor of any of that stuff. Civilians should be safe. They shouldn't live in fear. I don't care if we're talking about Palestinian civilians or Israeli civilians, period, end of story, okay? But it is amazing to me that a single Israeli civilian dying, you'll see the Israeli officials come out, give statements about it, humanize them, about how many kids they had, what kind of music they liked, because they see their fellow Israelis as human beings. But they do not see Palestinian civilians, including literal children, as human beings. They have so effectively dehumanized them. And I'm not just talking about far-right Israeli government officials. I'm also talking about, people in this country within our own government who have gone so far to dehumanize Palestinians that they don't care. They look at the numbers, they see the rising death toll, they read the stories about a woman and 6 of her children being wiped out in a single Israeli airstrike. It's Hamas's fault. It's Hamas's fault.
Yeah, that's what they always say. Their constant, honestly, I'm sorry, but stupid refrain is, Hamas made us murder all the Palestinian civilians. No, they didn't. You have agency. You didn't have to drop a 2,000-pound bomb on families. You didn't have to drop 100,000 bombs in civilian areas and then pretend that somebody made you murder all those people. No, you chose to do that if you're Netanyahu. And this grotesque right-wing Israeli government. So guys, back to strategy and practical side. So the Palestinian side and the peace side here in America, what did they want, okay? So they want a weapons embargo, and that's pretty much the only thing they're asking for. In terms of the ceasefire deal, now Israel is asking for further occupation of Gaza. They want to put 2 corridors in and keep that land. And so, but I went and talked to protesters today. I talked to Jill Stein. I talked to people organizing the events and the protests today out in the streets. And so they're not even saying, hey, no occupation of Gaza, which they definitely should say, right? They're not asking to end the occupation of the West Bank. Those are all things we want, and those are great, but that is not part of the ceasefire deal, and that is not what is being asked of Kamala Harris right now. The ask right now is I don't even think it goes far enough. I would cut funding to Israel in order to put pressure on. But the thing that I care most about, and what the organizers care most about, is get to the result either way. Get to a real ceasefire. And however you do it, you know what? You don't want to do it with a weapons embargo or cutting funding. You find a different ingenious way to do it. Great, who cares? Get to the ceasefire, save those lives. That's what we want. You can't be more reasonable than that. Now, look, a lot of times the protesters have terrible optics, and they'll come in with like weirdo masks and do graffiti and stuff.
Or chant things that are dehumanizing toward Israeli civilians.
Right, and remember, that's not anywhere near the majority of the protesters. Exactly. But there will be some people that do things like that, whoever they are, okay? So then the press will come out and say, oh yeah, they're all pro-Hamas, they're all terrorists. Everybody who wants peace are terrorists. They'll say insane things like that, right? So I get that the protesters sometimes are not the best on optics, but their core ask is super reasonable. And is Kamala Harris or Tim Walz or anyone in the Democratic Party going to give it to them? Absolutely not. So that pro-Israel person that talked to Politico, in a sense, they're not wrong. They're saying Israel wants 100%. And the Democratic Party is going to give us 100%. So stop pretending to the peace protesters that you're in favor of peace or you're in favor of Palestinians or treating them like human beings, because we all know you're not, because we already paid you. We already paid you to be indecent and immoral to Palestinians and to continue this war. So guys, look, there's a lot to be excited about here at the DNC. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are doing a great job on other things like in populist economic positions, etc. But the world is not black and white. It is not binary. Their position on Israel is awful and is enormously unlikely to ever change. And they think, oh, it's okay. Every once in a while we'll say, oh, we think Palestinians are also human. Good enough. No, not good enough. Thank you for acknowledging that they exist and that they're human beings. But Jesus Christ, that bar is so low. And until we stop financing the slaughter of those human beings, your words are empty.
I'm going to say something that might upset some people, but I just have to get it off my chest. Democratic voters have shockingly low standards. And so the second that Biden dropped out and it became clear that Harris was the presumptive nominee, I can't emphasize enough how disappointed I am in progressive and leftist Democratic voters who immediately decided to fall in line and become obsessive promoters of Kamala Harris without using any of their leverage whatsoever. Because look, why would Kamala Harris do anything for you if you're already supporting her preemptively no matter what?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, that's just the truth.
No, I know. So look, guys, but those same leftists are then going to turn around and be heartbroken when she doesn't give you an inch on Gaza.
She's not going to give you an inch on Gaza.
She's not going to give it to you guys.
Why would she?
So look, what I'm saying and what we're both saying is, can we please be realistic in both directions? So if she's terrible on Gaza, as almost every American politician is, that doesn't mean she's terrible on everything else. That doesn't mean that you should hate her forever, okay? But if you're telling everybody, oh, it's a beautiful new day, Kamala Harris is going to agree to everything progressives want, including on Gaza, you're just setting up your audience for disappointment. And then they're going to be more mad at her because they're going to think that she somehow betrayed her own values or turned around. No, she was never anything but 100% pro-Israel, right-wing Israel, Netanyahu Israel. So stop lying to your audiences that she's some sort of godsend who's going to give you every miracle in the world. She's not going to do that, okay? And then don't turn on her and be like, oh my God, I was heartbroken because I'm an idiot and I don't know politics and I didn't know that she was an establishment Democrat and I can't believe she's agreeing with Israel. Of course she's going to agree with Israel. You apply pressure so that she does not. We save human lives. But in order to do that, you don't give away your cookies in the beginning, like Anna said. Yeah. Don't go in and go, oh my God, it's not Biden. She's going to give us everything. No, okay? You have to fight for those positions. They're still Democrats.
So finally, earlier we talked a little bit about how Kamala might just be able to give these demonstrators the middle finger and it won't necessarily hurt her politically. And what am I referring to? So there was new polling data by the University of Chicago and Gen Forward, and they found some mixed results when it comes to Democratic voters under the age of 40. So here's what they found. 36% of them disapproved of military aid to Israel, while 33% approved and 29% really had no opinion. The poll showed that the Gaza war ranked near the bottom of young voters' concerns, well below immigration, economic growth, and income inequality.
Yeah, so there's two notes of caution there. But at the same time, just like we always tell you, not binary. So when you look at that poll, if you thought that 100% of the American people were on the side of cutting off aid to Israel, wakey, that's not the case. So there are plenty of people who disagree with us, okay? But at the same time, look at the framing of the question. Because they didn't ask, hey, are you in favor of a ceasefire? Because that would have gotten about 70, 80, 90% of young people under 40 saying they're in favor of it. If you said end to occupation, again, it would have been a giant number in favor of ending the occupation.
And that's not theoretical. There are polls that have those numbers. So
so this poll is, you want to cut off military aid, which again, if you only watch mainstream media, is considered like sacrilege. Like it's almost against Jesus and God to cut off military aid to Israel, because all mainstream media has ever said is Israel is the most holy and moral, greatest allied democracy that we have ever had, and we must give them all of our money, et cetera, et cetera. So now when you ask, should we cut off military aid, which in Washington is super extreme, the plurality of under 40 voters say, yeah, what you think is extreme, we agree with, right? And so the framing of the question is enormously important. And then they ask, hey, where do you prioritize this? And I get it. Like, if you're a young person, like, I would have told you that ahead of time. Of course, they're going to prioritize the economy, healthcare, things like that, jobs first, because it affects them more, right? The fact that Gaza doesn't affect their real lives at all, and they still have it high on the list and they care, is amazing. And it's wonderful. And it's very moral of younger Americans to care about someone that isn't even in this country, right? And then the last thing, guys, is even if an issue comes in number 7, number 13, number 4, whatever the number is, some issues have outsized impact because of the moral clarity involved, right? So it could be a tiny issue, but if it looks like, hey, you know what? The people on that side are the ones that are clearly immoral, and it gives you pause about them as human beings, then that issue could have an outsized impact. And the reason why you're seeing so many protests and so many young people that are animated about this issue is because to them, it provides moral clarity on the character of our politicians. So if they take it for granted, oh, don't worry, it's a little bit lower priority for younger voters. Don't worry, only a plurality of them want us to cut off military aid to Israel. I think that they're going to make a mistake, because a lot of those younger voters, which by the way, they now have back, they regained 20 points, just like we told you, okay, among younger voters. But some of those voters will go back when they realize, no, she's not going to give them anything. And she's still, and guys, the most important part is, unfortunately, this is the one issue that everybody pays attention to. And I say unfortunately, because I wish they paid more attention to the drug companies, the oil companies, et cetera, that are robbing us blind. But on this issue, it's super clear that any politician that's saying, that's okay, we're going to keep sending money to kill more Palestinians, they're only doing it for the donor money. And everybody knows that. So when you say, hey, I'm doing it for the donor money implicitly, that's going to hurt you. You could believe me now or you could believe me later. I mean, I've been through this movie 200 times where they'll say, oh, no, we don't believe you. I saw that one poll that was framed right. And I think we could ignore this issue now. And you'll ignore it at your peril. And then after she's hurt in the polling, and now there isn't that much time left, maybe they could, try to adjust, but they won't. Because look, maybe it's a different time. She picked walls. She did economically populist proposals. Maybe she'll do the right thing in the third miracle here. But if you're expecting a third miracle, don't hold your breath. I would be shocked if any establishment Democrat ever veered an inch from giving Israel every amount of money they have ever asked for.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we'll get a little into the polling on the election overall, the national polling, how Harris is performing in the battleground states. And honestly, Trump's awful reaction to all of it. He really is his own worst enemy. So we're going to get into all of that and more when we come back. Don't miss it.
All right, guys. First, YouTube super chat. Dana Albright writes, and I can't be at the DNC with you all, but want to donate so TYT can do its damn thing. I appreciate it. Spell check Dragon says TYT, the one, the only, the news. Brother, you're stealing our tagline. We're going to have a new tagline soon that is incredibly close to it. I love how connected we are to you guys. Thank you for writing that in. It's not Dragon, it's Dark Owner. Vote Naturalized Citizen Crusader says, good to see Cenk and Anna back. I hope Anna had a great vacation. My opinion is there should not only be a ceasefire deal demand, but Biden administration and UN immediately come together and conduct independent investigation on the number of actual deaths among Palestinians. Well, I agree with you, brother, but there's no way that Biden or anybody in American politics is going to agree to anything that's going to embarrass Israel. So they should also say end occupation, but again, Israel wants to increase the occupation now, not decrease it. G says, didn't know I'd miss Anna so much. Welcome back, girl.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good to be back.
Angels WTY27 says, this is now YouTube members. Yay, Anna's back. You were missed. Nick Hill says, tired of the gaslighting about the ceasefire. Here, Nick. Leaf Dude says, RIP Phil Donahue. Yes, Phil Donahue, the original progressive on TV, got fired for being opposed to the Iraq war from MSNBC. I wrote about that in Justice is Coming. Check that out. And yeah, tip of the hat to Phil Donahue, who was great. Rio Hans says, welcome back, Anna. Deborah King Tai says, I'm so excited for tonight's coverage of the DNC. So are we, so am I. Looking forward to some of the progressive speeches tonight. Tracy Eva says, Cenk looks smart. Wow, thank you. Cloud Dragon says, thank you for being here. Hope lives. Here. I gave a speech at Progressive Democrats for America today, right before Bernie and Pramila Jayapal, and I talked about hope and how at TYT we believe in getting caught trying, right? And we were part of this progressive movement that created hope out of no hope. So I hyped you guys, the audience. I love you for it, and you did a great job. Wang Jun says, on a lighter note, I got a day off, a bag of weed, I'm painting, TYT's at the DNC, and the Salt Queen returns. Good start of the week so far. Let's effing go. Here on that. This is now on TYT.com members. Art Guy says, Anna may return to America, but her heart will always be in Sorrento.
I love Italy. Guys, Italians, you're my people. Like, I felt so at home in Italy. The passion, the hospitality. I just love Italians so much.
Yeah, I double down on that. Paisans, love you. 36 Chambers Dragon says, Cenk and Anna at the DNC talk about bringing the big guns to the party. Looking great, Cenk and Anna. Stay safe out there. Thank you. Lady Di, yay, I'm living vicariously through TYT and I'm at the convention. You kind of are. They're right there, okay? Ouch, my member says, the only way to watch the national convention is with TYT. Seeing the same coverage by the mainstream media is laughably empty experience.
Yep.
And then Sexy Speed Racer was at our event last night, where you know how we were doing the Hope fundraiser in Chicago. Over 100 people came out, loved you guys, loved the event, loved meeting all of you. I'm gonna read his long message in another break, but I appreciate everybody that came out, and you guys are our family. We'll talk more about it this week. We'll be right back. All right, back on TYT at the DNC here, Cenk Uygur and Kasparian with you guys. And I'm going to do a little bit of a long list of all these beautiful people who gave through TYT.com/DNC to help bring us here. And please keep going because we need that money to be able to pay for all of this. And we appreciate you guys sending us. So Cyber Weird, thank you for the generous contribution. Death of Mercutio, thank you for the really generous contribution. I really appreciate all of you. Panic Boo, Barb Monty, Kinzanthia, Gwen Lupo. You guys are all amazing. We appreciate all of your contributions. And you could do the same at tyt.com/DNC. And whenever we talk about that, they'll drop a link in the description box. Make it easy for you guys to click. Sid, John Weber, and Ivan Manchin, thank you for joining by hitting the join button below on YouTube. And finally, Jesse, thank you for gifting 5 memberships on YouTube as well. You guys are the best. Now more news.
Well, things are looking pretty good for Kamala Harris. In fact, we should talk about the latest polling and how she is increasing her lead against Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris is now leading Donald Trump by 6 percentage points in the latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll. That is a dramatic turnaround. Harris is holding a 51% to 45% lead among likely voters nationwide.
New polling in the lead up to the Democratic National Convention, an event that we're currently at, indicates that Harris is in fact increasing her lead against Donald Trump in the national polls, which is a big deal. Usually when you hear about the Democratic contender leading, especially when it came to Biden, he wasn't quite leading enough in the national polls to put Democratic voters' minds at ease. But things are starting to change now that Kamala Harris is the Democratic nominee. So a new ABC News, Washington Post, Ipsos national poll showed that Harris is in fact leading by 6 points among likely voters. So take a look at this. Harris is at 51%, whereas Donald Trump is at 45%. Now, in addition, a CBS News YouGov poll gave Harris a 3-point lead nationally. But while Harris has that lead when it comes to the national polling, a CBS News YouGov poll, the same CBS News NewsGov poll, found that she is in fact tied with Donald Trump in some of the critical battleground states. So take a look at this.
Yeah, it's +3 nationally for Harris, but the fact is that while everyone's opinion counts in the nation, it's not the national popular vote that decides the presidency. It's the battleground states, the ones that happen to be closest, and that our estimate is even state by state. They're all close. That's what you need to know. So what does that mean going into the convention, Vlad? Let me show you this first and foremost. We got here back to this even race where Joe Biden had been trailing, because when Harris became the nominee, we saw a boost in enthusiasm among Democrats. More of them starting in July and heading into right up to now keep saying they're going to vote. What does that tell you? Tells you part of this convention is going to be Democrats trying to keep that enthusiasm going.
And look, while she is pretty much tied with Donald Trump when it comes to the critical battleground states, I want you all to remember how much worse things were when Biden was the Democratic nominee, because he was not tied. In fact, Biden was losing in the critical battleground states. So according to the CBS poll, the percentage of Democrats saying that they definitely will vote has actually gone up 6% since Biden dropped out of the race. So take a look at this. Back in July, let's go back to the previous graphic, please. So if you look back at July 18th, when it came to Democrats, 81% of them said that they're very likely to vote. That has now increased to 87%. So that's a big deal. People were planning on sitting out the presidential election and not casting their ballots because they weren't really excited. And Harris has managed to excite Democratic voters. More of them are now planning to vote. Other polls have, by the way, found that Harris has gained a small lead in the critical battleground states. In fact, potentially large enough to give her the electoral college majority that she needs in order to win. And that includes advantages that she's holding in at least 4 state polls, including Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. But again, it's still very close. According to the latest 538 polling averages, Trump would only need to flip one of the 3 blue wall states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, in order to win in November, as long as he takes all of the states where he is currently ahead of Harris in polling averages. So I give you that caveat because it's an important caveat. It would be a mistake to get too confident, too cocky. This is still going to be a close race, and it's important to keep that in mind.
Yeah, so look, guys, you should definitely be excited by these numbers, but not overly excited. So let me explain, give you the full context. So we told you Biden was down in the national polls, and that by the end it was getting to 3, 4, 5 points. That's disastrous, totally unrecoverable, because you got to have the Democrat win by 5 in the national polls. Now, as Anna read you the first poll, she's up by 6. So now we're at a bare minimum, we're back in it, 51-45, right? at a bare minimum. In fact, if that's definitely true, then she wins if the election was held today, okay? Now, again, the other poll shows you the blue wall. These are the 3 states that Democrats absolutely positively need. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are now all in Harris's camp by at least 4 points. And those, you just have to win by 1 vote. You don't need to win by 5 points or anything along those lines. Win by more than 1 vote, otherwise Trump will cry forever and ever and ever. So will like 100 million MAGA guys, etc. But those are the 3 states you need. And Arizona, she's also leading by 4. So she's got 1 more than what she needs. But is this a comfortable margin? No, not at all. Because a lot of this is within the margin of error. A lot of this is 1 poll or 2 polls, not a collection of a number of polls. And so if the election were held today, I think Kamala Harris would squeak it out, but I'm not at all sure. Trump still it's still close to 50-50 if it were held today. So now the good news is momentum is massively on Kamala Harris's side. So we're surging and going into the Democratic convention. Lots of bad news here for Trump. So you're supposed to get a bounce from your convention, but they stole his convention's thunder by Biden dropping out 72 hours after the convention, Kamala Harris coming in. That's it. There goes all their good press. It's over. Now the press all goes to the Democrats. Then she did smart things to get more people back. And in fact, now she's regained the youth vote by about 20 points. She's regained the black vote by about the same margins as Democrats historically win the black vote. So about 10-point loss there for Donald Trump. These are all incredibly good signs. The only giant note of caution, the small one is, hey, this thing's not over. And even now, after all these good gains, we're still at near 50-50. But the big note of caution is many things can happen, guys, including what looks like it might be imminent. That's why we led the show with it earlier, is a potential giant war in the Middle East. And so what happens if that breaks out? No one knows. I don't even know. You know how I love to predict things, but you need information before you make predictions. Otherwise, it's ridiculous and silly. We base it on information, and you can't possibly know what's going to happen from a war. So we'll have to see as things go along, but there are still significant curveballs ahead. So this is not the time to celebrate. It's time to double down on the energy to make sure that it keeps going in this direction.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get into how Donald Trump is reacting to all of this news, including the fact that Kamala Harris has basically increased her lead in the polling. Don't miss it.
All right, guys, let's go to our own members on TYT.com. Well, everybody who's a member in different platforms is our members, right? I just mean TYT.com in this case. Patience says, I love that you guys are at the door so everyone sees you. It's better than being in a broom closet. Well, funny story about that. We kind of were in a broom closet. The server's right next to us. And so we had this flipped where we were kind of in this cave here. And so many people came to us and said, oh my God, you guys are so screwed. But the genius TYT team behind the scenes were like, why don't we flip it? So they took out the back stop from here. So now it looks like we're in the center of the convention. Okay, so I love what Brent and Jesus and the others did. So, but don't get them wrong. They tried to put us in a broom closet, and it was a pretty clear message. Like, you're in the corner, stuffed into the corner here, don't get out, right? Sorry, we're already out. All we had to do was break down a wall. We're so good at that. Okay, we went balls to the walls, and then out it went. ShopTYT.com. All right, Ruben Honorary writes, and people voting for Harris have to understand nothing's going to get done until we empower progressives. But for now, we have to, again, vote for the lesser evil. Voting for the lesser evil always leaves us with a future chance to change direction, you people on the bench. So a lot of people wrote in with similar thoughts. Let me read one more, and then I'll tell you my thought on it. Uriah Heap said, WTF sports fans, Kamala Harris ain't my first choice. But at this time in our history, do we want to face the possibility of Project 2025? We need to think She's not going to be perfect. Let's get the monster put to rest, then we fight for justice. Okay, so if you're wondering where I am with this, that's where I am, okay? So to me, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, Donald Trump, JD Vance, that is not a close question. It's not within a million miles of a close question. So at the same time, that doesn't mean you go, well, I won't report the news anymore, so I won't tell you how badly it's going in Gaza. No, I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna tell you her actual positions. That doesn't mean don't vote for her. It means we continue to put pressure and leverage on to get the things that we want. By the way, if you notice, all these wonderfully economic populist positions we're gonna talk about more later in the show, corporate media is super pissed about it, so you know they're good, right? But paid family leave wasn't on there. That's weird. That should be the easiest one to pass. So we're still gonna put pressure and leverage while at the same time being realistic about what our choices are, and I don't think it's a tough one at this point. All right, I promised you a sexy Speed Racers post, so here it is. He said, today I'm freshly home in Indy after attending Operation Hope fundraising event last evening in Chicago. I got there early and got to meet and talk to Cenk when he arrived. All in all, I'd estimate about 100 people were there, and the energy in the room was off the charts. Many thanks to Cenk, the TYT staff, and the fine folks at Dante's Tavern there in Chicago for an unforgettable evening. I look forward to your coverage from the convention tonight and all week, as well as the return of the lovely and talented Anna Kasparian from her much-deserved vacation. So, brother, thank you for writing in like that. Thank you for coming from all the way from Indianapolis. And people came from there. They came from Detroit. They came from Milwaukee. They came from all over the place. I love this, guys. And these are the folks who made, in a lot of ways, made this convention possible for us. We did a fundraiser there. It wasn't a big number. It was just $27 we asked for. But if somebody explained, hey, and it might have even been Sexy Speed Racer, but also, they had to pay to get here for some of them that don't live here. So I appreciate it. All right, back on the Young Turks at the DNC. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian with you guys. Also, Calvin Revere, Diane Vasseur, and Jeff McElroy. You know how I read folks who just joined by hitting the join button below or through tyt.com/team. When I read your names, well, now you're at the DNC with us. You make this possible. And by the way, keep going if you can, please, at tyt.com/DNC. You guys are all with us here in spirit, and we appreciate you guys and appreciate all the folks who showed up at the fundraiser yesterday in Chicago. All right, Anna, what's next?
Well, let's get to our next story because Donald Trump is having a rough time reacting, responding, strategizing to his new opponent in this presidential race. Let's take a look.
I don't ramble. I'm a really smart guy, really smart. I don't ramble. But the other day, anytime I hit too hard, they say he was rambling. And I feel I have an obligation to speak and speak in a certain way and speak a little bit longer. How would you like it? A guy's waiting with his family for 3.5, 4 days. They have a tent, and the tent is set up. They have hundreds of them, and they wait. And then I walk in, speak for 15 minutes and leave. I don't know, somehow, would that be okay, North Carolina? I don't think so, right?
Well, I don't think the rambling is the problem. It's the content or the statements being made in the middle of those rambling sessions, and it's not helping his campaign. So he has essentially decided to ignore the advice of his campaign staff and go on this, massive bender at both his Pennsylvania rally and also online. And he's continuing to make statements that's helping Kamala Harris increase her lead in the general election. And that's according to the polling. Now, the rally over the weekend was supposed to serve as a bit of a reset to Donald Trump's campaign. That didn't happen. Now, as part of the strategy, his staff prepared this written speech that focused heavily on economic policy. Like, hey, Trump, go back to your greatest hits. It's the populist messaging that really helped you in 2016. Go back to that. That's what voters want to hear about. Some Republican strategists had hoped the former president could regain the initiative by zeroing in on issues which opinion polls say voters have greater trust in Trump than the Democrats, such as inflation. However, Trump's having difficulty sticking to that message. Obviously, Kamala Harris has managed to get under his skin and she's on his mind. And so take a look at how he decided to essentially go off message, go off that strategy, and instead attack Kamala Harris. Let's take a look.
Who would believe this? 80 days from now, we are going to defeat a communist known as Kamala Harris. She's a communist. Most radical left person ever to run for office. This is not what this country needs. We've had enough of them. This is communist, this is Marxist, this is fascist. But you know what? It's dangerous because she's saying that she's going to give away things that she'll never be able to get approved. Look, people say, be nice. Have you heard her laugh? That is the laugh of a crazy person. That is the laugh of a crazy. It's the laugh of a lunatic. Have you heard it? You know, they prohibited her. They prohibited her for laughing. I've been waiting for her to laugh because as soon as she laughs, the election's over.
You know, what I was looking at in that video, Cenk, wasn't Trump. I was listening to Trump, but I was watching his fans behind him and how distracted and uninterested they appeared to be in what he was saying. And I think that this is a huge misstep by Donald Trump because remember what voters found appealing about his message in 2016. The reason why, honestly, a lot of Bernie voters ended up switching parties and voting for Trump is because of that economic messaging. And now here he is speaking out against those economic policies that his voters had previously found appealing.
Yeah.
Right?
So, yeah, there's a lot to respond to there. Yeah. So first off, he says, they say I'm rambling, but I don't ramble. And then he goes on to ramble. I mean, and epically so. And then he did an ode to rambling. So which one is it, brother? Do you or don't you? And this rambler doesn't know when to hold them and when to fold them. He never folds them. He always goes on and on and on. If you've bored your own MAGA audience, then you're not doing it right. And so he's not playing the greatest hits. He used to do that. He'd say, build a wall, lock her up, etc. You could say, hey, I don't like that. But his fans loved it. And he would talk, to Anna's point, about economic populism. He didn't mean it, but at least he was savvy enough to pretend to give you things, right? He's totally lost the thread on that because he just rambled his way out of what he was actually campaigning on. So now that Kamala Harris is taking economically populist positions, Trump is defending corporations. He's defending his donors. That's a great way to lose. So he's just absolutely ruining his own campaign. And he responds to every attack line. You're not supposed to do that in politics. He's just not right. So like when he's on
the defense now.
Nonstop.
Right.
They called him weird and he's like, they call me weird. I'm not weird. I'm not weird. And you look weird doing that. Why are you responding to them calling you weird? And then they call you a rambler and you're like, I'm not a rambler. It reinforces that you're weird and you're a rambler. And now the most important thing, Anna, is he's as usual, but now he can't contain himself. He's obsessed with himself. So he's not talking about the people at all.
Right. That's a huge misstep.
Right.
That's a huge misstep. In fact, what you just watched, it didn't end there. Let's take a look at the next clip.
I mean, Time Magazine, think of this. Time Magazine doesn't have a picture of her. They have this unbelievable artist drawing her. And I said, is that Sophia Loren? I couldn't. Who might that be? Is that Elizabeth Taylor? They say she was a beautiful woman. Who is it? It's so beautiful. Drawing. It's a drawing. They took a lot of pictures. It didn't work out, so they hired a sketch artist. I said, I'm sure, they must be celebrating the great life and times of the magnificently beautiful Sophia Loren. I mean, I read a so-called Republican who Ronald Reagan didn't like, by the way, and she didn't like him, but she got credit for being this Reagan speechwriter. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. So I decided to go back and reread the clause. I'm not saying he's, but I say that I am much better looking than her. I think I'm much better. Much better. I'm a better looking person than Kamala.
What? Well, why would voters care about that? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, what?
Yeah, no, this is madness. So first of all, why did you? No, but hey, the Rambler, why did you wind up giving 5 minutes of your speech to how hot Kamala Harris is? Like, first of all, before you even got to how you're hotter, which is just insanity defined, right? Why are you talking about her looks for so long? Is she Sophia Loren? Is she Elizabeth Taylor? I couldn't tell. What, you couldn't tell? Elizabeth Taylor is dead. Like, why did you go back? And Elizabeth Taylor is very white. Like, what are you talking about?
Living in hell. This is not like, this is nonsense. Like, this is so dumb, right? Like, it's laughable. Like, we're talking about a presidential election, guys. I don't care about anyone's looks. Okay, the country's falling apart. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, no offense, Bernie, but we were for Bernie Sanders, and we weren't for Bernie Sanders because he was hot.
Yeah.
Okay, that's for people not that bright who are like, I like shiny objects. And that's how Trump thinks. So that's why he thinks, I wonder if people are voting for Kamala Harris because she's hotter than me. No, you idiot. You're the one who thinks like that. And guys, look, even if you're MAGA, if you didn't think that he was a lunatic before, you really think that Donald Trump at 78 and 300 some odd pounds is better looking than Kamala Harris? Like, I know who cares. But do you understand that that's detached from goddamn reality? Like, you sound like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Anyway, Nug Huffer is one of our members on Twitch. And they had an interesting theory as to why Trump said the weird thing about how he's more attractive, right? They say the reason the crowd booed Trump when he said Kamala was an attractive woman is because to them, anyone of color can't be attractive. Then when Trump says I'm more attractive, the crowd cheered, not because of a conventional definition of beauty, but rather because he's white. They're deeply racist. Look, I don't know about the racist theory, etc., but it is true, and we saw it with your own eyes. He's talking about, oh, she's so attractive, and they're like, oh, grumble, right? And then he says, but I'm hot, and they're like, right?
Insane. This whole thing is insane. I can't believe how much he has bungled his own campaign. He's totally lost. I really did think, okay, like they've been very strategic over at the Trump camp. I remember being at the RNC and actually being impressed with how he was sticking to the script, how he was going along with the strategy, and it was working. And now it's like he's totally discombobulated over Kamala Harris being the Democratic nominee.
100%.
He should have expected it.
100%.
His campaign should have expected it. And they should have strategized, and he should stick to the strategy, but he can't help himself. He's totally discombobulated. Okay.
And I got to say one thing about what you're saying. So we're at the DNC right now, as you can tell, right? We were at the RNC a couple of weeks ago, and I was shocked that they didn't see it coming.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, because we were there on Thursday, word spread like wildfire that Biden might drop out, right? But I was like, but on Monday through Wednesday, I was like, you guys, are you not aware that there's at least a really, really good chance that Joe Biden's going to drop it? I thought it was at 100%. Turned out I was right. But a lot of people thought, okay, maybe 70%, 50%, 30%. Like if I thought, oh, there's a 50%, 30% chances my opponent's going to drop out, I would make contingency plans and I wouldn't get caught off guard, right? That entire place was caught off guard. They couldn't believe it. And they thought they'd already won.
In fact, let me just weigh in on something. I remember being at the RNC. Cenk had a trip planned to Europe. And I remember Cenk talking to me about like, Biden's going to drop out this weekend. I think I'm going to cancel my trip. And I thought that was a crazy idea, but he did it. He did cancel his trip so he could be here to cover that story. So you definitely expected it. like anyone paying close attention to politics should have, including and especially the Trump campaign. Anyway, let's get back to the story, because look, him saying I'm more attractive than Kamala Harris is obviously weird. It is. It's just a weird thing to say. But it's especially weird when you consider what Trump had to say last week. So let's go to that.
I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She didn't look like Camilla, that's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
So are you saying you're more attractive than your wife?
No, I hadn't thought of that. Transitive property. Of course, if you told him about the transitive property, he'd be like, I don't own that one, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I put my name on it, make money off licensing my name.
Why don't we just take out the ansitive and put it in and then it'll be Trump property. Okay, so again, we covered that last week for you guys. I don't know why he's imagining Kamala Harris as his wife in some weirdo, bizarro thing that he shouldn't be talking about at all. Why he's fixated on her looks, but most importantly, guys, his inability to pivot is actually kind of stunning. Look, it shouldn't be stunning to me because you've heard me say 1,000 times how unintelligent I think he is. But even so, he keeps using talking points about Biden.
Yeah.
So like he'll even go to like, oh, Biden was too old. Brother, that was a million years ago. You're not running against Biden anymore. And at this point, you're 20 years older than Kamala Harris. You got to stop talking about age. And by the way, a poll showed, as you would expect, the numbers 100% flipped from 31, Trump having a 31-point advantage among people who were concerned about the candidate's age and health. He had a 31-point lead. Now he has a 30-point deficit. So if you're a Republican, you want Trump to about age, but he's still talking about age because he can't get off his old talking points. That shows total incompetence. And you just don't, you're supposed to be attacking Kamala Harris on her policies like immigration and crime. I mean, I don't want to do your job for you, but those are the obvious things to do. If you're a Republican, you should be 10,000 times angry at him.
It's
right?
I mean, honestly, if he could think straight and just get out of his feelings for a minute, it's a bit of a layup. Because think about it, Kamala Harris is currently running on the things that she's gonna do if she gets elected and she's in the White House. She's in the White House now.
I know. I don't even want to give them tips.
No, like,
I know now a lot of people watch the show.
You think he's heard this advice? I'm sure he's heard his advice.
I know.
His campaign managers aren't idiots. They've actually given him really good advice. He can't help himself. And look, I actually want to admit that I was wrong about something. The thing that I've always given Trump credit for is I felt that he understood marketing. He understood how to sell it. And right now he is flailing and his messaging is so disastrous. I'm like, man, I guess I was wrong. Maybe he doesn't understand.
Yeah, I saw Bernie speak earlier today, and he's still totally the same Bernie as he was before. Age catches up with you at different times for different people. And so you know that I haven't thought that Trump had an age problem because I'm like, look, if you think the things he's saying is crazy, he's always been crazy, right? And he's always been unintelligent, et cetera. But now for the first time, I'm beginning to think it might be an age issue. Because like those fantasies about how Biden will come back into the race, like I don't know if you saw those, Anna, when you were away, but he kept talking about like Biden could come back. I think Biden's gonna come back and he's gonna retake the nomination at the DNC. Well, not only is that cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but that's like devolving in a way that's more than I would have expected. Like you're not running against Biden. This is not a complicated issue. Like, hey, if you say he doesn't have a good healthcare proposal, of course it's a complicated issue. He couldn't possibly have a decent proposal for healthcare, and he knows it, right? But this is not complicated. Running against Kamala Harris, not Joe Biden. And he doesn't seem to understand that. So he is an absolute hot mess right now.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back for the second hour of the show, we've got a lot of fun stuff prepared for you all. We will have Charlie Kirk on, which I'm looking forward to because I'm curious what he thinks about how Trump is behaving and how he is bungling his strategy here.
And I'm very curious what his temperament is going to be.
Right.
When they thought they'd already won, he was very pleasant.
Cordial, pleasant,
right.
Yeah.
So let's see. I have no idea. So let's see what happens tonight.
So stick around for hour 2. We'll be right back.
You would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said no, other than day one.
By locking up his enemies, by breaking all the rules, the courts, yeah, right. Them and what army?
This country needs a dictator. I hate to say that, but it's the truth.
It's the truth. From the Young Turks, Americans saying they want a dictator.
I'd rather have Donald Trump as a dictator for 4 years. I'm going dictator Trump for sure.
How crazy will his supporters go?
I'm going to be a dictator for one day.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
There's so many young women who have been, including the young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. If we finally beat Medicare.
Every poll is going the same direction. Against Biden, democracy's on the line. On behalf of the Democratic Party, I throw it in. Biden's done. If you go with this guy, guaranteed loss. Joe Biden is a disaster, and nobody's even listening to anything he's saying. Why are only two choices, two people who are deeply disliked in this country, nearly hated? And if you're in Washington, I just broke your heart because I said Biden might be hated. He's at 38%. Learn math.
There is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices. Yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now. For the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president.
We asked you guys to sign a petition that we started about 10 months ago. Everybody said it was impossible, but we just declared victory. We did it.
The TYT petition was circulated as an example of growing sentiment on this issue. So there's a direct link between your action and that outcome.
It took a long time to get there, but the bottom line, brothers and sisters, is he got there.
I got pulled in. They told me, hey, listen, Cenk, we're insiders. We are the establishment. People in Washington tell me that they're concerned about your tone. We think that there's a better role for you, and it's not in 6 o'clock. The problem with the mainstream media is they're desperate to get access. They don't challenge the government. They don't challenge power. We're supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media.
Components that corrupt our politicians, I think, also corrupt mainstream media. It's really difficult for cable outlets to talk about things like income inequality, wealth inequality, when the advertisers that are funding their shows are the same corporations that want to ensure that the same system continues. People watch digital media or new media, they get a completely different message. They focus on the issues that matter or resonate more with the constituency. We need to know one thing. Is the corporate media incompetent?
Corporate media, I can't hear you. Establishment press, where are you? I can't hear you. But the media's position I am clear on. Everything is pro-war, so everything is just framed that way. In this case, I mean, war is inevitable, right? I mean, the defense contractors should get a couple more $1 trillion. You ready for the stunning results? Only 6% of people say they have a great deal of confidence in the press. Wakey, wakey, okay? Progressives don't like the media either. You know why? It's the corporate media. Corporate media sounds like a conspiracy. Wait. Who owns you? Multi-billion-dollar corporations, public corporations. The idea that we're corporate media because corporations own us. Yeah, that's how it works. Every time you ring the bell below, there's a bell sound that goes off in Donald Trump's mind. Ring the bell.
TYT is thankful for all the support we've received from our audience. I know that we're all living through a dark time. The economy is a mess, the two-party system is failing us, and the threat of climate change is growing. Cenk started this company in his apartment, and look where we are today. I've experienced what we can accomplish when we work together. So let's keep moving towards positive change. Join our movement at tyt.com/team.
All right, back at the DNC, Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian with you guys, and all these wonderful people. Just give me a minute here and then give me some patience as I butcher your screen names. X-Man 52, J-Fox 1184, Rec Dog, DNA Daddy, Phrase 2000, Lady F&T, A. Putrousseau, Quelly, Ace 21, Spy Dragon Daddy, Mariah B 4465, Ari Holub, I Miami, Delaquan 7, D Cuomo 42, Well Not Really, Lisa Frisch, Mama 89, Laughing Face, I Miami, Corky Kaka, Diana Free Spirit, I know, Jack, Starther, Bobajan, Gina 13. You guys are all amazing. You're all with us here at the DNC. We appreciate you guys. We literally could not have come here without you, and we still won't be able to pay for it without you. So thank you, tyt.com/DNC. You're beautiful, Anna.
Well, I wanted to get into a discussion about some of those economic policies that Kamala Harris has been floating recently. So let's not only talk about that, let's also talk about what other Democrats have to say about it. Let's get into it.
The vice president laid out some of her economic policies this week. Among other things, she's proposing a ban on price gouging. Here is what Obama administration economist Jason Furman had to say. He said, quote, "This is not sensible policy. And I think the biggest hope is that it ends up being a lot of rhetoric and not reality. There's no upside here, and there is some downside." He warned effectively that price controls could ultimately stifle economic growth. So do you think that's the best way to bring down prices in Michigan?
Well, I think people are reading too much into what has been put out there.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer really tried to avoid answering questions during this conversation. We're going to get back to her in just a moment. But first, Cenk, I want to talk about the framing of the question, because the framing of the question has to do with what Obama's former economic advisor, Jason Furman, has to say about economic populist proposals. And I just want to remind you all that Obama's response to the housing collapse and the economic meltdown of 2008, I believe, got us Donald Trump, okay? The fact that Americans lost their homes, okay, had foreclosure after foreclosure with very little help from the federal government. The response by the Obama administration to that was a complete and utter disaster of epic proportions. And I'm really not interested in hearing what Obama's economic advisor has to say about Kamala Harris's economic policies. In fact, I would like the Democratic Party to move as far away from the Furmans of the world as humanly possible. So let me just get that off my chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to come back to Gretchen Whitmer too, because she didn't support Kamala Harris's policies, and I think that's relevant.
Yeah.
But we're going to come back to that. So to your point, Anna, Jason Furman, Timothy Geithner, and Larry Summers. That's the axis of evil. That was Obama's economic advisors.
Yes.
And they said, hey, give everything to the banks.
Yep.
Give them trillions of dollars in bailouts. Have the Federal Reserve pump endless money into the economy that all goes to the big corporations, and eventually it'll trickle down on the American people, just like Reagan and all the Republicans, right? And guess what happened? 93% of the gains in 2010, when the economy started to recover, went to the top 1%. 93% of the gains.
Economic inequality exploded under Obama. It exploded under Obama.
Yeah.
So I don't care what Furman has to say about a goddamn thing.
No, but that's right. But the reason that it's relevant is because, as we tell you on the Young Turks all the time, when it's cultural war issues, mainstream media and right-wing media will fight all the time, right? MSNBC and Fox News, et cetera, will fight. The minute it's economic issues and a Democrat does anything slightly populist, all of a sudden there'll be massive agreement with mainstream media and right-wing media. And here it is. So now NBC going, oh, I don't know about this Kamala Harris plans, right? Oh, what happened, MSNBC and NBC, right? Yeah. And then you go to the Washington Post. They wrote this scathing op-ed. I'm just gonna give you two really quick notes from it. One, they said, I can't believe that she's turned against big business. This is a bad idea. And they said, her economic positions, this is all how they always arrogantly put it. It's not a serious proposal. Anything serious would be telling you how great big business is and how we should give all of our money to them. from corporate media. And then the Washington Post said that this idea of fixing price gouging is totally unrealistic from, quote, supposed corporate perpetrators. There are no corporate perpetrators who are trying to maximize profit. That's in the imagination of Kamala Harris and progressives. It's the supposed corporate perpetrators.
Jump in on okay, so look, my views on Kamala Harris's proposals are far more nuanced because, look, in terms of I'm gonna tackle price gouging, she put out a vague statement. Like, there isn't a specific policy, and everyone is reading into that vague statement whatever they want to read into it, right? So I have a problem with that. Caveat, there were some policies she proposed that I think were fantastic, especially as it pertains to housing. Now look, simply subsidizing Americans who want to buy homes is not going to solve the housing crisis. We need to build more housing. Giving Americans money to afford housing is going to drive up the cost of homes because there is limited supply. So I was worried when I heard at first that was what she proposed. We're going to give $25,000 to first-time home buyers. Because again, that is not going to solve the housing crisis. But then she talked about cutting the red tape in various states to increase and also give, tax benefits to builders so we can build more housing. That's excellent. So that is good. She also proposed doing something about the corporations and the private equity firms that are buying up single-family homes. I think that's fantastic as well. But when it comes to the price gouging issue, she made a vague statement. There is no specific policy, and everyone is reading into it what they want to read into it.
Yeah.
You want to do something about, price gouging? Honestly, some of her wealthiest donors have their sights set on destroying Lina Khan, who is currently the head of the Federal Trade Commission. The Federal Trade Commission under Lina Khan is trying to increase competition, which drives down prices, especially when it comes to groceries. Right now, there are all sorts of mega mergers being proposed in the grocery store sector of the economy, which would cut down competition and increase prices for groceries.
Yeah.
So I'm worried about that.
So no. Listen, you don't have to worry about anything. She's not going to do anything about price gouging. So let me explain why the policy is much ado about nothing, and then why the politics of it is still really, really good. So from a policy perspective, number one, it's vague. She definitely did not say price controls, nor would I be in favor of price controls.
Agreed.
I would be very much against price controls, okay? But she definitely didn't say that, okay? Number two, there are already rules on price gouging. You can't price gouge in the middle of a natural disaster. You can't charge $200 for water after a hurricane and there's no water left. All she has to do is apply those laws. And she could say, hey, this is a different kind of disaster, et cetera, or a different kind of emergency, and we need to take action. But it doesn't matter because she's not going to do any of that. Her proposal was vague. That price gouging that we showed you was happening earlier has abated already, right? That doesn't mean inflation's gone, and it doesn't mean they're not trying to maximize profits. They always try to maximize profits. But the period where they were gouging and bragging about it to their shareholders has actually passed, and the prices are beginning to come down. So that's why, again, it's just optics. She's not actually going to do anything about it. And lastly, she said it's about grocery stores. She has to know it's not actually about grocery stores. Grocery stores have the lowest margins. It's actually about consumer good companies like Procter & Gamble, et cetera, that were driving up the price of consumer goods, Coke, et cetera. But there's a lot of those companies. There's only a few amount of grocery stores. So she picked a corporate donor that she thought wouldn't piss off that many other corporate donors, okay? But it's just not going to happen. And her proposal shows you that it's not going to happen based on the specifics that if you pay attention to the issues, right? But the reason the optics are good is because it gets all of right-wing media, corporate media, and Republicans to go, can you believe she's against big business? I can't believe she's hurting our beloved corporations. And now Fox News is doing it 24/7. Brian Kilmeade the other day, he's like, we have to defend big business. Yes, good. Defend big business, because then you'll definitely lose.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. I mean, even though the vague statements is mostly meant for optics, unfortunately for the Republican Party, they're taking the bait. And now you see Donald Trump speaking out against the same economic populist messaging that got him elected in 2016. So whether Kamala Harris did that purposely as part of a strategy or not, I don't know. But I mean, it is incredible how Trump has taken the bait. Now, with that in mind, I do want to just give you a reason for why Cenk and I agree that setting prices or price fixing is a bad idea by the federal government. This is actually something that was done previously, and it led to bad results. So during the last spike of inflation in the 1970s, both Democratic and Republican presidential administrations at times imposed price controls, which specifically limited what companies could charge for goods and services. They were widely blamed for creating shortages and long lines for gas. Like, there were bad consequences to it. There are other ways to lower prices, and competition is one of the best ways to do that. Avoiding or preventing these mega mergers from happening is a great way of doing that. And by the way, something that never gets talked about, the current war in Ukraine has also led to inflation as it pertains to, what you're paying at grocery stores. Russia's invasion of Ukraine lifted the cost of wheat and other grains on the global markets. So that caused a problem with the prices at grocery stores. Now, what did Harris say? Because we keep saying she made a vague statement, and it was vague. There is no specific policy. There's no detailed plan when it comes to price gouging. So Harris is promising to, during her first 100 days in office, send Congress proposed federal limits on price increases for food producers and grocers. That measure would include authorizing the FTC to impose large fines on grocery stores that impose excessive price hikes on customers, her campaign said.
Yeah, so she's not saying, I'm gonna say a carrot is worth this and a tomato is worth that. She's saying the FTC will fine you if you do something excessive.
Right.
So the FTC ain't gonna do that. It's just not. And to be fair, by the way, like I told you earlier, actually prices have started to come down, and right now they are not doing price gouging. But they definitely were, but they're not anymore. So there is nothing to regulate. So it's just for optics. And I don't want them to get freaked out by their beloved mainstream media attacking them. Because when that happens, they usually panic and go, well, I didn't mean it. I love big business. And that's kind of what Gretchen Whitmer was doing in that appearance.
Well, okay, so I'm of two minds with Gretchen Whitmer. I think that there is merit to the point you're making. But also, I mean, look, as a politician who clearly has her sights set on running for president in the future.
And needing a lot of corporate donors.
A lot of corporate donors, yes. But do you want to co-sign to a vague policy that you might not actually agree with at all, right?
No, she's doing it 100% for the donors. All their policies are vague. Yeah. Right. No, that's not, to be fair, that's not true. As Anna pointed out, some of her housing policies.
It was not vague.
Yeah, it was not vague, and it was clear and it was positive, right? And her other economic proposals were also good, right? So Whitmer's trying to save donor money here. That's my read of it.
So let's go to the next clip and watch as Whitmer continues to dodge the question.
Well, I think people are reading too much into what has been put out there. We know that Kamala Harris is going to be focused on building up more affordable housing. We know that Kamala Harris has already delivered on making sure that health care is more accessible and affordable for Americans, and will protect Obamacare. That's 1 million people who have health care in Michigan right now that Donald Trump's been trying to rip away. That only adds costs onto people's backs. And so that's why I think this opportunity economy that Vice President Harris is talking about and laying the broad strokes for, I think shows we really do. She sees every American. She understands what people are struggling with.
Well, Governor, I hear you saying that folks are reading too much into it, and yet it is what the vice president is proposing. You have former President Trump calling the policies communist. The Washington Post editorial board called it a gimmick. Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick, Governor?
So she continued dodging it 2 more times in that same conversation. But look, to Whitmer's credit, she did give Kamala Harris kudos for the housing policies, which is good. Okay, so I agree with that. I will allow it. Yeah. But she did not want to answer any questions when it came to inflation at grocery stores.
Yeah, and they might be trying to get away from the topic because they might already be panicking. Oh my God, big biz corporate media criticized us. Yeah, Washington Post their editorial board is conservative. I don't know if you know that. It's not just Wall Street Journal. Washington Post editorial board is also conservative. And it's run by Jeff Bezos. So you think he wants Kamala Harris to attack big business? No. They love big business. So that's why they called it gimmicky. And they didn't just call this gimmicky. They're beloved private equity guys buying up all of our homes. They're like, oh no, protect private equity. Big business is so great. That's Washington Post and mainstream media 101. That's NBC, ABC, CNN, all of them. They'll all go and kiss big business's ass and go, yeah, of course they should price gouge you whatever they like. They should buy up all your homes, make you all into renters, and then charge you extra. And if you ever dare defy it as a Democrat, we'll say you're communist. Look at the Kristen Welker framing there. Well, the Republicans are calling her communist. So what?
Are the Republicans
they call every Democrat. And they call every Democrat a communist. You don't know that, Kristen Welker? Were you born yesterday? Do you know anything about news? So when she says they're calling her a communist, what she's saying is, I'm calling her a communist.
Okay, but pause for a second, because what is this, the 1980s? Like, we're recycling the communist attack line?
Yeah, they called Obama a communist and then he gave everything to the banks.
Right.
Okay, come on, get at, like, you don't, I'm sorry, but as a reporter and an anchor of Meet the Press, if you don't know that every Republican has called every Democratic presidential candidate a communist, and you just repeat that talking point as if it's legitimate, then yeah, I guess you don't know anything about news, right? Or your only other choice is, yeah, I like that framing, because I'm corporate media and I love corporations. So I want to help Donald Trump frame you as a communist when all she's doing is the price gouging proposals. They're already on the books. You could already go after people for price gouging in different situations, but they're acting like, no, our beloved big business. Good, cry more. Because every time you see media crying about how she's trying to help the average guy too much is a couple of thousand more votes she picks up.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about Donald Trump attempting to do some damage control when it comes to the whole Medal of Honor fiasco. Let's see if it worked when we come back.
All right, back on TRT's coverage of the DNC in terms of, I'm gonna read some social media posts for you guys, but in terms of the rest of our coverage, we have some great speakers and some terrible speakers tonight. So both the most conservative corporate politicians and the most progressive politicians are all on tonight, almost all on tonight. AOC's on tonight, Jamie Raskin's on tonight, Shawn Fain is on tonight. So those are all good speakers. On the bad side, Kathy Hochul, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Chris Coons. These are the most corporate conservative Democrats in the country. So Monday is when you pay respect, but get people out of the way.
Yeah.
So this is the Harris Walls team saying, both for the corporate Democrats who are not well liked overall, that are divisive within the party, and for progressives, they're saying, move it along. Okay, yeah. And so that's the reality. We'll get back to that in our coverage because those speeches are coming up.
I also wanted to give you all an update because I know we've been talking about having Charlie Kirk on. He is apparently stuck in a long line trying to get into the convention center. And so he's likely going to have the conversation with us during our special coverage right after the main show. Just want to
it's the same street. Let's stay here. Clody 3241 says Trump's entire strategy is based on attacking character. It's how he won his first presidency. A lot of Americans don't know the details of those political programs. Trump is going for low info voters. I hear you, but at the same time, Trump did pretend to be for the average guy, and he talked about draining the swamp. And he never talks about that anymore. Instead, he does the opposite. He'll go into rallies and be like, well, of course I'm for Elon now for electric vehicles. Before I wasn't, now I am, because Elon gave me a strong endorsement and a lot of money. That's the exact opposite of drain the swamp. Again, verbal diarrhea, he can't help himself. He just admits dumbass things he shouldn't admit. and it's a very poor strategy. Robe Life says, welcome back, Anna. We missed you. I just recently found a vintage satin kimono at a thrift store for $5. Can I get a win?
Hell yeah, get it. Love it.
All right. I love giving out wins, guys. Hashtag Team Joy. David Crisafulli writes in, as an Italian, I was extremely happy when I found you guys providing true, unbiased coverage of what happens in the US. P.S. We love you too, Anna.
Yeah.
Okay, and as the Italian flag.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. Paisa. All right, President says, I've been down on Kamala Harris in the past, but she has talent and is viable. Recall that Bill Clinton and John Kerry both struggled early in their campaigns and came back to win. And yes, good point. Well, no, John Kerry didn't come back to win. But the point about Bill Clinton and Barack Obama is that they had the right ability to win, right? They had the skill to win, and they had the right strategy to win. They just needed to execute it. And that's what Kamala Harris is showing right here. Amadou Diallo writes in, welcome back, Anna. Cenk can finally take some days off. I believe this convention will show voters if they will vote Harris or Trump. Don't worry, I'm not taking any days off. We're going all straight through the election. Stephen Blakesley, thank you for your generosity, brother. Really appreciate you, Stephen. And he just wrote in, thank you, TYT. But thank you, brother. Scree says, Project 2025 is way too risky to not vote. All right, we're back at the DNC. Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Kasparian, and Charlie Kirk has joined us. Charlie was with us at the RNCs, now with us at the DNCs, of course, with Turning Point USA.
Good job.
Okay, not Talking Point USA. Okay, that was what I said last time.
It was hilarious.
It is kind of funny. Yeah. Charlie, I'll start actually real quick, Anna. So obviously when we last talked, you guys were riding high. It looked like Trump was in great shape.
Yes.
Now it looks like Trump's spiraling, and I'm curious if you agree with that or not.
It's the best week ever, and now we got work to do. I wouldn't say spiraling, but I mean, it's probably a 50-50 race. Slight advantage Kamala, like slight advantage probably. because she has a lot of momentum, some vibes behind it. I think the momentum's slowing, but yeah, I mean, look, you have to live in reality, and we had a great convention, and it's, we've had a couple weeks where they switched out a candidate, and it's never happened before, and we're going to see like how real it is in the coming weeks. I think the race really starts on Labor Day, so it really kind of sets in. But yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see a race that's very tight to the end.
It seems like the Trump camp was kind of caught flat-footed by it. Like, I really did assume that the campaign is like a lot more strategic this time around compared to like 2016. 2016, it was just kind of like chaotic, but it worked. This time around, I'm actually a little surprised that you have this strategic campaign. The RNC went really well for Trump. I thought they were kind of preparing for the possibility of Biden dropping out and Kamala being the presumptive nominee. And it seems like he was kind of caught flat-footed. What are your thoughts on that?
There was some preparation. They should have listened to you guys. You guys were the most confident. When I came on the show, you're like, no chance Biden stays. And because you're actually in touch with the Democrat base, like I watch it on TV, so I'm not in touch with it at all. And you guys like, no way he stays. And I was like, really? This late in the game? You're like, not going to happen. No way. And you were, of course, right. I mean, it's hard to prepare for something that's never happened before. And I will give the RNC credit. There was a fair amount of Kamala mentions, in the original written speech. Joe Biden wasn't even in the written speech for Donald Trump. But I think what caught us by surprise, and I would love your reaction to this, is she was generally appeared as an unlikable candidate. Would you agree with that, Anna? Like, as far as the media depiction, right? And now she's the most likable person, like Obama 3.0. That's what kind of caught us flat-footed. Not even the person, but all of a sudden, and I attribute it to a lot of pent-up Democrat-based enthusiasm that was not allowed to be kind of let out of the volcano the last year and a half. And then all of a sudden, there was somebody that wasn't named Joe Biden, and she had a couple weeks to ride that wave. I don't know if I'm analyzing that correctly, but
yeah, I have a couple of thoughts, but go ahead.
Just want to say, I mean, that did surprise me because it did seem like a switch overnight in terms of the way voters felt about Kamala and the way the media felt about Kamala, right? Like it seemed to be more critical when she wasn't the presumptive Democratic nominee. But I really think the psychology behind it is, here you have an 81-year-old man who is definitely going to lose to Donald Trump, can barely put a sentence together. Every time we would watch him speak, I mean, my shoulders would tense up because it's going to be pretty bad. And I think the relief is what led to the excitement.
I think that's exactly right. And so I was curious, do you think it's then Kamala as a placeholder for Biden relief, and is that sustainable?
Yeah, no, there's something different. So look, first I'll agree with both of you guys tonight, but I think the larger point is the third point that I'm going to make. So was there a moment of like relief and ecstatic like reaction because, hey, oh my God, we might win? We were going to lose.
So used to the headlines for 6 months.
Right. It was so depressing. And Biden was such a terrible candidate. And even the ones defending him knew he couldn't speak, right? So they knew it inside. They just they were in their loyalist camp. So part of that is definitely right. And then the media had a reaction because, let's keep it real, they want to support corporate politicians. And lately, they've been in love with corporate Democrats. So, but they got mad at Biden because they thought that he lied to them. But more importantly, that he made them lie for him. Right? They're like, oh, he's not too old. He's not too old. And then it was revealed that he was too old. And so the media was like bitter at Biden. But when Kamala Harris is around, they're like, all right, a corporate Democrat we like, okay?
She can speak.
Yeah, she can speak. But that goes to the third and most important point. Before, I was a little bit worried about Kamala. I wanted an open convention, not because I didn't think she would be the best candidate, but I was not positive. I certainly wasn't sure, right? And I wanted an open competition. And that's because she was doing a lot of word salads, okay, in the interviews. And so anybody can see that, it's clear as day, right? But now she's not doing it anymore. And so my best guess is that she had anxiety issues and that's why she was doing that. And right now, her speeches are lucid, clear, good. She
hasn't done interviews lately, or do you think?
Yeah, no, she should definitely do interviews. The reason she wasn't doing interviews is because they were getting her economic plans ready. And so once she has them, she can go out and defend them. Before, she didn't want to do the interviews without having all of her proposals ready. But the fact is she's been good on the campaign trail. And she made a Tim Walz pick, which we all like. We like her economic populist positions. So it's not just like, hey, the media likes her. And hey, at least she's not Biden. She's done positive things that have galvanized all of the Democratic voters.
So no, that's helpful to know. And I'm literally here to learn because I'm not in touch with the Democrat base. But do you stick to your position that she should have won it through an open convention?
I mean, for me personally, I'm not going to speak for Cenk. I just think that if you are going to run a campaign on the importance of saving democracy, then you should engage in the democratic process. And I do have a problem of feeling as though she was kind of like foisted on the Democratic voters, but the Democratic voters seem to really love her.
Yeah,
so
I guess my question is when Joe Biden won the primary votes, was she also on the ticket when they voted for the primary candidate?
No.
So that would have made the argument stronger, right? Because they would have said that they still, I think it was just Joe Biden, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, an open convention probably would have been a little bit of a mess.
Yeah,
I mean, and that's the reason why
the process would have just, I mean, right now it would have been the most entertaining television ever, but.
Yeah, so listen, the open convention would have definitely been the right way to go. And for one of the main reasons is what you just said, which is that everybody on the planet would have been watching, right?
I think it actually would have helped.
It would have definitely helped. It would have helped, and it would have featured a lot more Democratic candidates, and it would have gotten them a lot more hype. It would have gotten a lot more viewers, a lot more free media, earned media, right? So it was the right way to go. But to be fair to Kamala Harris, so the main reason I want an open convention is I wanted a candidate to be able to prove that they can get the most amount of delegates. And she did that within 24 to 48 hours. So she did actually go and campaign. She had a huge advantage. She's the vice president, Biden endorsed her. But if you remember, Pelosi, Schumer, and Obama did not endorse her.
Yeah, do you think that was legit or was that a little bit of a thief?
No, that was legit.
It was, they were waiting to see how it played out?
Yeah, they were. And so since it was legit and she won the delegates without Obama's endorsement or Pelosi's endorsement, I said, well, I mean, that's what I wanted. I wanted her to win the delegates and she won the delegates. Is it a perfect system? Not even within a million miles. Would we have been better with an open convention? Yes. But after she won the delegates, what would we do at the convention? She already won them. So it kind of ended the conversation.
So I want to go back to Trump because you said that you're not in touch with the Democratic base. I kind of feel the same way about the Republican base, right? Okay, so this is what I want to understand because, you watch the media and sometimes I wonder, am I just buying what they're selling? Is this reality? And what they're selling is that Trump is flailing. Trump is really struggling in campaigning against Kamala Harris, and he's really not helping himself by saying things that turn a lot of voters off. Right? Remember, the election comes down to the independent voters, the swing voters. Those are the people who end up being the kingmakers, the deciders of the election. And he can't stop himself from attacking her on her looks, calling her stupid, like things that turn a lot of independent voters off, right? But how does the Republican base feel about it? Like, are they eating it up? Do they love it? Or do they want him to go back to a more economic populist message?
They're definitely resolutely behind him. There is a different way to look at it, though. The question is, will independents decide the election? Because you can also run up the score with your base, which Democrats have proven you could do that in certain elections. And I think you guys would agree, if you have a strong base and you're, for example, getting 60% turnout in a strong county, get 75% turnout, it's actually sometimes easier. But that doesn't, you're right. You do have at least 10 to 15% in the swing states of tilt swing independent voters. I think that the media is misrepresenting. I think Trump's had a fine couple weeks. It hasn't been the best for the campaign, largely because the headwinds have been so dramatic. I think he's at his best when he is making the argument that I am against the establishment that has robbed you. Whether you guys agree with it or not, I know you don't. But I'm saying he's at his best when he makes this argument that the establishment has been robbing you, that this power regime has been lying to you, and I am an insurgent against those things. That is a very popular message. I agree. Yeah, my advice to him is be the renegade you were in 2016, because fair or unfair, I think it's fair to present this argument that the power centers have consolidated against your campaign in record ways, and he has a sentencing hearing in September, which will definitely play into his argument that they don't want me to be president, so they're willing to use unusual ways to try to prevent me from being president. And so, yeah, look, as far as the month of August, I think from his perspective, he's like, I beat one candidate, now I have to beat another. He had the debate with Joe Biden. He saw this thing happening, and he realizes right now that he's going to have, in a compressed time frame, a very, very competitive race, where against Joe Biden, I don't think it would have been very competitive at this time. This convention would have been not good.
So Charlie, here's the thing. Again, totally agree that if you run against the establishment, that's your best chance, right? And I think that before I got the sense that people love Trump for Trump on the MAGA side. Now I get a sense that there's even a splinter group that says, I actually don't love Trump, but I love that he's fighting the establishment and I hate the establishment so much, I'm gonna vote for Trump, right? But he hurts his cause massively when he's constantly pleasuring donors on stage at rallies. When he says like, oh yeah, I was against electric vehicles, but now Elon Musk is strongly endorsing me, meaning giving me $90 million, right? Yeah, and it might be more than that. So now I love electric vehicles.
I will give Trump some credit. If you listen to his Twitter space, he was they had a back and forth. They were talking more at each other than to each, with each other. But he still says he doesn't believe in the electric vehicle mandate, to be fair, right? He doesn't believe in the subsidies for electric vehicles. So, I mean, I'm sure there's other examples you could list, but look, politics is never going to be pure as much as we'd like it to be. But I think that President Trump has done a very good job of having this economic populist message. And the other message that needs to be talked about, which I think is the Achilles heel of the Democrat Party, where Bernie Sanders used to actually have a great position on, is immigration. And the vast majority of this country thinks that we have too many people coming into the country too quickly in an unvetted way. And the economic populism one, Kamala Harris, I said this on my show, she has put the Republicans on defense. I think her policies are insane, to be honest. We could debate that, but might be not a good use of our time. I think her policies are insane, but they're very popular. They're very popular to say, I'm going to make it easier for you to buy a home. I'm going to, make grocery prices more affordable. I think price controls are a bad idea. But immigration is a very difficult issue for the Democrats. It's very difficult for them to navigate because the body politic thinks that we have too many people coming into this country, and I think President Trump needs to lean into that.
So, sorry, just real last thing on the donors. I hear you on immigration.
No, examples. I'm happy to.
Yeah. But so, you got Elon Musk, you got the oil companies where he just keeps saying, hey, look, they're giving me money and we should drill, baby, drill, and all this stuff. He just can't help himself from being obvious. But the number one, like the one that I'm curious as to your take, Miriam Adelson. So when he's saying, hey, I gave her the Presidential Medal of Freedom, first of all, she's a donor. Why'd you give her the Presidential Medal of Freedom? That's terrible, right? And that's better than the Medal of Honor. That's a disaster, right? So what do you make of that? Like, are you bothered that he's saying those things?
No, I'm not. I mean, he's pro-Israel. He's pro-Israel, and he's not going to share your views on that. But yeah, I mean, he was pro-Israel throughout his presidency. What you're getting at is he pro-Israel because of donor money? I don't believe that.
And you don't think? Do you think you should have given the Medal of Freedom to Miriam Adelson?
I don't have a strong opinion on that. I think he gave it to her also because of her philanthropy. I could be wrong. I mean,
philanthropy towards Trump.
Look, I mean, Cenk, she did give billions of dollars like children's hospitals, stuff like that. I mean, while we're at it, I mean, actors and actresses get the Presidential Medal of Freedom, right? Like Tom Hanks got the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Like legendary ones. And I guess if legendary donors now are getting
give a couple $1 billion like children's hospitals and stuff, like a couple billion. I mean, we go through the list of people who get the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Sometimes it's not exactly the criteria that you're making it out to.
Right, but the last part of that, first of all, I disagree with all that. I think she got it 100% because she's a donor, but that's okay. But I mean, you guys stake so much ground on we love veterans, etc. And then when he makes it seem like the Medal of Honor is no big deal, it's a disaster for you, isn't it?
I'm happy to go through it. I actually don't know exactly what he said. So yeah, I'm happy to respond to it. So
I want to pivot to VP picks because it does appear that JD Vance was a bit of a risky pick for Donald Trump. And I get why he chose JD Vance. I get the strategy behind it, trying to appeal to the Rust Belt voters. And also Trump was more confident, thinking that he's running against Joe Biden. Do you think now in retrospect, Trump made a bad decision?
I think it was a great decision. I think that he was maybe expecting a little bit of a honeymoon as a VP and he received a hurricane. He unearthed some, clips from my show and others about the childless cat stuff, which we could talk about, but I think there's more interesting stuff to discuss. But yeah, I mean, the last couple of weeks, I think he's been on point. He went on the Sunday News show to his great credit. And Cenk, you pressed me on the donor thing. I'll press you on one thing. You say that Kamala didn't do a sit-down interview because she didn't get her economic plan. I mean, she is the sitting VP. She could take some questions, right?
I totally agree.
I mean, you got it.
She should have been doing the interviews, even if she didn't have all that stuff ready to go.
Because you got to talk to the press if you're the candidate, right? Even if you don't have your plans together. But to JD's credit, he sat down with 3 Sunday shows on one day, and I thought he handled it masterfully. I thought he handled it beautifully. I could tell you what I'm hearing from Republicans that don't love Trump, because there are Republicans out there that don't love Trump. JD Vance is a very sophisticated, smart, and appealing candidate to many of them. that are making it more even comfortable to vote for Trump right now. And yeah, look, we're going to see what ends up happening. We've had a lot of coverage around both VPs. I think Walz was an awful choice. I think Shapiro would have been far better. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Just looking at it from a Pennsylvania standpoint, we were like, please don't pick Shapiro. Please don't pick Shapiro. And anyway, and I'm sure you guys feel the same about Vance, right? You were like, please pick somebody else or pick Rubio or whatever.
I thought
but
Vance was an interesting choice.
it's a regional pick where definitely in the Rust Belt. Let me also say this. You guys have written books before and published books, I'm sure. JD Vance has sold over 1 million copies of his book since the VP. Now, that's not about enrichment. That's 1 million voters that are coming in contact with your story. The Netflix special has been top 5 since it's been announced. That is a way to communicate with voters in an asymmetrical, non-traditional way. What we find, though, is that VP picks can hurt you more than they can help you. Yeah. Sarah Palin, right? So as time goes on, I'm confident that JD Vance can now succeed in the one remaining spotlight, which is the VP debate against Walz. I think he's going to be able to hold his own for sure.
Look, much has been made about his pretty offensive comments about couples or women who don't have children, but the media hasn't dug into Vance declaring himself a post-liberal conservative yet. And I think that's going to be a problem for him because, he is rebuffing the notion of a liberal democracy.
Well, or is he rebuffing neoliberalism?
I don't.
Those are two different things.
Neoliberalism is
You guys
something
don't like
entirely
neoliberalism.
different. No, I don't like it.
So maybe that's what he's rebuffing.
No, but post-liberal conservative is not about
I think
neoliberalism.
you're putting words in his mouth, but he at least
he hangs out with the what's the name?
Curtis Yarvin.
Yeah,
I've had him on my show, and I've debated with him on my show because he wants something that I don't want. But neoliberalism, as you all know, is unfettered free trade, adventurous foreign wars, and a very, very aggressive international policy, and also mass immigration. JD Vance definitely disagrees with all three of those things. Your question is what? As people dive into that,
I just want to know if you believe that he is in line with the Curtis Yarvins who do not believe in our liberal democracy.
First of all, no, I don't. I talked to Curtis Yarvin and I disagree with him. You could talk to people all the time. JD Vance's record is very clear, and I don't want to get too down in this rabbit hole, but to understand what he said about the childless cat women was that he was saying that when you have children, that your society is better governed when your leaders are having children, when they're not. Otherwise, when they're not having children. I think you guys could agree with that, right?
No, I don't think that's true at all.
So,
can
I just ask a hypothetical?
Hold on. Let me
50 childless people and 50 people with families.
Mhm.
Which group of people would make better decisions for the country the next 100 years?
I think that it is totally wrong to assume that
You don't think that having children makes any bearing on your politics?
No. I don't.
I think
you don't think it does something to you where you think about the next generation and
I think about the next generation all the time, and I don't have children.
Okay, that's fine.
I think about educating our kids. I'm worried about the fact that so many children in America are illiterate and cannot read. I think about the future of this country all day, every day, right? I don't think having children is the end all be all of whether or not you care about the future of this country. I love this country.
I want you to be able to have kids. I don't want to make this about you, Anna, because I have a lot of respect for you. But I could tell you as someone who has had kids and has not had kids, it does profoundly, deeply change.
Yeah.
And it changes your politics. It changes everything. And that's what JD Vance was saying, is that when a society starts having children, it starts to throw off the wiring of the multi-generational framing of how public policy decisions can be made. We're not going to agree on that, but I think it's rather common sense that when a society ceases to have children, the society ceases to exist.
Okay, so I'm going to answer that. And I want to ask you about Tim Walz in a second. But I want to let our linear audience know, if you're watching on Samsung, Roku, all those places, we're going to continue. We're going to have speeches. We're going to have more interviews. TYT.com. So now it's the show is embedded on the homepage of TYT.com, so you can keep watching there all day, every day. Okay, so now, Charlie.
Yes.
So number one, look, everybody has a different experience. So I have kids, and I have the same exact way of thinking about things before the kids and after the kids.
So that's so interesting. Having kids didn't change your politics at all?
Not 1%.
Or your worldview?
Not 1%. No.
I can vouch for that.
So having kids didn't change you?
No. I love my kids more than you could possibly imagine.
So you didn't learn something about humanity or how to pass values down or?
Yeah, no, I've been thinking about that all along.
That's incredible. I'm not doubting it, but your why didn't change? Why you fight so hard?
Yeah, no, it didn't at all. Yeah, because I kind of view, this is really corny, but I view the audience and the voters and the average American as family.
Yeah.
And so I was already looking out for them.
So if this is a gruesome hypothetical, but if a shooter came in, and would you defend your kids first or a stranger's kids, or are they the same?
So, I mean, first of all, that's not going to change your opinion on healthcare. It's not going to change
No, but
your
I mean,
opinion
like,
on
obviously
immigration.
defend your kids first, right?
But of course you're going to defend your kids.
No, but that's the point, is that so you have an attachment to your kids, so it has changed you.
Of course you have an attachment to your own kids, of course.
Well, that's
of
the
course
point.
I
So
attack
it's
them
changed
first.
you, right?
No, but it doesn't change my view on the world, on humanity, on politics, on policy.
I mean, I guess,
right. But if there's a shooting, of course I'm going to cover my kids first. I get it. But by the way, like in the Israel scenario, but I wouldn't say, hey, bomb other people's kids to protect mine.
No, I don't believe that. But my politics is all about protecting my kids.
So, okay, let me.
That's the difference.
Hold on.
And actually, that goes to the.
You're about protecting
everyone, right? And so, but that goes to the core, Charlie.
But
and that's why this is such an interesting conversation
between
conservatives and progressives, because progressive ideology is help someone you don't know,
including non-American citizens.
So, I mean, generally speaking, I want to help the whole world, but of course, you take care of. You've got these circles. You got your family, nation, etc.
When people don't have
my point is, you guys circle the wagons, and we think about everybody in a way that's empathetic.
But this is the problem: is abstractions like that is how we end up invading Iraq and forget that our veterans are starving because we worry more about foreign adventures than the immediate. And so,
but that was for the military-industrial complex and the oil companies. That wasn't for us or our kids.
Look at Lindsey Graham, people like that have like very weird personal lives. They tend to not care as much about the immediate. They care much more about the foreign and the abstract. But I'm curious though that you don't think that family formation necessarily creates better politics.
Charlie, I want to ask you something. Right. So it's what you believe, right?
No,
so
sorry, I don't mean to talk.
No, it's okay. Put that aside for a second. What you personally believe, put that aside, and think about optics and political strategy. Do you at least concede that politically speaking, when it comes to optics, it is not advantageous to accuse childless people in America of not caring about the future of the country because they don't have kids? Well, like that is an incredibly people find that offensive,
but
right?
It's also a very pro-family sentiment too, saying
I love family.
No, I mean,
it's
glad.
That's also an accusation, right? Like the idea that if you don't have your own kids, you don't care about family. Like,
well, I'm not saying that. What you're asking me, is it smart politics? What he said was a couple years ago, before he was the VP, and I think that's important because, first of all, it's even before he was a Senate candidate. But even if he said it today, I would defend the essence of what he was saying, which is that when you have a group of people that are not attached, their public policy decisions are not immediately impacting the things that they cherish the most, and it's much more distant and much more detached and much more foreign, then public policy feels much more like playing risk than actually managing your home. And I think that's a big mistake. Conservatism at its best is trying to say, forget the abstractions. What's happening in the neighborhood? What's happening at church? What's happening with the family? But yeah, look, I share J.D. Vance's view on these things.
Yeah, so I'll say one last thing, and then I want to ask you about walls because you asked me about walls. So look, I wrote a lot about this in my book, actually, Justice is Coming, because that's my main thesis on the difference between the left and the right. That the right is not indecent. A lot of people on the left think, oh, they're immoral, they're bad, and of course, the right thinks that about the left, etc. No, the right wing can be wonderful, but they have tighter wagons, right?
But do you understand that though? Do you know where that comes from?
Yeah, I totally get where it comes from.
And I get the energy where it's like, I want to save the entire world. I'm like, okay, but like, how about you try to not have 70 shootings a weekend in Chicago before you tell me you're going to fight climate change?
Well, I say we
kind of see that, right?
No, I definitely say, but we could definitely do both, Charlie. It's not either or.
Let's stop the shootings.
Yeah,
right?
well, look, I would love to stop the shootings.
50% of kids are child lethal in this country, right?
That's what them is stopping the shootings,
right?
Both in Chicago and the mass shootings and all of that. And there, us populists, right wing and left wing, agree because we say like, why are we spending money in Israel? Or you would say Ukraine, right? And Israel has universal health care, they have paid family leave, they have all these things that we would love and we don't have.
Right.
And great Twitter policy.
Yeah, and so, well, we could disagree about that.
We got you there.
No, I don't know.
Good deportations.
No, yeah, I would argue that we got you on that.
I don't want to go
Israel's incredibly harsh and cruel, et cetera, on those things. But my point is, yeah, I get it. Take care of our families first before you start dropping bombs in the Middle East, et cetera.
We agree.
Oh, yeah. And so there are gradations of it, but don't hate the others. You know, if they're outside your wagons, they're not necessarily your enemies. They just happen to be in a little bit further circle away from you. And we're trying to, as progressives, we're trying to get you to empathize with people outside your wagons. But okay, so we've discussed that. But I wanted to get back to Tim Walz.
You want to talk about Tim Walz?
Yeah. So you said, hey, you think that it's hurt the Democrats. I think it's helped the Democrats tremendously because he's done economically populist things, and now they're championing economically populist things. And you said earlier, that's popular, right? Housing prices, groceries, et cetera.
Venezuela voted itself into slavery.
So look, we can argue about the policies, and this has nothing to do with Venezuela, and I can prove that, et cetera.
Close.
No, but no, it's not price controls. She did not. We're definitely against price controls. So
she
did not
tell
propose.
me what she proposed. Then.
She proposed. I'll tell you that real quick. Then
I'm not being sarcastic.
No, not at all. So she said she's against price gouging and left it vague. There's already laws against price gouging. Like for example, in a natural disaster, in a hurricane, you can't charge $200 for water. So she's saying, hey, I'm going to enforce those laws. By the way, she's not, because first of all, the price gouging happened in like 21, 22, and it's abated already. It's already actually gone down. Second of all, she said grocery stores, that's the wrong target. It's actually consumer goods that were doing the gouging, not the grocery stores, right? All this indicates she doesn't really mean it, and she's not even gonna do it even if we wanted her to do it, right? But she definitely did not say price controls, and none of those policies are price controls. If she said price controls, I guarantee you I would say wrong. That is the wrong policy.
I mean,
okay.
We just did a segment where we spoke out against the idea of price controls, and I mean, we have fairly recent history to reference, like what happened in the 1970s with price controls and how that led to a disastrous economic situation. So we're not in favor of that. However, there are some policies that she was specific about, especially as it pertains to housing. For instance, Kamala Harris has proposed laws that would ban private equity firms from purchasing up single-family homes, right? Which has driven up the price of homes. And what's really interesting is, again, going back to Donald Trump, what really worked for him in 2016 was similar economic messaging is now something that he's speaking out against because Kamala Harris is proposing it.
Well,
really,
I mean,
really interesting dynamic.
The BlackRock thing, I agree with. Blackstone or BlackRock?
Both.
There's two. Yeah. Should not be able to buy single family homes at least.
Oh, good. That's great agreement.
I've said it repeatedly. Same with foreign countries coming in and purchasing.
Oh, here. Okay.
You have a country of ownership, not renting. As far as the $25,000 per home, not a great idea. That will only boost the price of homes.
I agree with you on that.
It's not a great idea.
We need more inventory.
Yes, we need more inventory. So you have to deregulate. You also have to lower the price of energy, which brings up the price of everything. And you guys aren't going to like that, but that includes drill, baby, drill, and bringing down the price of oil and natural gas during this window where we want to try to have a housing boom.
I think we need more nuclear energy.
I agree. Nuclear's a great.
We're already number one in energy
top
production.
Energy producers, but we're also the top energy exporters,
which
is a problem.
Well, I think we should continue to be an energy exporter. The price of oil is still too high for too many people. Should get back down to $40, $50 a barrel, which, by the way, that if you want to like stick it to the oil and gas industry, bring the price of oil down. Their margins go down significantly. Secondly, what we're talking about, the private equity on board for that. You should not have major firms coming in and renting back. 1/4 of all home purchases in Q1 of this year were major asset management firms buying homes for the mere purpose of outbidding Americans so they can rent them back. No, I mean, I have no disagreement there.
So oil prices real quick. I mean, you talk about, we should continue being the top oil exporters.
Yes.
That'll, and producing more is going to lower the prices. But remember, we're talking about the OPEC cartel, where other countries are part of this global market. And if Saudi Arabia decides, you know what, we're going to withhold production because we want to make as much money as possible from fossil fuels, they're going to do it. I mean, they've done it before.
No, of course. And the way, by the way you prevent that is you flood the zone with oil. So you produce more oil and then you become the new Saudi Arabia. So you get to determine what the price of oil is.
So there's a lot of different ways to do that. I understand that philosophy.
And you also
prevent
war with Iran, which would then spike the price of oil.
We don't need to go to wars in the Middle East.
I'm saying prevent the war with Iran.
I know what you're saying.
Because you go to $150 a barrel if you have war with Iran.
Yeah, and I'm scared to death that they're going to go to war now on behalf of Israel. And then we're going to have $150 gas prices. And so that's a very complicated issue. A lot of things that drive supply and demand in oil. But But the reason that I'm not in favor, like for example, $30 billion in subsidies still to this day for oil companies, oil and gas companies. Why? Why are we giving $30 billion of taxpayer money?
Or are they subsidies?
A combination of subsidies and tax credits. And so they don't need tax credits. They're the most profitable corporations in the world.
So can you explain in greater detail? Is that for startup costs? Is that, because I've heard lots of mixed opinions on it. It's easy to say $30 billion. What specifically is that?
Yeah, so they have about $15 billion to incentivize production. And
Okay.
yeah.
Do you think we should get rid of that?
Yeah, because they don't need it. They already have trillions of dollars in incentives to do production, to do distribution, to do all of those
I'll
things.
disagree on that. What's the second part then?
But no, wait, Charlie, you can't disagree on that. Capitalism is about profit maximization, and they maximize profit. They do it really, really well. We don't need to give them our money on top.
For sure, but the thought process was we'd rather have our explorers, our producers explore than Qatar or Saudi Arabia, right? So we want to try to make it easier to drill here, and offering tax benefits in the production side creates American jobs, American financing.
The oil and gas is already under our soil. So when
but it's very capital intensive, as you all know. And there's no guarantee when you drill, you're going to have your profits back in the next 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee I'm going to get profits at TYT, and they're not subsidizing me $30 billion a year.
With all due respect, though, TYT doesn't keep the entire American economy going.
Well, agree to disagree.
Well, okay, fair enough. So, but let me ask you though. So to be consistent though, I say yes, subsidies for oil and natural gas because it's 70-80% of our energy. You would say though, yes, subsidies for solar panels and wind and for electric vehicles.
So the subsidies are only for nascent industries when there's an overall need to get that industry up and off the ground, up and running for national security reasons.
Do you think that solar panels are nascent?
At this point, I think they're on the edge of nascent still.
How about electric vehicles?
Yeah. Well, now you can make an argument that they are not.
No, that's
right,
what I'm saying.
Right.
So,
and so see, those are good conversations to have.
That's what we're having.
Right.
Just make sure.
Right. Exactly. So, but for the subsidies, a lot of them are 100 years old. The oil industry is not a nascent industry. And yes, we do care about climate change. And yes, fossil fuel is destroying the planet.
We're not going to get the climate.
So yeah, so that's the thing we disagree on.
That was the other 15 billion of what? So production, which is all American jobs, but the second part, yes.
And then distribution, which is crazy. I mean,
how do we subsidize that?
So look, you'd have to get into all the details of 1,000, like not 1,000, literally dozens of laws that some are left from 100 years ago, some are recent, et cetera. But Charlie, these are all funnel money back to their donors. Like we get as wars because of defense contractors. People think it's mainly because of Israel. No, it's mainly because of the defense contractors.
And when we do oil or defense contractors.
So I'm saying all the subsidies. We do subsidies for all of these different types of donors.
If you have a principle of we don't want subsidies for oil and gas, that's fine. It's $30 billion in a $6 trillion budget. The defense budget's $1 trillion a year, right?
My God, let's see. Hey, that's interesting.
Which is
so you think we could pare down the defense budget?
100%, of course.
Okay, good.
I've said that consistently.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, why do we have troops still in Iraq and Syria? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
I don't
hear
know
you on
Syria,
that.
but
So yeah, and they can't account for half their budget. It's an outrage.
We spent $200 billion on this Ukrainian war effort, which was one of the biggest mistakes, I think, in American foreign policy in recent memory.
So I want to end on the last couple of things, especially on agreement. But before we get to the agreement, I did mention walls and economically policies, and that led to this conversation. Do you see why we think that's a good conversation for us?
I guess, we look at it completely different. Again, immigration is a hot button issue that's tend to not win on right now. He did give taxpayer funded tuition for illegals in the state of Minnesota. Secondly, he has no restrictions on abortion whatsoever, which there's some horrific stories that have come out because of that. So it re-enters abortion as being a little murkier because right now it's a political winner for Democrats, and it's a little bit murkier for Democrats with no restrictions at all. That is not popular with the American people, just like my position of no abortion is not popular with the American people. And I'm willing to admit that.
Yeah,
hold on, though.
No,
I just wanted him to finish.
Okay. When it comes to the abortion issue and no restrictions at all, which by the way,
it's not realistic. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Just work with it.
Yeah, my view on it is I'm against a late-term abortion of a healthy pregnancy. However, I want to ask
you for saying.
Do you genuinely believe that women who get pregnant want to remain pregnant, go through the hormonal changes, go through the body changes, go through the torture of being pregnant, and then decide, like literally in the last week, oh, I think I'm going to have an abortion?
That's a great question. So instead of an abortion, they should be given a cesarean section.
Oh, but That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, do you genuinely believe that women are like...
First of all, the numbers show that there are a couple thousand late-term abortions every year. But it's
healthy pregnancies.
Well, that healthy is very difficult to ascertain.
Interesting.
Because for example, if you have preeclampsia, you're technically not a healthy pregnancy. But 1 out of 3 pregnancies in America is preeclamptic. You can easily deliver a baby via cesarean section if you're preeclamptic.
What percentage of those couple thousand late-term abortions are done due to that condition?
I don't know the number, but the point is that instead of aborting the baby, which is not medically necessary, you could still deliver the baby. That's the argument against
that's Roe v. Wade, right? Like Roe v. Wade was first 2 trimesters. That's Kamala Harris's policy. The 3rd trimester, you do not have a right.
Well, but 9 states, 9 states do have no restrictions. New Mexico, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, Minnesota, Massachusetts.
I agree with Roe. I agree with Roe.
Yes.
Okay, fair, and that's a step in the right direction, and that's why I say Walz brings that back into a place where he has no restrictions whatsoever in Minnesota, which is where you guys are in. So that's where the final point on the Walz thing though is the Floyd stuff and the mismanagement of the riots. And he did wait 24 hours to deploy the National Guard. There was a lot of suspicion around there. A lot of people think of Minneapolis as a burning, looted city in their recent memory, and he has to answer for that. And his answers have been clumsy, and his wife has had this weird clip where she's like, I smelled the tires and I rolled down my window, like very strange stuff. And so looking as an outsider, as a conservative, we see this as like an all-you-can-eat buffet line of very radical, unpopular positions that have now been introduced to the ticket.
Yeah, so I can debate every one of those with you, but I think that the country's talking more about his economically populist positions, and that's winning ground for us and not great.
Well, that's interesting. It might win ground with younger voters. The question is, will it win ground with baby boomers who tend to be very skeptical of heavy-handed, big government economic policies? And I don't think so. I don't think so. When they hear price gouging, or as it's portrayed, price controls, that's like no-go for baby boomer voters, which interestingly, Joe Biden was doing better with. And maybe now Donald Trump stands to gain from there. But younger voters, I agree with you. A 25-year-old voter will be, oh yeah, give me free stuff. Like, yeah, give me a house, or, make it easier for me to buy a house. Of course, that's more attractive.
So, yeah. So again, I could debate all of like the framing, et cetera. And look, Trump didn't call out the National Guard on the Floyd issues, and on then they're not saying give us a free house. And you agree with some of their policy proposals. Yeah.
Free stuff socialism, but also like make it easier to buy a house.
Right.
Sounds so. Of course it is.
Okay, so look, I love that. I think that's a huge win for us.
But do I think it's economically good for the country? Of course not.
Okay, so but let's end on agreement if we can, right?
We can try our best.
Okay, now I know we already agree on this. I want to see what we can do about it, Charlie, and I want it to be real, right? So post-election, because pre-election, nothing's going to happen, right? But whether Kamala Harris wins or Donald Trump wins, you don't want private equity buying up our homes. We don't want private equity buying up our homes. And I think that's actually quickly growing to be the #1 issue in the country. Whenever I go and talk to real people that are not in politics, they're like, oh, God damn it, the housing prices, right? And the American dream is slipping away from all of us. So is there a way that we can work from populist right and populist left on this critical issue and pressure either the Democratic or the Republican president to actually deliver on this?
I think it's a very simple bill. If you have assets under management over $100 billion, you should not be able to buy single family homes. Now, $100 billion totally sounds, it's actually not that much in the private equity. We're talking about $10 trillion in black, just so we're clear. 100x that. Because some people say, oh, make it 10 billion. Like, you got to have to align where you can still, have appetite there. But you think about it, what's happening, and I will say, housing prices aren't only going up because of that. You're flooding the zone with a lot of cheap money, and so money needs to find a home. And then you have one-off investors that aren't BlackRock and that aren't Blackstone that are also bundling homes, 3, 4, 5 homes, because they need to try to find a home for their, they need to try to find a place for their capital. But yes, I would love to see some agreement, and I would work with anybody on that, because my heart is not to have a nation of renters. I think when people own property, so that's another, so we get one other family thing. If you have 50 people that own property or 50 people that don't own property, I think we all agree the 50 people that own property, they have better politics. Do we agree?
Well,
or at least they're better citizens?
No, but I want them to own homes. No, Charlie,
or they have skin in the game?
No.
They do have more skin in the game. That is true.
No, guys. But
they've poured their entire life savings.
I've been a renter. I've been a renter. I've been a homeowner. None of my policies changed.
Nothing. You never changed.
No. It's not that I never change. And in fact, when I do change, I tell people, I go, hey, listen, I was convinced of X, Y, or Z, but for policy reasons, not because I personally went through that.
I don't know if I would. I think that owning a home, you care more about property taxes.
That's definitely true.
Right? You care more about the crime in your neighborhood and if it impacts, right? Do you agree?
No, I was a renter twice and I moved out because there was literally blood by my doorstep. So I cared about security. I didn't want to die.
Don't you think you take better care of, say, unit if you own it versus you rent it?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay,
there's details like that.
Behavior does change. And
well, around the property, but not necessarily about policy.
I know, but then policy that says you get a tax deduction for home improvement, which you do.
Yeah, and so we can debate that
I'm
policy,
just saying,
but I keep going.
I'm trying to say, though, that the deeper point, that owning property makes a better country, and renting, I think, creates very cynical, radical, nihilistic people. Because
here's the point we can agree on.
Because let me look, the final point. This is not debatable. Is that if you're paying all of your money for rent that disappears and doesn't go into an equity bank, then you're very bitter after 10 years.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah. That's exactly right. So whether it's the bitterness or not, the most important thing is you're not building wealth.
Exactly.
And it's not your asset. You're paying out rent instead of bringing in assets.
Towards the entire political project. That's
yes.
And you become indentured servants, right? You become serfs, right?
And then you view the world as you're like, nothing works for me. It's all rigged. And I think when you own a home, you're like, well, at least I'm working my tail off, but that $400 of my mortgage payment is still just kind of going in the piggy bank. One day I can access that equity. So yes, I think we should do everything we can to increase home ownership. I would like to do it in market-based principles. In addition, we should not all of a sudden have a couple billionaire oligarchs come in and steal away the American dream from the next generation's young people.
Agreed with you.
Yeah, and ironically, you asked me famously, and we talked about it last time. You said you live like a capitalist every day, right? And so the irony of that is that I'm a capitalist, and
so you live like a capitalist.
I live like a capitalist every day.
You're like owning homes and flipping them and renting them back.
No, you're definitely not doing anything.
Okay, but so my point though there is that in order to protect capitalism and the free markets, I'm gonna agree with market-based ideas, but our real enemy is corporatism.
Yeah.
Corporatism then says we don't want a free market. We want monopolies. We want control of your
system to our advantage.
Would you agree corporatism and also government regulators, government policy that hurts the small from achieving something big?
Of course. Yeah.
So we have agreement there.
Yeah. All right. So we hope that whoever wins, we'll all unite together.
I'm very clear that I think that Harris has she has a slight odds right now to win.
Yeah.
Slight.
All right. There you go. Another honest conversation. I love it. Charlie, thank you for joining us from Turning Point USA.
Talk to you soon.
Yeah, we appreciate it, brother.
Thanks.
All right, we'll be right back. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not gonna price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique, exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a members-only chat, giveaways, emojis, and so many other amazing perks. But most importantly, you're helping to make an impact. As a TYT member, you not only help us do the shows every day, but you drive real positive change in the process. In 2017, we helped to start Justice Democrats right here on TYT. That's a group that got a dozen progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing, you did that. Your support also funds TYT's very own investigative reporting. Just recently, our reporters exposed the Fellowship Foundation and pressured lawmakers into boycotting that bigoted event. Isn't that amazing? We raised over $30,000 for Jackson, Mississippi, and delivered clean water to thousands of people in need. Our petitions, polls, and community of activists help keep the corruption of Washington in check. That's the impact of what just $4.99 a month from our members can do. And we're just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen together. You know that viral video you saw of me? First of all, it's bull. Second of all, they got it from a snippet of the live show. You should check out the live show so you see the full context of everything we say. Weekdays, 6 o'clock Eastern, Young Turks on YouTube, or or wherever you get TYT.
The support we receive from members is the backbone of our movement to drive positive change. We need viewers like you to keep moving forward. Visit tyt.com/team and join our movement today.
All right, back at the Young Turks DNC coverage for you guys. We do have some amazing speeches coming up in a little bit. And I want to thank all these beautiful people who just joined: Heidi Bridgewater, Dee Donato, Deuce Weeks, and me. That's their handle. Chaplain Fred and Mariah, the Ginkgo Dragon, also gifted 5 memberships. We appreciate you guys. You make all this possible. And I'll read out the names from people who gave at tyt.com/DNC in a little bit. But first, we have another great interview.
Yes, joining us now is Bhaskar Sankara. He's the founder of Jacobin and the current president of The Nation magazine. Bhaskar, it's awesome to have you here.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I had no idea I would ever be inside an actual DNC. I've been outside it a couple of times. Being inside is a weird experience. I don't know, maybe do some Hail Marys after this or something like that.
So let me ask the first question because, I tend to agree with you on your views of, Sean O'Brien wanting to speak here at the DNC and not being invited to do so. I know that there's a lot of bad feelings about the fact that he spoke at the RNC. So let me just ask you, what were your thoughts about him deciding to address the RNC?
So following one of my colleagues who wrote this in Jacobin, I thought that his decision to speak at the RNC reflected a sign of weakness for labor. He felt that there was really no path forward for his union, that a lot of labor's priorities, even if they were nominally on the agenda of Democrats, weren't nearly enough to get passed. He clearly had a strategy about maintaining this kind of strategic neutrality, trying to speak to the American people through both conventions. So he asked for the invitation from the RNC and the DNC at the same time. For a variety of reasons, I disagree with the strategy, but it's a logical strategy in a certain sense. And I think we should criticize the strategy without hyperbolic language, like calling him a scab or saying that he betrayed the American worker. Well, first of all, the Democratic Party is a corporate party.
Yeah.
I would vote for the Democratic Party in a heartbeat in a swing state. So I'm not advocating third partyism as an immediate solution to our problem. But it's not like we have this sort of labor party that represents the American working class already. I mean, look at these booths. Bernie Sanders in a speech at the Chicago Teachers Union today pointed out that the big booths, the suites at the United Center are being sold to like lobbyists and corporations for $1 million a piece. I'm glad to find that TYT is on the ground with the people. Actually, at the very bottom.
Yeah.
But so I mean, I abhor the moralism, even though I disagree with Fain. So a better way to put it is, I think the DNC made a mistake not inviting him, compounding the mistake that I think O'Brien made by speaking at the RNC. Though speech was not all bad. It was like 75% pretty good.
I liked his speech, and I think we disagree a little bit about his decision to speak at the RNC. I thought that there was a lot of value in having him share that very aggressive message in an environment that typically is not very friendly to labor or labor unions. But I'm curious what, if any, solutions there are in regard to dealing with a political landscape where you have two dominant parties that are pretty pro-corporate, right? Like, what is the path forward when you're dealing with a situation like that?
So I think you do have, the Democratic Party is such a complex coalition, right? You have people on the left of the Democratic Party who have been there for decades. You have the civil rights and post-civil rights generation in the Democratic Party. You have labor unions. You have, all sorts of progressive forces in the party. But then historically, the party has also been corporate dominated. So it's this contradictory place. The Republican Party, there's almost no contradictions. It is the party of capital C, capital. I think that the strategy being pursued by Shawn O'Brien is, I know for a fact, this is me speaking as O'Brien, but I know for a fact there are 40 to 45 solid Democrats who will vote for something like the PRO Act. There's a few of them that I don't trust. Maybe I could get a few Republicans. Maybe we could build a cross-party coalition for labor issues so we get to 60 votes. That's his strategy. I think it would be much easier to imagine a world in which we primary get out the anti-labor Democrats and we build towards abolishing the filibuster, or maybe getting a supermajority again of pro-labor Democrats. But there's logic to the strategy. I want to critique it on those terms without the hyperbole and moralism.
Okay, yeah, I love having intelligent conversations like this. Okay, so I want to broaden it out a little bit. Oscar, as a person who ran Jacobin and arguably to the left of me, right? What's your theory of change, given that the Republicans are hopeless and the Democrats are largely a corporate party? How do we move that needle in a macro sense to get to the results we need?
Well, obviously, we need, to use the old jargon of the left, we need social forces on the ground, right? We need movements that are stronger. We need unions that are stronger. We need a real militant working class movement on the street. I know we all agree with that, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah.
And I think, Anna, your point about why you thought it was useful as a speech, I think that reflects a knowledge that in this environment, breaking through really requires the use of communication. It requires the use of leadership. We were fighting for Medicare for all for how many years with marginal success? And then Bernie Sanders made it a major issue through his presidential campaigns. So I think this combination of using the bully pulpit of mass communication, these big campaigns, but using that like Bernie Sanders did to encourage activity outside that narrow realm. I think we need to do something like that. And my theory of change is basically we need unions, we need parties of all types, and parties doesn't just mean the ballot line. It means in local communities. If I'm living in a city like Rochester, New York, I know that I could go down to the local, DSA, or ideally a future more rooted in the working class version of DSA, and tap into a way to engage in politics in which it fits my life. I don't need to be a professional activist. I can, pop in for 2 hours a month and be a part of something.
You just touched on something that I think is so important, which is, when I was working at Jacobin, I remember you would make this point often, and I thought I understood it, but I didn't understand it to the extent I do now, which is when it comes to organizations like the DSA, they are very much rooted in, economically privileged individuals who oftentimes get distracted by issues that don't really make the lives of working class people better. So, they get obsessed with identity politics, and then they justify it by saying, oh, well, if you don't care about these issues, well, then you're just a class essentialist. And what ends up happening is they push people who might have some conservative social views out of what would be a much more successful broad coalition. How do we solve that? Because I've been thinking about that more, and it's partly the reason why I was in favor of Shawn O'Brien addressing Republican voters at the RNC, because Republican working class voters care about these issues just as much as left-wing working class voters. Yeah. I'm talking about the economic issues.
Yeah, well, I'm still a DSA member. I think there's a lot of good being done in DSA. And also, I think that it's not so much that we're disproportionately economically privileged, so much as we're disproportionately college educated. So a lot of us, maybe first in our family, that they go to college, but we get politicized not in the working class communities we grew up, but in schools and universities. So it's kind of this contradictory position. But I would say that politics is about picking priorities. And if you want to build a movement that's against oppression, sometimes you need to figure out how to lead on your broad-based issues. Because we want jobs, we want healthcare, we want our best issues to be our number one, number two, number three issues in the mind of voters. And it's not that we're going to capitulate on our other issues, but we're going to figure out how to reach them. And when people say, oh, this is just a theory because you're never going to win over Trump voters. Sure, we're not going to win over most of them. We're going to win over some of them. And also just think about Black working class voters, particularly older Black voters, who are the most economically progressive historically, base of the Democratic Party, happen to be disproportionately churchgoers, happen to have more conservative views than your median Democrat on issues like gay marriage, issues that I know we all care about and believe in. But we're still able to just assume and know, well, it's not going to be hard to whip the vote and to get these people excited and activated in politics.
Right.
Why can't we hold that contradiction of they agree with us on these top 5 issues and they're willing to go along with the other issues, but we're not going to maybe foreground it in our particular appeals, or we're going to just be savvy in how we communicate with people. Why can't we extend that to voters in rural and semi-rural districts that Trump does really well in?
Yeah, let me ask you a question that, I don't know, I guess some people might consider controversial, but look, your family's originally from Trinidad. My family's originally from Turkey. We're both obviously minorities. I don't know what Anna is. She's from the Caucasus. I know.
Yeah.
No, I'm
race-wise.
Race-wise. I mean, you're literally Caucasian. But yet you're a minority within America since you're from a smaller ethnic group, et cetera. But my point is, I can be offended all day long as someone who comes from a Muslim background. And if I demand that everyone be fair and kind and decent to Muslim Americans first, before I have a conversation with them about housing or healthcare, et cetera, I'm never going to get that conversation off the ground because they're not going to be. And we're going to get stuck battling culture war issues and never getting to the agreement. That's my take on it. I'm curious what your take on it.
Well, I think we need even when we talk about these issues of discrimination or disrespect, we should use terms like disrespect. We should talk about broad, universalized dignity. Basically say that, what was the civil rights movement's, one of its most potent slogans was, I am a man.
Yeah.
Right? It was, I deserve access to this universal respect. And I think that's different than a particularism that stays particular. So we start with, I'm a Muslim American, but I deserve to be treated like any other American. And I think there's a very distinct difference between, I'm a Muslim American, so you need to respect my particularities of this, that, or the other. It's a much harder ask. And also, I think it's a more depressing vision of America, because I know there's problems with the vision of the melting pot of America. And I know that obviously we don't believe in forced assimilation in America. But when someone says, oh, we're a multicultural country, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like all 3 of us are from the same culture.
Right.
We have different backgrounds. Our family might eat different foods or have different customs, but 99% of our lives are spent in the same culture. The idea that we even have to have a multicultural conversation or mediate certain differences is absolutely absurd. And this is one of the great things about America. I mean, you two are on the air, all the time, and obviously,
we have, I mean, Minyons and Turks, the history, and all of that, but
that's what makes America great.
It is, and I think what has kept this going, our relationship going, and this wonderful work environment going, is that we have a shared identity as Americans, right? And so I feel like in recent decades, we've kind of moved away from valuing that shared American identity. And I want to, as part of this project here at TYT, bring people back together as seeing themselves as Americans, in addition to celebrating their cultural, and racial backgrounds. And so that kind of leads to my next question about Kamala Harris and the way that she's been campaigning so far. What do you think about how she's kind of shied away from kind of diving into the identity politics? I mean, certainly people surrounding her are diving into it, but she has obviously made a conscious decision to not lean into, oh, I'm a black female, and
yeah, I think that not many people are inspired to vote for historic anymore. They want to vote because, their pocketbooks, all sorts of other issues people care about. Even issues that aren't directly bread and butter to a lot of Americans, like Israel's massacres in Palestine. I mean, this matters a lot more to people than, oh, I'm going to do a historic first for this person I don't know. And just looking back in hindsight, some of the messaging around the Hillary Clinton campaign was really just dumb. I know we thought it was dumb at the time, but it's just so obviously dumb. I thought it was silly, but I thought it was going to win anyway. But the I'm with her, like I'm trailblazing, I'm breaking glass ceilings for all of you. It was really just framed as being about her, kind of
exactly
in some way.
Yeah.
And also, for what it's worth, I think Harris is someone who I disagree quite a bit. I think on certain issues during our first term, we might find that Biden was actually maybe more progressive economic, or at least willing to be pushed by people like Bernie Sanders more than Harris. I think people are in for some rude awakenings there potentially. But she does kind of seem like a dynamic, nice, normal person. And I'm getting annoyed by this constant weird harping, but it is obviously true that, the old George W. Bush Gore thing that kind of helped sink Gore, would you rather have a bear with? It helps sink. I know the Supreme Court had a much bigger role, but who'd you rather have a bear with? I think Chris Matthews, that question. But I think 70% of Americans would probably rather have a bear with these walls than J.D. Vance.
Oh, totally.
Probably there's a portion of Trump voters that would find it less grating and less stressful to have Kamala Harris in your house than an insane person like Donald Trump.
Yeah, Donald Trump might try to steal the China and and in your car on the way out. Anyways, last question for me is, look, one of the biggest obstacles, especially in what you said was your theory of change, which is someone who's a leader who can actually push in the direction, the difference that Bernie made on Medicare for all, et cetera. I totally agree with that. But your biggest obstacle, and Bernie has said that many times on this show as well as everywhere else, is corporate media. Because they're the ones that block the message, that pervert the message, that put a distorting lens on the message. So what's your thoughts on how do we get past that?
Well, you gave me a layup, and I'm gonna just miss it entirely. Because I do think that the biggest barrier is not necessarily corporate media. I'm gonna disagree with Bernie there. I think it's convincing people that our ideas will work for them. And if we give them a list of here's 30 economic ideas we're gonna do for you, it seems like a wish list and it seems not practical or realistic. But if we say to them, listen, we're not gonna be able to do everything for you, but we're gonna do these 2 or 3 things in our first term. There's a simple targeted agenda. And I think Bernie in 2016 had much more of that targeted agenda. Yeah. In 2020, I think that there was a bit too much of we have something for everybody, and it was a bit scattered. But my mother, who's from Trinidad, from a country with a left and union tradition, her critique of Bernie Sanders, she did vote for Bernie because I asked her real nice, but her critique was, are they really going to let him do any of that? And I think that that's something that in an era of uncertainty, people might much rather the centrist who's promising maybe a 5% improvement in your life than a radical saying, I'm going to prove things 100%. And I think getting past and communicating for people through small victories that we could actually improve their lives for the better, I think that's important. But obviously communicating requires a media. You guys are the biggest of these like left media outlets that we built, progressive media outlets that we built, like obviously through Jacobin and the Nation. Thank you. I know you were trying to lead me towards that plug.
No, I was asking a legit question because that really is, I actually genuinely believe that it's the biggest obstacle. Because you're right, Bhaskar, but at the same time, how often have you heard anyone on cable news say that Medicare for all polls at 70%, paid family leave polls at 84%, that 3/4 of Republicans want paid family leave? You never, ever, ever hear that because they bottle up the message. Because if they let Americans know how popular those positions are, they would want them.
Well, I know you were there too, but at Bernie Sanders today at the Chicago Teachers Union building, he said, listen closely. And I think all the viewers should listen closely too. How many times will you hear Medicare for all in the next couple of days? And he says he suspects not a lot because of the power of powerful interests. And it's not just the insurance interest, it's the media. And it's all these people who really don't want any fundamental change. That's always the watchword of Democrats. That's what they're whispering right now to the corporate interests. Don't worry, we might be leaning left, but nothing will fundamentally change. That's our line.
Yeah.
Yeah. So end on that thought, because literally in this building, as we are speaking here, at the very top are the suites, and the suites are where the corporate donors are. And so the politicians will come and do media here, but then they'll rush back up to the suites where the real deals are happening. And don't get it twisted, guys. At the RNC, same exact thing, but on steroids, right? So both parties rush up to the rafters to make sure that they get their orders from the donors. And that's the number one issue that we have to fix in order to get to all these changes that we want in America. But a great conversation. Thank you for joining us. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We've got speeches coming up, really important ones, Jaime Raskin, AOC, et cetera. So don't miss a minute of it. Stay right here.
Bragging about having ripped away a woman's freedom to choose what she does with her own body is unthinkable. And Democrats, Americans, we deserve better. We deserve a president who is tough, not just tough talking. One who shatters the boundaries of what's possible, not the boundaries of what's legal. And one who wipes the floor with cheats and fraudsters because, well, Democrats, she knows the type. Democrats, that president, the president that we deserve, that president is my friend, Kamala Harris. Thank you all so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deja Fox, and I'm so excited to be here today from Arizona. That's right. That's where I was born and raised by a single mom. I was a free lunch kid, raised in public housing, and I got my health care at Planned Parenthood. Because of policies that lift people up, I walked through the gates of my dream school as a first-generation college student. People my age are making big decisions about our lives, and we deserve a president who has our back. Not some power-hungry millionaire reality TV personality who only cares about himself. We need Kamala Harris. She'll deliver a future where we can decide if and when to start a family. A future where we can afford rent and groceries. A future where we're not crushed under student debt. A future where any free lunch kid can walk through the gates of their dream college. For young people, this is a fight for our future. We have a responsibility to do this, and we have a responsibility to do it right, and that's why we're gonna show up for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And here now, with a musical performance, is Jason Isbell. Thank you.
See that hammer finds the nail and the freight trains are ready. I guess I'm doing what I'm on this earth to do. I don't think of mine here where it hurts. I'm just lucky to have the work. The Sunday morning I'm too tired to go to church. But I
Welcome back to TYT's coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Anna Kasparian, John Iadarola with you. John, day one, what are your thoughts so far?
I mean, we haven't gotten to the great speeches yet. We have had some speeches. I got to go on the floor for a bit. That was cool. It is a very different experience than being on the floor at the RNC. Not only do you not have to like watch Greg Abbott or whatever, but like, just the vibe of the people is better. There was a lot of stuff about unions just in the brief section that I was there. It's way better. Everything's better.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that I will say is that in terms of vibes, for lack of a better word, there's definitely genuine, sincere excitement here. People are jazzed, and it's a totally different energy from when Biden was running still.
Yeah.
And so if anyone would have you believe or wants you to believe that the excitement around Harris is like not real, it's real. Trust me.
Who would be trying to spread that at this point? Well, other than Trump, literally Trump.
Already you see in the media like, oh, there was like some initial excitement about Harris, but can she maintain it? And as far
as that's a fine question.
Yeah, it seems like she has been able to maintain it. Look, I'm actually shocked at how well her campaign is going, considering how this switcheroo happened. You know what I'm saying?
The great switcheroo.
It's not like she had this planned, it's just,
or did she?
Or maybe she did. I don't know. But my point is, she has done a really good job in a number of different ways with this campaign. And for me personally, what I have enjoyed about her campaigning is that she didn't listen to any of the Democratic consultants who are concerned about her laughing too much or giggling too much. She leaned into it and has decided to go in the positive messaging route. And I think that's the right way to play this.
Yeah, we have not often seen a campaign that's really focused around positivity. We have even more rarely seen it work, and even more rarely see it sustained.
Yeah.
And I think if you're the media, for the most part, it's interesting for a week or two, and then I want something to happen. She's gonna have a misstep or say something wrong, or so I've been waiting for them to find something. And if she did like a big sit-down interview, there would be something she would say that would generate is this the end of the honeymoon thing? And so I think they're quite wisely, it may not be the best thing from Democratic norms perspective, but quite wisely, just putting off that inevitable turn by just focusing on, they're campaigning all over the place. They're going to swing states constantly. They're letting a lot of like the social media stuff sort of drive itself. They don't really need to do much there. And then the vibes have just against all odds continued. And I think that Trump's complete inability to pivot and the way he's just exuding anger and entitlement, it like buoys the vibes. They might have died off, except seeing Trump be so bothered by it helps to continue it.
It again, I mean, I've said this repeatedly on the show, but I am shocked at how much he is allowing himself to be triggered. And it's one thing to be triggered. It's another thing to be open about how triggered you are and campaign on how triggered you are. It is not an appealing message. And this is not just based on my feelings toward it. It's being reflected in the polling.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and Republican aides, like they're telling him to stop. He has never, a lot of people have this problem, but Trump has this problem. He says things and does not realize how much he's communicating about the way he feels. A lot of people have this problem. Not a lot of them are public figures. And before, when he's winning or he's going up against a candidate that's weak, it doesn't necessarily matter if he's revealing his inner self so much. But when he's on the back foot and when it's Kamala Harris, he doesn't realize how much he's giving up when he does that. And I think for those of us on the other side, we are already happy with what's going on. And then we draw extra vampiric pleasure from it's Schadenfreude, like being like buttressed on a daily basis.
Yeah, look, in politics, when you're campaigning, you never want to be on the defense, or you want to avoid being on the defense as much as humanly possible. And ever since Kamala Harris became the presumptive nominee, Trump has been on the defense and he's stayed there. And I mean, it's really his own fault because he doesn't know how to pivot back to, honestly, the strategy that his own campaign managers are asking him to pivot back to. I don't know, it's really fascinating to watch it.
And super fast, the thing about that's so surprising to me, and it has been since she came in and he's been flailing, is it's not like the debate happened. Everyone's like, oh, Biden's got to go. And the next day he's gone.
Right.
And Harris is in. It was like a month.
I know.
And Republicans had already they'd spent about 6 months with their conspiracy theories that Biden was not going to be the candidate, that Michelle Obama was going to come in and replace him, which obviously wasn't true. But they already had out in the zeitgeist the idea that Biden might not make it. They had a month of debate about whether Biden should step down. And they seemingly, none of them took it seriously at all. None of them prepared.
I know.
That's such a dereliction of duty politically.
So we just had Charlie Kirk on. And I know that some people are like, don't platform right wingers. We're going to platform right wingers if we can get an interesting conversation out of it. And I thought that was a fascinating convo because we asked him about that. We asked him like, hey, it seems like Trump was caught flat-footed. And you want to know something? To his credit, Charlie Kirk also said, yeah, we didn't expect this to happen, which is pretty mind-blowing. It really is.
Debate for a month.
I know, it's amazing. But look, I guess there was so much resistance by Biden in dropping out that maybe they just believed that Biden was going to stay in the race. And no, in fact, they did believe that Biden was going to stay in the race. But Biden did end up doing the right thing, and it honestly saved the Democratic Party in this general election because now it's a very competitive race.
Yeah.
All right, I wanted to read some super chat comments. Thank you to Paul Casas, who's apparently been a viewer for a long time, even though he is conservative. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, very conservative viewer, a longtime viewer. We disagree across the board. Despite that, I'd hate to think I was free riding. I appreciate the consistency, even if I think it's consistently wrong. Good luck. Round of drinks on me.
That's a very generous super chat, by the way, from someone who doesn't agree with us ever.
But honestly, credit where credit is due. I mean, aside from the super chat, Paul, I mean, clearly you have an open mind and are willing to listen to perspectives that you disagree with and to do so for a long period of time. I mean, you're a long-time viewer. So I really, really appreciate and respect that. So thank you. My homeboy Goose, who's been a member for 2 months, says, Hind Rajab, speak her name in her memory and the memory of the other 40,000 plus innocent civilians killed on both sides, 98% of which are from Gaza. And, I want to weigh in on that a little more because, I was gone for 2 weeks. I feel so incredibly fortunate to have the ability to take a vacation like the one I just took. We saved for it for a long time. It's a vacation I dreamed about for a long time. And I was able to finally go, I went to Barcelona. I went to, 3 different parts of Italy. Italy is so, I can't emphasize enough how
you might convert to Italian.
I
feel like.
I love the culture there. I love the history, the people, everything.
There are some places where you can basically be given property if you maintain it and renovate it. It's one of those.
Honestly, I can see myself living in a little shack in Italy and being totally happy. Like, I just love it so much. Anyway, but I had we were finally in Venice. And once we finally got there, we were exhausted. So we decided to just take a quick nap before going out and exploring. And as I was laying in bed, trying to go to sleep, I was thinking about how I just had this extreme wave of gratitude. I promise there's a point to the story. And then I thought about the fact that there are countless Palestinian children who are born into the situation that they're experiencing in Gaza and the West Bank.
Yeah.
And they die, never having the opportunity to see the things that I was privileged enough to see on this trip, to experience the kinds of joys that one can experience in life. And it made me really angry.
I mean, I'm sure you saw it. You were away, so maybe you didn't. But obviously there's been, as people pointed out, tens of thousands of examples of this. But the one that in the most recent past got me was the guy who had just gotten the birth certificates for the 2 children.
I know, I did see it. Yeah. No, I
don't understand how anyone defends this. I mean, look, I guess if you've gotten to this point and you're still defending, there's nothing that's going to stop you. But that is a unique evil. I mean, as I had a kid in the last year, there would be nothing to my life but the quest for vengeance after that. And I imagine there are many people that feel that way. it's just evil. Even if you don't believe in evil, I'm secular. I don't believe in a religious sense, but if it means anything, it's what happened.
No, I totally agree with you. And, traveling gives you perspective on a lot of different things. And the world is full of wonder. It's full of so many interesting people, interesting cultures, amazing architecture and history. And it breaks my heart to know that there are people trapped in a torturous situation, born into it, die in it.
Yeah.
And we are supporting that with our money, with our government. I feel a tremendous amount of shame as an American that we have a government that is doing that. But I just wanted to give you that, perspective. Homeboy Goose, you're absolutely right. And Hind Rajab, what happened to her haunts me more often than I talk about on this show. It's just absolutely horrendous. Lily Iris writes in and says, thanks TYT for your integrity in reporting. Thank you so much. The Breaker of Walls, who's been a member for a year, says, I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. Reference to, of course, Charlie Kirk.
Which, not that I ever feel the need to defend him, he admitted the last time you talked to him was a cringy thing to have said.
Yeah, he's grown up a little bit.
That's good.
We disagree with him clearly on a lot of things, but
I disagree about the growing up, but he admitted that at least. That's good.
To be fair, there are areas of agreement, right? Especially when it comes to things like private equity firms buying up homes, corruption in our political system. Let's go to Alexander, who says, loaded question, when will elected officials focus on voters instead of elections? That is a great question. I don't find that a loaded question at all. I think whenever you deal with a situation like we have right now, where, look, to be fair, Trump's messaging increasingly, especially after Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee, has become me. Like he's kind of moved away from any of the economic messaging that helped him get elected in 2016 and is now focused. Yeah. Like he literally said, I'm more attractive than Kamala Harris.
He said beautiful.
Who said that?
Let's be accurate.
No one cares about your looks. I don't care about Kamala Harris's looks. I don't care about Donald Trump's looks. What I care about is, what is the future of this country going to look like? And what are you going to do for working people in this country?
Maybe I'm more of a moderate. I care about both of those things equally. I'm kidding. Yeah, by the way, though, the question was, when are they going to stop focusing on elections and focus on people? And to Trump's credit, he has recently in his speech has been saying, I don't even know why we're having an election. He doesn't want the election, then he will have more time to focus on people. He literally has been saying that in his speeches.
I know. Kathy L writes in and says, Charlie is a good, honest debater. Repek, the political cat boy says, I never grew up dreaming.
I love that name.
I never grew up dreaming of college because I knew it was too damn expensive no matter what I did. I dream of the day we have a candidate that ends that completely.
Bernie proposed like a decade ago, 4-year public college.
Yep.
That is not a radical plan. That's the compromise.
Yeah, exactly. All right, the Comet Dragon, who's been a member for a year. Member for 19 months with TYT Premium says, wow, 19 months flew by. Love you, TYT and TYT family and Dragon Squad. Also, how do I become a mod? I don't know the answer to that last question, but thank you for supporting us. I would direct you to the right person, but I don't want to do the wrong thing. So I don't know.
There's probably someone in the chat that can put you on the right path.
Yeah, that's true. The mods are in the chat. So reach out to the Comet Dragon. Okay, let's see. Jonathan Borazajani says, I like it when TYT talks to Charlie Kirk. Thank you. Florida Dragon says, hoping for a good week for the Dems this week. Well, look, the Democrats have had a few really good weeks.
Yeah.
And I couldn't stand when the Democrats who wanted Biden to drop out were singing his praises and pretending like he was God's gift to the universe. Mm-hmm. It really got under my skin. However, I do give him a lot of credit for dropping out of the race, even though he did it begrudgingly.
Yeah, and I think has been undercutting it with some of the stuff that's been leaked.
Okay, can you talk about that? Because I've been gone for 2 weeks, so I'm curious.
Yeah, look, I don't know to what extent he has any control over it, but there's all this reporting of like he's resentful and angry and like he wants to do his speech and then get out of the DNC. And like Michael pointed out, it's not necessarily strategically a bad thing for him to do Monday and then let the rest of it be about her.
Right.
Sure. But like all this reporting is, so either intentionally he wants people to know he's angry or he's talking about it enough with enough people that it's leaking.
Right.
And just don't do either of those things.
Yeah, I agree.
It just seems unnecessary.
I mean, he really didn't want to drop out of the race. And one could argue he was forced out, but good.
Yeah, sometime you have to take the keys away from grandpa because he can't drive anymore.
I totally agree.
By the way, you know Shawn Fain is speaking like 2 speakers from now.
Oh, nice. Okay, so we'll obviously cover that.
That's exciting.
I'm really looking forward. Shawn Fain's a fantastic speaker, a real fighter for workers, managed to accomplish real gains for UAW workers. So I love Shawn Fain.
And then after him is a little congresswoman from New York. I'm not familiar with her. I'll have to look her up.
Very
I'll
excited.
have to look. I'm not familiar, but anyway.
Yep. Thoughts on her speaking on the first day rather than later on in the convention?
I mean, look, if I wanted to, I could be insulted by it. But look, you have Biden. Biden is speaking on the first night, so it is not a normal first night. He's a current president. They don't normally do that. Hillary Clinton, former presidential nominee. So it's not like they're not putting some big people to sort of balance it out and make it a little bit less of a potential insult, you know. And Jaime Raskin speaking, I think a bunch of senators. It still sucks, but it's not that bad.
Well, I mean, remember, AOC didn't want Biden to drop out, was pretty vociferous about it. So I'm actually surprised that she's speaking at all.
Well, she didn't. We don't know if she didn't want him to drop out. We just know what she said.
Yeah, which matters a lot.
Sure.
More than what she privately thinks.
Maybe. Yeah.
Just love her.
No, I just think that I understood the strategy of the progressives taking a back seat during the push. They arguably got what I think they wanted without allowing the narrative to become the left is trying to undercut Joe Biden, which could have triggered a knee-jerk reaction. If Nancy Pelosi wanted him to drop out, then there was probably enough centrist energy that it wouldn't have mattered. But the media is always ready to pitch things as crazy leftists push for something unreasonable. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's the thing, but
I have to ask a super important question.
What's
Are
that?
those honey roasted nuts?
They are deluxe mixed nuts. They are honey roasted. Unfortunately,
I'm pretty hungry.
They are empty. Yeah. I feel like this is some sort of metaphor. I don't know what, but something. Who ate all the nuts? Well, Cenk was sitting here, so probably him. We have tons of snacks though.
Who's got the nuts?
Trail mix.
Okay, okay, let's move on.
It's probably an accessory for MAGA these days from what I'm seeing.
Oh my God, JJ writes it and says, this voter wants the big things and wants them yesterday. The drops in the bucket have been status quo for decades. I'm over it. And this just reaffirms that we are not getting what we deserve. JJ, I share your frustration. And look, I've been holding back a little bit because I feel like people lose their minds when I'm brutally honest, but
yeah.
You usually have the Democratic candidate promise the moon and the stars when they're running and then do, if you're lucky, 5% of that.
Yeah.
So look, I was honest about what I feel in regard to Kamala Harris's housing related proposals. I think they're fantastic and I think they're comprehensive in that it's not just about subsidizing first-time home buyers. It's about increasing inventory of housing and also restricting private equity firms and corporations from buying up single-family homes. I think that's fantastic. Do I think she's gonna genuinely accomplish that or fight for that? If I had to bet money on it, I would say no. And it's the reason why I'm cynical is because this is my first rodeo. You get what I'm saying? So I want her to surprise me. I want her to prove me wrong so badly.
Well, yeah, and making the promise is the first step of it. Harris is walking out?
Oh, okay.
What?
Let's take a look at what's going on right now.
She pulling a Trump coming out in the first night?
I love her positive energy. I think that's
and balls too. Like,
yeah, same.
I don't think he has stopped smiling for decades.
They're the two smiliest candidates we've had
100%.
in like decades, I feel like.
But I do feel like I agree with Ben Shapiro. Politics shouldn't come with joy. Weirdo. What a weird thing to say.
Yeah, you should totally be a joy kill. That's a great way of running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hear it.
Yeah, can we get the volume on this, guys?
Evening.
There we
It
go.
is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home.
He seems happy.
This is going to be a
She
great
puts me in
week.
a good mood.
Yeah. And you're resistant to it.
I am.
From your job. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
By celebrating our incredible president, Joe Biden.
They're trying to win him over, man. If people just clap enough, he'll get his wings back, and then he can fly off into the sunset.
Historic leadership for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you.
When he comes out to speak, her and Trump will both be wondering, is he gonna say he's still running?
Thank you, Joe.
Trump is still running against him.
I know.
Looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
I like that campaign slogan. Rather than I'm with her, no, this is about us and we're moving forward.
Yeah, I didn't love I'm with her, but it is in the vein of an I like Ike sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I like her campaign style is obviously way better than in a million ways.
At least I like Ike rhymed. It had that going.
I do like rhymes and shiny things. I like both of those.
The Nixon campaign slogan of "Can't lick dick." That was literally a campaign slogan. Can you believe that?
And look, I don't like misinformation in politics. You can lick dick, so I don't like the lie.
I mean,
you
he
know?
was licked eventually.
He was eventually licked.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if he enjoyed it, but anyway,
That
yeah,
just came out.
A little thing,
like a ray of sunshine.
Which again, Trump did that on the first day, to show off his boo-boo. So maybe that was to match that. I don't know. I don't know.
I can't believe how much things have changed in a few short weeks.
It's amazing
how a month in a political election is really a lifetime.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what's going on. See what this speech is all about.
And hello,
this is the coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve.
This is the coach
all
of the Golden
across
State
America.
Warriors. Is that basketball?
I think if they're on schedule.
The first night
No, it's
of
not.
the Democratic
Well, that's what the schedule was. I'm looking at the schedule.
How is that
Tony
for an
Baldwin,
opening
how did you
act?
not know that?
Did you?
No, of course not.
He does look a little bit familiar, actually.
Now, as our vice president just said, over the next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love.
He's in Divergent.
And about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different
How did
candidates,
they make the
but
decision
between two
to have
very different futures.
Tony Goldwyn speak?
He probably is from
A donor or something?
from here. No, he was born in Los Angeles.
In this campaign.
One of my close friends just says, "Girl, my husband is on stage at the DNC."
Reproductive rights.
She's in the entertainment industry, so
our security,
more in the know than I am when it comes to Tony Goldwyn.
the future of our freedom,
He's
the
on
future
Law and Order.
of our
Okay,
very
Law and Order.
democracy.
I don't know.
We will
Okay.
see the vision
We're
of
gonna
our
hear
nominee.
many speeches
It
that
is
sound
You want to
exactly
hear
like
pop
it.
culture people, I'm hoping
An opportunity
Simone
for
Biles.
everyday Americans,
That's what I'm hoping
where
for.
we
It's probably not going to
continue to
happen,
grow
but
this economy
Okay, so let's talk a
by
little bit
growing
about
the middle class.
other celebrities that are
And where the
expected to make an
safety
appearance here. So there are rumors, whispers, if you will, that Beyonce might make an appearance. I know there's a lot of excitement about that. Taylor Swift.
is there a rumor that Taylor Swift might come?
I don't know if it's a rumor at this point or if it's gonna happen.
It would be awesome, but yeah, I don't know. I think Beyonce's more likely.
Okay.
Especially because she already apparently, gave Harris the right to use one of her songs. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift has never been super comfortable with, mixing politics with her stuff. Like she did.
Smart. I mean,
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I were her, I don't think I'd necessarily be worried about losing fans at this point. I think she's going to be okay, but coming to a convention is a different sort of thing. We'll see. But look, if either of them come, I mean, how does that make the Kid Rock performance look?
Dude.
Oh,
Dude.
Hulk Hogan still looks good, but Kid Rock.
I enjoy watching Kid Rock. The way I like it, I like watching The Real Housewives.
You want to see a hot mess fall apart?
Yeah, it's sometimes entertaining. So like I find Kid Rock deeply entertaining. The same way I find reality TV deeply entertaining. Like you want a train wreck sometimes.
The only thing I find entertaining about him is that he enthusiastically participated in the Bud Light protest, including opening up with his Uzi on all of them. And then like, yeah, well, but no, and then the next year he's like, I just want to drink it. I don't care. Like I like that.
Amazing because there's, listen, I like beer. I really like beer.
I like beer.
I love beer, actually.
Yeah.
There's so much great beer out there.
Yes.
So many different types of beer. You like hoppy beer? Oh, there's so many different types of IPAs.
Bud Light is still its own thing, though.
I know. What is there about? Why do Americans like Bud Light? What?
I like it.
He would say that.
It's not
John
good.
would
Okay.
say that.
So you know how like LaCroix will be like lime LaCroix, and it's so lime LaCroix is water that like has a memory of lime in it. It's barely lime. Well, Bud Light is like water that remembers a time when there was beer. It's not much beer, but it's a little beer.
I feel like if
refreshing.
you are going to consume calories through liquid, you want to maximize the pleasure of doing so.
Yeah.
You know?
JD Vance's supporters are thinking the same thing.
After a workout, have some beers.
Have some beers.
By the way, having the beers after the workout kind of defeats the purpose of the workout.
Yeah, but, okay, you could drink like a Blue Moon, or you can drink like 3 Bud Lights.
I'll take
or both.
I don't even like Blue Moon, to be honest with you, but I'll take the Blue Moon over the 3 Bud Lights.
Okay, well,
yeah.
I don't know. I appreciate it because I'm an American.
No, but
she's Italian right now, I think.
Birra. Okay, that's how you say it.
Is
so let me just say, after touring the Coliseum, not a big deal, in the heat.
Look it up.
In Rome. We went to this little hole-in-the-wall cafe, and they had these sandwiches. They're called bombas.
See, he was coming.
Oh, Steve Kerr. That's
He's
cool.
there.
That's cool.
They look similar.
Basketball, right?
I guess.
Okay. You might.
I know that it is, but I don't watch
I
it.
don't know who's less in the know about sports. If it's
I know quite a bit about the good sports. Okay.
like what are the good sports?
Board
games don't count.
WWE, women's Olympic gymnastics.
By the
women's
way,
soccer.
Okay, let's talk about Simone Biles for a second. No, she's amazing.
Yeah.
She's so amazing.
People are starting to discover that, I think. So.
I mean, look, to be fair, I never really got into watching the Olympics until this last Olympics. And she's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, you watch all of the gymnasts from all the different countries, including some American gymnasts, and you're like, wow, they're really talented. This is incredible. And then Simone Biles comes out and she just spanks everyone.
Yeah. Not every time this time, but yeah, no, she's incredible. I think that she's maybe the most impressive athlete ever.
She's incredible.
Yeah.
Is it a rumor that she's going to speak at the DNC or?
Oh, it is, but I'm the one spreading it and have been for several weeks now. The only reason I bring it up is it would be awesome to have Olympians come out as a symbol of America. So in my mind, the entire women's gymnastics team comes out, and you have Suni Lee and you have Jordan Childs who got robbed. But then also with Simone Biles, she put out a tweet saying, I love my black job.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So maybe she doesn't like Trump. Maybe she supports Harris. I don't know. I don't have much to go on, but I just want it to happen.
If I remember correctly, the US basketball team spanked the French basketball team.
The women.
Oh, it was the women?
I think so. Well, I think they won by 1 point, I think. But they won.
That's not
They
really
got the gold.
Spanking.
In the history books, they got gold, baby. It doesn't matter.
I got super.
You win by an inch or win by a mile. A win's a win. Dominic Toretto taught me that.
Egoistic during the Olympics, like.
Oh yeah.
Go,
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
like I'm never like that, but there was something about the Olympics that made me super competitive and super proud to be American.
To tie this back to Harris, so there's the enthusiasm for Harris combined with the schadenfreude from Trump being bothered by it all. And both of those things combine to make a stronger emotion than either would alone.
Yeah.
Well, with the Olympics, our athletes are awesome and exciting, so you get hyped by it.
Yeah.
And all the right-wing pundits are so angry that our athletes are doing well for some reason.
Yeah. Really?
Oh my God, yeah. They hated Simone Biles coming out of the last Olympics. Michael Knowles is saying that like Jordan Chiles tried to rob a Romanian gymnast of her medal or whatever. And then of course they're mad about the whole Algeria thing. And because of the Algeria thing, they had no interest in our Olympians. Obviously, Sha'Carri Richardson, they're not gonna support her because of the whole weed thing. And so they just were not in on the Olympics. And so it allowed us, like with the camo hat of Harris Walls, to be like, okay, you don't want this symbol of Americana? We jump in it.
I want to be proud of my country.
Yeah, I want to be proud of my country when it deserves to experience pride.
Exactly, and I think the Olympic Games were an opportunity to feel genuine and warranted pride in your country.
We got over 100 medals.
Dude,
we did amazing.
Proud to be an American where I know I can be free. By the way,
I don't think we can use that song.
I ended up sitting next to Lee Greenfield on the flight home.
You did?
From the RNC. And like, I didn't recognize him. He was wearing like a baseball cap and everything. First of all, he's lovely and so is his wife. His wife was
He was lovely?
He was so lovely, so nice.
Surprised.
Very considerate, you know. Anyway, his wife was amazing. Like they're very nice people. We might not agree with all their politics, whatever, but they were very, very kind people.
Yeah.
And I love that song. I don't care.
You've sung that song multiple times on the show, I think.
I have it saved on my Spotify.
You do? Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a secret folder, but I do love that song a lot.
That's good. Yeah. By the way, you guys are not going to let us miss Shawn Fain, right? I'm assuming if Shawn Fain were up, it would come up. So it can't be. It's probably the coach still. But anyway.
And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me, and I proudly stand up.
This feels aggressive again, actually.
This song gets me amped. All right. Let's read some more member comments. This is RR Yellow Rose 18, who's been a member for a year. Why did Vance change his name so many times? Hillbilly Elegy was ridiculous. My daddy was born in Appalachia. That's the right way to say it, right? I used to say Appalachia, but I don't think that's right.
Yeah.
And JD isn't. His grandmother may have been, but he is definitely not. JD is off on everything.
Yeah, he sucks.
Yeah.
He's terrible. He was a bad pick. I said it at the time.
Let's go to Put That Away. I do enjoy that screen name or handle. This is why you debate. That direct dialogue is necessary for understanding their way of thinking. Now go fight that with more facts in your pocket. Good job. Yeah, and it's important to understand the other side. I think there's value in that. So if you can have a good faith conversation or debate, I say go for it. But you have to be able to distinguish, you know, who's engaging in good faith and who's not.
Yeah, and that's where I have an issue with a lot of debate.
Yeah.
I don't find there to be many people who operate in good faith or intellectual honesty on the other side, or at least that do so and are members of the media. It's just like you rise to prominence in right-wing media in certain ways. They're not honest.
Yeah, I mean, again, like if you can find that person who's willing to have that good faith conversation, I do think it's worth it.
There might be some politicians or activists or, you know, faith leaders or something like that.
Totally, yeah.
But I don't know, like podcasters, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of audience capture and chasing audiences.
What I don't take the bait on is individuals in the digital media world who have built a name for themselves, baiting people into debate.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, so anyway.
Yeah, because a person who does that is probably not a person who sees it for the useful, pragmatic, intellectual exercise that you see it for.
Yeah, exactly.
They see it as a brand building thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. All right, let's go to Cyborg Elf Gaming, who says, I want to say that I appreciate that Charlie Kirk is open to a reasonable conversation. He's still a weirdo, but at least he's willing to have a conversation. You want to know what I appreciate? The viewers who appreciate those kinds of conversations and don't buy into the notion that you should never platform people who disagree with.
Did he say something weird?
Actually, I mean, he said some stuff I really disagree with, and I pushed back considerably on the notion that you need to have children in order to care about the future of the country.
Yeah, the thing about that I find so weird, it's weird to hold that position. It's weird to all of a sudden have that position because JD Vance said it.
Yeah, I mean,
like that seems like the sort of thing that you should have been true of you for a long time. If you just now or all of a sudden like, yeah, if you choose not to have kids, you shouldn't be able to vote. That's weird.
To be fair to Charlie Kirk, I genuinely think he believes that. Like he really does believe that. And you know what? You tell me, because you're a relatively new father, right? Your daughter is now, a year old, but do you feel a difference in terms of your emotional investment in the future of the country pre having kids versus post having kids?
I mean, I think that you come to different political topics a little bit differently because you're no longer just thinking about the way they affect you or that abstractly affect a lot of people. You have a secondary person. I mean, you could theoretically do this with your partner too, but when it's a kid, it's slightly different. So maybe, but I don't think that makes my voice better or superior or more valuable. I think the only thing in America that should make your voice significantly louder and heard better is money.
All right, let's go to Shawn Fain.
All right, yeah. Thank you. Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working class. On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president. And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
When he's wearing a blazer and a t-shirt.
I know, it is a faux pas, but I'll accept it. I will allow it.
He's done some
good things. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance. Two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scam.
Simple message, but a powerful. Like really enunciate that scam. I like it.
Yeah. I would probably contrast like Joe Biden walked the picket line, Donald Trump fires people on the picket line. And brags about it to Elon Musk.
It is true. I mean, the Trump phrase is "you're fired."
Yeah, they're still using it on their signs.
Just my opinion. That's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris.
I didn't know that, but that's also not how initials work.
2023.
That's excellent.
Who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio?
I'm surprised by that.
Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk.
Good line. I like it.
In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
I saw some people in those shirts actually.
Okay, now that I realize that it's all for this like
Yeah.
performance, I will allow it.
Yeah. Will you allow the Nelly quote?
I will love the Nelly
I did not expect a Nelly quote out of him.
with the t-shirt blazer combo. The faux pas makes sense.
It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up.
Damn right.
It's getting hot in here.
The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots.
Yes.
It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three.
Damn right you did.
We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here.
Open it up.
We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract.
Oh, no, they don't.
And let me be clear. Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract.
I love it. This
And
is
the
network television.
perfect time to call them.
Yeah.
whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us.
I know.
He's gonna truth about this.
And I love it. This is such a great speech.
Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike.
True.
And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing the Biden-conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid. But working class Americans see this for what it is.
This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House?
What are cowboy hats?
I'm kind of into it.
Yeah.
Defender of the working class in the White House. Someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
So obviously the delegates are always like maximally hyped.
Yeah.
They're hyped here, they were hyped at the RNC, but like it's good like to see the stuff that they're hyped for here. Whereas like I was on the floor as they're like losing their mind over like graphic depictions of like migrant murder and stuff, and they're like, yeah, they're freaking out. I prefer this.
All right, so I think AOC is speaking next, so we can get off this and read more member comments instead.
I'm gonna be on the floor if you need me then.
All right, I'm gonna have Jane come in. Let's just do it. Let's switch up.
Thank you,
All right.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
She's a disappointment.
I only support politicians that were perfect.
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure. And we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America.
What's up, fellas?
Because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
50-50 on that one.
In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people, all people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there.
He was a bartender. That's why that reference.
Ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people.
I thought she was going to say we should push them on progressive issues, but she was just saying more Democrats.
Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Okay, so very energetic speech and very energetic speech, and they give her a lot of time, which is good.
Yeah, it's good length. What do you make of the Monday slot?
So what I said earlier was they're dumping everyone on Monday that they don't want to make a lot of news, and they know that most of the news is going to be about could Joe Biden speak, and how enthusiastic was he about Kamala Harris and endorsing her, because he's waxed and waned on that enthusiasm from time to time.
Yeah.
Since that's going to be the overwhelming story, they're like, okay, here's Hillary Clinton and James Clyburn that the progressives hate. Here's AOC, and Shawn Fain, et cetera, that our donors hate. So just get them out of the way. Get them out of the way, right? But to be fair, Marjorie Taylor Greene had about 90 seconds to speak at the
Oh my God, it was so fast, yeah.
Yeah, and that was a real speech by AOC.
Yeah.
So they gave her real time, which is great.
Yeah.
And so I thought her speech itself was a little bland, to be honest. Like energetic but bland.
Yeah, I think near the end, I think it got a little bit better, a couple good lines. But yeah, the early part was also we're not hearing the applause, which sort of makes it a little bit more difficult to follow the energy and all that. But I agree, there weren't a lot of lines that wowed me or really drew me in.
Yeah, and the substance of Shawn Fain's speech was real, right? He was addressing something that is a huge problem and a little bit controversial to say, which is corporate greed.
Sure.
And so that's really the cancer that's eating away at our government and our politics and our democracy, et cetera. And he wasn't afraid to call it out.
Yeah.
And it was a really great speech, like Sean O'Brien's was at the RNC.
Yeah.
That tag team is really powerful. There was a point It was and it rocked people, etc. With AOC, Cory Booker could have given that speech.
I think her stressing sort of where she came from.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Chris Coons can give that speech. He was very conservative, right? But like, I could see Gretchen Whitmer giving that speech. Like, there was nothing about it where I was like, wow, that really drove home a progressive point or an economically populist point, etc.
Yeah, it wasn't really about those things. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Look, I'm not trying to hate. I'm just saying, like, she gave a very democratic speech without it being particularly progressive.
Yeah, I thought that hers was polished but not super substantive. I think Shawn Fain's was substantive, but also like, and I love the speech. It had a first draft energy to me. I feel like it needed a lot of like he had some good points and he kind of like kept coming back to the same lines. Like I would have tightened it up but the substance was good. Yeah. And I love the energy and the corporate greed lines, but it was like he had like several good lines that he kept doing again, like Kamala Harris being shoulder to shoulder with workers. He returned to like 4 times scattered throughout the thing.
Yeah.
So just to me, it needed some rewrites.
So first of all, I'm going to give you all the credit in the world for first draft energy. Okay.
I've written bad first drafts. I know what they're like.
Yeah, but I actually think he was doing it on purpose. I think, and maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but I think the brother's too strategic. So what he was trying to do was drive home some points. Kamala Harris is with the working people. And I don't know if you got this memo, but Donald Trump's a scab.
I saw something on a pair of trousers, I think it was, or a jacket. There was something clothes related.
Okay, so 2 things about that. So number one, he was kind of pulling a Hulk Hogan. It was
having the shirt.
Yeah. It was kind of both a counterpoint to Sean O'Brien, but also a counterpoint to Hulk Hogan. Right?
Yeah.
And,
that's true.
Right. And when he's got the shirt on, everybody's seeing the message. So if they take any clip of him, it's going to have Donald Trump as a scab in the clip.
Yeah.
Because he's using himself as a billboard.
Yeah, if it's being played at like an airport or something where you're not hearing it.
Yeah.
You can't help but see it.
Yeah, and you can't help but see it under any and all contexts. So I think that's really well played. Second of all, it's the only thing that he's ever done that's pissed off Anna Kasparian. Okay, so
wait,
because blazer
having the blazer, yeah, but
combo.
Once he took the blazer off, Anna was back in. She was happy with it then.
Yeah.
But I also think strategically, like if you wanted to trigger Donald Trump to go on another 2 or 3 day long spiral of rage, that image, Donald Trump as a scab, it's pretty good.
Yeah, you know Trump. We were talking about it earlier in the show. Trump's he can't resist.
Oh, he's watching it right now.
Yeah, he can't resist responding to every attack line. So 3 minutes of the next rally will be like, they called me a scab. Well, you know what? I mean, I love rich people and I hate the working poor and the middle class, but it's not fair to call me a scab. You're a scab. I'm not a scab. And he'll, reinforce it and make our point for us.
And he'll attack a popular union leader. And he'll go even more anti-union.
Yeah, and he'll be like, you know what, Sean O'Brien, very strong. The Teamsters are very strong, okay? UAW, very weak. We don't like that, okay?
Yeah.
And so, with the UAW, you should be a scab. Oh, there you go, you screwed up. Incoming in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
So whereas there's nothing to attack in AOC speech.
Yeah, I mean, rhetorically, I liked her point of turning around the Republicans being like, just go back to bartending. Like there's an implicit spitting in the face of people who work for a living and it doesn't get pointed out enough. So I do like that line, but that's not enough to tentpole a speech.
Yeah, and I like that line a lot. Although she's like, I'd be happy to go back to bartending. No,
okay. Probably not. I bartended. I sometimes miss it,
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, she could pull like a Rachel Maddow and bartend at the MSNBC party, right?
Has Rachel done that?
Yeah, she does that all the time.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, I would like to see that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not invited. But anyway.
Yeah, I've been there. It gets tired. Anyway. Okay, so seriously, the one line that I thought was missing in her speech, otherwise perfectly fine speech. I'm not like,
well delivered.
Yeah,
but fine.
She said if you're this person, she's for you. And she listed a bunch of jobs and kind of racial backgrounds. And I wish she had finished with, and if you're a young white guy in Nebraska, she's also for you.
Yeah, that's good. And it would tie it to the whole Walls thing. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, and I thought Exactly, right? Like somehow set it up with a job. Like if you're a young white guy who's a teacher or a coach in Nebraska.
Yeah.
You know, Kamala Harris is also for you. In fact, you're a vice president.
Yeah, she chose you first, actually.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is just a kick that I've been on for a long time and a renewed thing. There's a lot of themes that they have to have here each night. Like at the RNC, each night was about a different thing, like security, strength, whatever. And all of it ended up being you should have more guns and more migrants should get killed or whatever. But like they broke it down into supposedly different themes. One of the themes I would like to have is the appeal to men and to the white dudes or whatever. I think they've been doing a good job with Tim Walz on that and trying to fight back against the idea that there's some sort of inevitability to white dudes supporting Republicans.
Yeah, for sure. We don't leave them out. That's crazy.
No.
Right? So, okay, speaking of crazy, here comes Hillary Rodham Clinton. Okay.
Release the balloons.
Wow. Too soon.
Thank you
Too
so
soon.
much. Thank you.
So you saw Tim Walz there. He's listening to the speeches. You saw Nancy Pelosi. We saw Mrs. Walz there. No theories from Candace Owens about her yet.
Oh God, it's coming.
That's what
JD Vance fans said.
Yeah.
You can hear the cheering.
Yeah, we can hear it from here.
Yeah, second hand.
Her first line is going to be, should have been me.
Pokemon, go F yourself, and gives a double middle finger.
Wow, that's a big ovation for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
You know what? These delegates, remember, these are the most conservative delegates within the Democratic Party. They're all Joe Biden delegates.
Some of them might have been here back then.
Yeah, and they purposely picked them to be as conservative as possible. I was part of that process. And so that overwhelming Hillary love is not that much of a famous sense.
Yeah, that ovation was longer than Marjorie Greene's speech.
Yeah, it kind of was, though.
Thank you all.
I'm not hearing her yet. I'm not hearing her.
Thank you so much.
I think that when the ovation is really loud, it drowns out their mic.
There's a lot of energy in this room, just like there is across the country.
Oh, yeah, there's tons of energy in the building, guys.
Something is happening in America.
Admittedly, this has to be a difficult speech to give.
Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden.
A lot of them have started by thanking him. I don't know if it's a conscious thing of trying to make him not as angry as he was, but a lot of them have started by being like, you did something historic.
Yeah.
Democracy's
Nancy
champion
Pelosi saying, thank you,
at
Joe.
home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership.
I'm just gonna get Truth Social ready to go because I have a feeling he's typing somewhere right now. All he wants to do is talk about Hillary Clinton.
He probably thinks he's still running in this one. He thinks he's running.
He'd like to.
And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state. To ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And
If she
since
had
that
narrowly
day,
beaten Trump back in 2016,
every generation
would have had a
has
very good chance of getting reelected and would be giving a
In
speech as the outgoing president
fearless black
to whoever the
congresswoman
successor was
named
right now.
Shirley Chisholm.
Had it gone a little bit different.
I don't know that she would have won re-election, but it's a good thing. That's a good way of thinking about it. It's good fan fiction.
The pandemic would have happened. We don't know how she would have dealt with it, but
And
yeah.
her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
A lot of people have noted that she stressed this historic nature of it way more than Harris is doing.
And
She's even doing it now in this speech.
And that it was a mistake.
Maybe. And she's doing it again.
And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams.
Whoa.
And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here.
That's a good line. That's a good line. Because she's transitioning from me, and that's understandable given the context.
My mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going.
She hasn't really lost a step in terms of speaking. She's bringing a lot of energy.
And she's pretty up there in age, too. And she's doing, like, the energy is fantastic. Yeah.
Are saying, keep going. Families building better lives. Parents
We can't hear her because of the cheering.
to afford childcare. Young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House.
So she's taking Kamala Harris's line that we can't go back to and just amending it to keep going, right?
Yeah.
And I like it. It's good rhetoric. I love Kamala Harris's "Don't Go Back" line.
The history of our country is that progress is possible, but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward.
This is painting Kamala Harris as the change candidate before Trump was the change candidate versus Biden.
And her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child
There's
she
nothing
protected,
other
every
than
family
full-throated in
she
this
helped,
endorsement. Like
every
there's
community
doesn't seem begrudging
she
at all,
served.
which I thought
So
maybe
as
it could.
president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide.
Yeah, you don't know that. I mean, I hope she tries.
I hope
yeah.
so.
Yeah, and so, no, I would have been surprised if it wasn't full-throated. So the only person I'm a tiny bit worried about not being full-throated is Joe Biden.
Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
So I don't think she forgot the lock her up chance. If I had to guess.
No. Let's see if she makes a reference to it.
As vice president, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
She let the line go. She wasn't going to say lock him up, but
he's chancing it. She's smiling. She's not going to say it. They're chancing it.
Yeah. Usually Kamala Harris shuts it down when they start chanting lock him up.
Yeah. I think,
but she's letting it go.
Clinton let her let it go as a treat.
Yes, I agree.
We also know, as vice president, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as commander-in-chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic.
I don't like that line when Republicans or Democrats do it, because it makes it feel like that the other side is terrorists.
Yeah, it sounds like the enemies within thing. I agree. I would phase that out.
Care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now.
Hillary Clinton's loving it.
Oh, yeah, no, she's loving it.
This is actually, and then whenever she thinks back to this, it's going to put a smile on her face. Yeah.
So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign.
See, this is stress-free for her. When she was the candidate, it was, of course, enormously stressful.
Every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling.
I could say just one line. It would be a self-deprecating thing. And Kamala, if I could give you one piece of advice, go to Wisconsin.
I want to
Something
tell
like
you
that, I
what
think, would be
I
next,
see
but-
through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families.
Yeah, it's definitely a good line. Yep. Even Anna said from the back.
Yeah.
It's a good line.
Dignity
Is she
and
not fair?
prosper. To worship as we choose or not. To speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States.
And so that's a little bit of an ode to herself in between the lines too. Like, I cracked a lot of the ceiling. Now let's finish the job.
Sure.
And there's some truth to that.
Yeah, there's some truth to
When a
that.
barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Okay.
All right. She repeated the future is here. I like that.
Yeah. So look, good speech and nothing too offensive, right? And
no, it's good. I mean, look, Hillary's never going to give the best speech we would want to hear, but for what she could have done, that's about as good as it could have been, I think.
Yeah. And so look, back in the day when she was a player in the game, since she represented the donor class, everything she did grated on every nerve I had.
Yeah.
Right. And so now that she's not as much of a player, she's just coming back almost from history to give this speech as a person who almost won as the first female president. Then it's kind of almost powerful, and it's almost nice to see. Now for the delegates in there, it was amazing to see. They loved it, right?
Yeah.
But even for me, I think, all right, yeah, no, you earned that. You earned that, right? And you almost had it. And by the way, you did have it. You won the popular vote.
Yeah.
Right? And they say, a woman can't win the presidency. A lot of people were worried about and said, and they thought it was a disadvantage for her because of some of the misogyny and sexism, et cetera, that still exists. And there's definitely truth to that. But at the same time, first of all, don't forget, she actually won.
Yeah.
Right? Like, she didn't win the presidency or the electoral college. We're not in fantasy land, right? But she won by about 3 million votes. So that's no joke, right?
Yeah.
And so, if she had just done a tiny bit better campaigning, she would have won the electoral college and the presidency as well. But what's interesting to me is that there has been almost has not been noteworthy that there's a woman running for president. Like I often forget, whereas with Hillary Clinton, you never forgot.
Yeah.
Because it was in every speech, it was in every conversation, and it became about a woman running for president as opposed to Hillary Clinton, right?
Well, yes, and I think partially in hindsight, partially not. That seems like a bad call. I think there was a theory that that was a good way to frame it. First of all, it is historic. Second of all, it could inspire people to support her, particularly when the person she's going up against is reprehensible in every way, particularly against women. Having that to play off of might not be the worst idea in the world. But I do think equally strategically, Harris has decided that's not what I'm gonna focus on. I am historic in even more ways than Hillary Clinton was, but I'm not gonna have you choosing me feel to anyone like that's why you'd choose me.
That's exactly right, and that's the right way to go. All right, that's Jim Clyburn, one of the worst corporate Democrats in American history.
One of the most influential politicians in the last few decades.
Out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude.
The only reason why every speaker is saying that tonight is because Joe Biden's going to speak to him.
Yeah, definitely.
For one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him. I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences.
I guess it makes sense.
In the introduction of my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done.
Might have been groveling to corporate
Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe. Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
So Jim Clyburn is a perfect example of the theater of politics versus the reality of politics. In the theater of politics, James Clyburn is a legendary Democrat who's helped the left so much, and he's like a civil rights hero, et cetera. That didn't work in civil rights at all. He was a lifelong politician. In reality, he's taken more corporate donations than almost anybody in politics. And to be fair to him, he's effective because he's the progressive killer. He's the one that took out Bernie in South Carolina in 2020. He's the one that helped to take out Nina Turner in Cleveland. So if there is a progressive out there who's going to help the average man, Jim Clyburn will take you out. And so he's the best political hitman in the business for corporations and big money interests. And he hides behind, in my opinion, and I'm being honest with you guys, I think he hides behind the fact that he's black to make it seem like, hey, I'm change on the outside, I'm one of you. And then he takes giant amount of corporate cash and tries to, eliminate anybody in the Democratic Party that actually would help the average man. And to give you a sense of what that I'm not only are all of those facts you can look up, right? He did actually do that to Nina Turner, Bernie Sanders, et cetera. He actually does take a ton of corporate cash, et cetera. But on top of that, to give you an example of it, in South Carolina, he made a secret deal with the Republicans that later was proven out to gerrymander South Carolina so that Democrats and African Americans would have less seats in Congress in South Carolina. And the deal was, my seat is super protected. It's like 80% Democrats.
Yeah.
And screw all the other Democrats, screw black people in South Carolina. I don't give a damn about any of them. I've never cared anyway. For Jim Clyburn, it's all about me, 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 me. But if you say that in mainstream media, they'll just say, oh my God, you've offended everyone, blah, 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 right? Now, look, I'm not gonna say a single nice thing about Jim Clyburn. He's a terrible guy, gave a boring, bland speech, and is totally useless.
Yeah, it is also interesting that he came like right after Hillary Clinton, obviously the two who stopped Bernie, but at least Clinton ran against Bernie. Clyburn did backroom deals to kill Bernie, which almost seems less honorable, honestly.
100%. Now here's a good guy, Jaime R.
Yeah, and coming up, Jasmine Crockett after. So
yeah,
a good pair.
This is great. So they sandwiched the two corporate goons between progressives. Shawn Fain, AOC, then Hillary Clinton, Jim Clyburn, and then back to Jamie Raskin.
Yeah,
sorry.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention. Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity.
Oh, that's good.
I like
clever.
That's
clever.
We meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists. And where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
So we know Jamie Raskin is a progressive, but most of the country knows him as the person who was impeaching Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And made the case against Donald Trump.
Forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, were the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked. 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women.
That's so. Jaime R is a constitutional law scholar, and they use it for legal issues like the coup.
Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence.
Thank you, Jaime. Thank you.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
I knew that's where he was going the second he started on that.
Oh, I love this speech.
He thought about this.
Has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket?
That's good.
They tried to kill your predecessor.
Yes, finally someone said it.
Because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans.
He's a strong progressive, but he's giving lines that
Michigan.
other Democrats will love.
Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of
Swing states.
election suppression and violent insurrection?
Maybe. So that to your point, John, he's a wonderful progressive. Most people don't know that. They know him as the guy who's a great fighter against Trump, and he's plain spoken, and he has these great lines like "banana Republicans," etc. And so he's actually a terrific Trojan horse for us.
Yeah.
The Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution.
Oh, he's making
My
all
friends,
the points that I love.
Are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity?
By the way, Jaime Raskin will be on Young Turks
We're going
tomorrow.
to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant, and Coach Walls. And we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance.
Wow. That is going to get all the way under their skin.
Let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo court Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it.
Yeah, he stole all the good lines from the other speeches.
Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
I love it. Okay.
That was great.
So Jaime Raskin is going to come on the Young Turks tomorrow. Make sure you check that out. We're live Monday through Friday, normally 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, but because of the DNC, 6 p.m. to God knows when Eastern. Okay, and we're covering all the speeches play by play. Make sure you're watching it here with us. You see important reaction and analysis right afterwards, which is exactly what we're going to do here. And by the way, if you remember, the first guy that I pushed for vice president was Jaime Raskin.
Yeah.
Okay. Great lines, banana Republicans, pet chameleons, 80 judges looked at it.
The
What
American
happened to
women.
your predecessor,
okay.
J.D. Vance, they tried to kill him. I love the speech by Jaime Raskin. Now here's another fan favorite, Jasmine Crockett.
Our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we?
That's a great intro.
One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it.
I wouldn't have to force that,
Yeah, probably.
Her entire career as an elected district attorney, attorney general, and senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all. He's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin.
I think they did say she was involved. I don't know to what extent, but she was a part of it.
Here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the farm bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare.
These are good lines. And she's, she's more combative, and she's more partisan.
Who would you hire? Donald
Trump? That's what I love about her.
Or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet.
I love her. Oh my God, her lines
She
are great.
presides over the Senate while he keeps our national national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th, Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you?
I would have thought I'd get a bigger line, applause line. They could go to the crowd and they're like,
Some of you know a little bit of my history. Some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy off of her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that.
That's what every prosecutor says.
Many of you know her credentials.
But she meant it.
But what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying.
I didn't see that coming. I did not know that story at all. That's really interesting.
And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened.
Good story. Wow, that's a good story.
Oh, wow.
It's not as good as Sarah Huckabee Sanders saying that her 4-year-old ran around Trump and hugged her.
It's
and that
so
proves how nice Trump is.
She then said, among other things, you are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I.
Oh, she's good at this. Jasmine Crockett's a star. Yeah, she's good at this.
Oh, she's just 100% natural and comfortable.
I went viral for the first of many times to come. For hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since.
was a powerful 1-2
The
combo,
question before
Raskin and
us
Crockett.
is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision?
Is V for Vendetta?
Yeah, I know, right? To do it on purpose.
Yeah, no.
Let's see what
For a
other
better
alliterations
America or
is.
not? I hear alliterations are back in style.
A reference to the bad bill. Bleach
We deserve
blondes.
a president who
Thanks.
can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best. There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
Yeah, that was a hell of a one-two punch.
I mean, they're no Clyburn, but they're good.
So Jasmine Crockett delivered the line at the end of "We won't go back," right? And so read today that Democratic consultants tried to talk Kamala Harris out of that line.
Why?
Because they're idiots and they are lifelong idiots. And so I've never seen Democratic consultants be right ever, right? And so that it's a great line because it makes her the change candidate. It makes Trump seem like old news and stale and the one you don't want. And like people hated the Trump-Biden race, and it makes us seem like we're not going back to that. We're not going back to Trump. We're not going back to the 1950s, right? And by the way, positive outlook on the future. And after that speech that she gave, for her to transition to that line was perfect. And tied her speech along with the campaign. Great lines were, she's a career prosecutor, he's a career criminal. He's a lifelong predator. She's the American dream, he's the American nightmare.
Cody Rhodes. He has a resume.
And he has a rap sheet.
That's good.
Right. She's a gifted speaker. And by the way, Jaime Raskin, and so we have a lot of channels on the TYT network. Obviously, Young Turks, Damage Report. And one of the channels we have is TYT Interviews. So TYT Investigates. So it's why it's called that is a long story. But anyway, in TYT Investigates, we put up the speeches of a lot of folks across the country, but particularly in Congress if they gave great speeches. Check it out, right? The 2 stars of that channel by a landslide in terms of what resonates with viewers, Jaime Raskin, Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, they inspire people, I think. Because they have the, so really fast. We see people all the time go on the House floor and try to deliver quick lines that they think will go viral on Twitter. We see Marjorie Greene try to do it and Lauren Boebert do it. And they think you just say something mean and you win. But Jasmine Crockett and Jaime Raskin show that no, you actually have to think about it. You have to know what you're talking about. You have to do the research. And none of the Republicans, certainly not Marjorie Greene and Lauren Boebert, are able or willing to do that. And it's not just them two. I think Katie Porter has had a lot of good lines like that. AOC from time to time as well. It's because they actually know and they actually care what they're talking about. They're not just grandstanding.
And
they have the style.
Not only that, like for a lot of right wingers like Marjorie Taylor Greene, they feel like insulting the other side is the joke, right? That's the punchline, or that's like, aha, I got him. No, but that's just an insult. That's not That's not an ending to a story. That's not a logical point well delivered, right?
Yeah.
The reason why it resonates when Jaime Raskin sets up, hey, they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence," and the laws. Article 2 says the laws have to be faithfully executed, not your vice president.
Yeah.
See, that makes sense.
Yeah, it means
you see
something.
how he set it up, it delivers it, and then when he transitions to JD Vance, you might want to put a couple of thoughts behind why that position is available, right? See, that's perfect because it's actually making the point you want to make in a clever way, as opposed to the Marjorie Taylor Greene version of that would have been JD Vance bad, Pence bad, haha, got you.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You didn't get it at all, right? Yeah. So So that was terrific, those two. And it's been an interesting night because Hillary Clinton gave a pretty good speech. I thought AOC's was a little mid. Clyburn's was terrible as usual. And Shawn Fain did a really good job, right? And delivered his points. So it's an interesting combination of right wing, left wing, and every part of the party. And by the way, that's why Jaime Raskin is so beloved, because a lot of people, like we were saying earlier, don't know that he's a progressive. And a lot of people in the establishment love Jaime Raskin because of how smart he is, constitutional law expert, and a Trump slayer.
Yeah.
Right? And so, they're doing a good job.
They like him the way they might like an Adam Schiff or whatever, except he's also a progressive.
Yeah, but instead of Adam Schiff, he's actually, in my opinion, very substantive, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to end on one for now. One quick comment here. Rainbow Bright wrote in on TYT.com. I think AOC's speech was about uniting. Had she went and done the speech Cenk wanted, the headlines would have been AOC steals spotlight from Harris. AOC's speech was good and it complimented Shawn Fain's speech. I appreciate you and God bless you for that. But no, you don't have to give like a mediocre speech to not overshadow Kamala Harris, who's going to speak 3 nights later. And Jaime Raskin and Jasmine Crockett just proved that because they just did great speeches, but they didn't steal Kamala Harris's spotlight. They added to her spotlight.
Yeah.
So I'm not like the AOC speech was fine. It was fine, right? So like, our job is to analyze all the speeches and tell you what was effective about them. And Raskin and Crockett were particularly effective.
AOC had some things that were good about her speech. They had a better core to their speeches that we want to hear more. They put a lot of thought into how they delivered it. They made sure that they had lines that will stick out in a way that AOC's just didn't really have. It had some good stuff in it, but they crafted something that was substantive and stylish and well delivered.
Yep. All right, we're gonna take a super quick break here. We got Jill Biden, Joe Biden coming up. And I want to get back to some of your comments because some of them were terrific. And thank you for the super chats. Anyway, we're going to do all that. Stay right here. Some of the biggest speech, actually the biggest speech of the night coming in.
Test. And it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parent's child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. For every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others. Governor Andy Beshear.
is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again.
All right, back on TYT here. Cenk and Michael with you guys. Let's listen to Governor Beshear.
Resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country.
Governor of Kentucky, one of the finalists for the VP slot.
We put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points.
Pretty impressive, actually, in that state.
This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom.
All right, Kamala Harris.
Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong.
I like that he gave credit to abortion on the ballot for his victory.
A non-viable
For what?
pregnancy
For his victory.
shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies.
What's good politically and what's good in general sometimes diverge. And this has been an issue that has helped Democrats immensely, even though it was because of something terrible, a ruling that was not what the country wanted or Democrats wanted.
Transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans.
This is pretty boilerplate stuff, but
that's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered.
And Trump used to always ask, hey, you know, is it a blue state or a red state? Did they vote for me or not?
Yeah.
Before he gave a damn and helped.
And most of the storm damage that happened there was in James Comer's district.
That everyone has dignity and deserves
Biden and the Democrats didn't care about that. That wasn't, it happened later. It happened when Trump was president. It happened when Biden was president.
And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Interesting. That was a shorter speech than Raskin or Crockett, even though he was one of the VP finalists.
It was, but I imagine people have been told to go short because it's starting to get late. And I would imagine that they cut out a little bit of Andy Beshear's speech.
That's interesting, and that's a good point. And if I'm going later and they cut part of my speech because the other guys went long, I'm kind of furious. But that's just kind of
right.
That's just inside baseball. But not only is it getting on late and you want to see the speeches that are the headliners coming up, but it's the headliners Joe Biden. He's going to fall asleep. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Here's Senator Warner, and I've seen him preach in his church at Ebenezer Baptist. He knows how to use a microphone.
He's also mentioned in like the top 12 of VP finalists.
Yeah.
On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop.
It wasn't official till January 6th, and I know that because I was there covering that race, Cenk, and I thought I had the lead. Democrats won the Senate. It was January 6th.
Was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's way across Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where
It's what everybody says about Waycross, Georgia. That's the thing. You know where it is, it's Waycross.
And other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
This is
the way
my
the senator
America.
picking minutes.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia.
His old mom there
Thank you,
was the same age
America,
as Joe
for
Biden.
raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together.
That's so good. A vote is a kind of prayer.
And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him.
Too small for it.
The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat.
What happened? So rough
to the precious covenant.
I know.
We share with one another.
The audience is suddenly very disappointed.
I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it.
Oh, yeah.
There's no chance he's read more than one page of the Bible.
Do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
Yeah, I've read the Bible. There's no chance at all that he's read an entire page in its entirety. In one page, no way.
No. I don't think one page total.
The American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe.
This is up with Walter. They're chanting, thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
A lot of trying is an ode to Joe Biden, and they haven't spoken about him
But I'll
much,
tell you something else.
other than to thank him and say he was great, etc.
Not only is
But
that
a lot of them have done that.
Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, boosted American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election?
Yeah. So look, I don't think that they should play much identity
Kamala
politics,
Harris
but at the convention a little bit, yeah.
represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land.
Heal the land, by the way. Heal the land is, I believe, what Jimmy Carter said when he, first 5 words he said as president. I want to thank my predecessor for all he has done to heal this land. First, that was more than 5 words. So it's a Georgia thing, this heal the land.
If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith.
So that's how a preacher talks. So that was really well done. So earlier we had Charlie Kirk on, and we got into a little bit of a debate. And he said, "Well, look, if your kids were here, wouldn't you want to protect them first?" And I said, "Yeah, Charlie, but there's a difference between protecting them first or protecting them exclusively, right?" And then the problem with the right wing isn't that they don't have empathy; it's that their wagons are tighter, right? They circle the wagons. And Reverend Warnock just gave the speech that the Charlie Kirks of the world don't believe that we're all God's children. And he said, even you care about children in other countries as much as you do about American children. Why would you do that, right? Because it doesn't fit a conservative's mind. I care about mine, but not others.
Right.
And Reverend Warnock just gave a perfect example of a progressive way of thinking in terms of caring about all of God's children.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, there are still political questions, and I asked some of the people here who were protesting this question is, the people always to me who, when you ask them, what's your number one issue? And they'll say Israel. Or you ask them now, what's your number one issue? The war in Gaza. And you're voting in an American presidential election. That's always interesting to me, because in no other country, if you're in Finland, they're not talking about something that's going on in Suriname, And so it's a really interesting dynamic that happens in American elections.
Yeah, that's a good point. We can talk about that a little bit more. By the way, guys, please contribute at tyt.com/DNC to basically cover the cost of being here. We appreciate you guys. Thank you for sending us here. This is Chris Coons, the enormously uninteresting and very corporate senator from Delaware, who's Joe Biden's top ally in the Senate. He's leading up to Biden. It's going to be Coons, then Jill Biden, then Joe Biden. Listen.
Chris Coons, a corporate Democrat from Delaware. Delaware is one of the biggest corporate states in the nation. It is where, so
confidence.
He should be.
Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again.
There's no way this is going to be a good speech.
It will be fine. It will be good if it's brief.
Developed in many years in the U.S. Senate. Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years. Helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices.
It is 10
fighting
past 11
climate change,
on the East Coast. Right now.
rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us, in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden.
Right, this is the covering up that the second one was almost please clap.
Was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families.
In fairness and point of fact, Chris Coons is Joe Biden's best friend on Capitol Hill.
So much more you will do.
That's
and
why
we
he has
can
this.
do together.
And that's why he's a senator.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris.
He didn't say for stepping down, he said for elevating Kamala Harris.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
It's a good
for
turn of
choosing
phrase.
a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz.
Looking humble and folksy. We love it. Okay. Meanwhile, Chris Coons looks like the henchman of a B-rate villain.
Do you? I have hope, do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden.
Dolores Huerta.
Yes, we saw Dolores Huerta.
A more compassionate man than Joe Biden.
I also saw someone who I lost a congressional race to them.
From his own loss and his own faith, and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you.
Applause line. Let's see. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, this is an important part of this, what the dynamic that happened in the Democratic Party.
Our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you.
And they're thinking, thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. We love Joe.
Oh, please
we
stop.
love Joe.
Yeah, please,
we
please stop.
love Joe.
A little bit harder. Okay.
I mean, they were all saying it, so he was sort of
God bless you, and thank you very much.
joining in.
Okay, I'm going to say something you're not going to like. I find those Jill placards unbearable. Unbearable. She's not a politician. She's now the retiring first lady. Why? Why are we doing Jill?
Why not? Why not? It's the Delaware delegation, other people there. What does it matter? It's the convention of Democrats. They're not playing to you. And they're saying thanks. This is the swan song for the Bidens. They're going out.
Why are we thanking Jill Biden?
Well, just for being the first lady, because that's what we do in America. You know, it's like, come on.
No, I guarantee, because I guarantee you Joe Biden asked for it.
You're so wrong. These are Democrats. These are fanatics. These are sycophants. These are people who do
Michael, the party plants the.
Yes, they do, but it's not because Joe Biden is thinking about what. At every convention I've ever been to, the spouse there's been signs for the spouse.
They're not the candidate.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter, but this is the tribute to Biden night. There are going to be different signs every night.
I wouldn't urge a Joe Biden sign at all. There should be Joe Biden.
There probably will be.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
And
right?
some people printed up Jill, and some people printed Jill signs up and had the union print shop make Jill signs because she's giving a speech.
At least the union got some money out of it. Okay, so anyway,
but I mean, it's just stupid to be talking about it. It doesn't matter.
I told you
none of this matters. None of it matters. And the best stuff here doesn't matter.
Here comes
Here's the first lady. Yep.
First lady / president. I'm happy to thank Joe Biden for doing the right thing. Not as much about Jill Biden. She tried to hang on to power to the very, very bitter end. She was unbearable.
Oh, she was fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's my real opinion.
I mean, I think she was fantastic. I don't think it matters, but you know.
Yeah. All right. There's some chance that Joe Biden will be more complimentary to Jill Biden than Jill Biden will be to Joe Biden.
Well, he's going to come out and he's going to say, "I'm Jill Biden's husband."
Yeah.
Is what it is. Yeah. What words are we going to do the over/under for in Joe Biden's speech?
50 years.
Let's think about it.
And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility.
Ooh, that's a line for Trump giving Medal of Freedom to Miriam Adelson, and not with humility.
Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris.
Look deep into his soul when we finally realized there was absolutely no way of winning. And then me and Hunter finally let go of the reins of power.
Oh, yeah, that's such a horrendous take. It's embarrassing.
It's literally reported.
It's not. No, it's not that. They were wanting him to run. They didn't let go of power. Okay, we'll talk about this later.
That make us who we are. From love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too.
Thank you, Joe. Although not convincingly.
First worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General
impossible
of
to please.
He told me
Jasmine Crockett, please me very much.
One night, Mom, she's
I actually
special.
didn't hear Jasmine Crockett, but
Someone
AOC was
your
my
eye
#1 speech.
And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win.
She couldn't hide this thing. Nobody's worked harder against Kamala Harris than Jill Biden. No one.
That's not
She
true.
broke the record for working against Kamala Harris.
You're so wrong. You're so out of touch with everything.
A new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, my husband and President of the United States, there's Gavin Newsom, who Michael just interviewed. So in the members only bonus episode, Michael and I fight over Jill Biden, okay, and maybe over Joe Biden, depending on his speech. But first of all, tyt.com/GNC. And don't forget, we're playing Trump brackets, okay? That's the worst things Donald Trump has ever done. We need you guys to limit it down to 64. So you guys are voting right now to get it down to 64 terrible things he's done. So that's TrumpBrackets.com.
It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in DC, tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter.
So actually Biden's daughter is introducing him. That's why Jill Biden didn't.
The OG girl dad. He told me
and Tim Walz would compete, but that's a good line.
Do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see, and he wasn't just a girl dad, I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle,
What's that?
he turned
I
to
believe
me
that, and
and
that's
said
sweet.
that he would
Finally.
always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired
Couple Corona
my
extras
career.
in the crowd.
I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything.
Not about my dinner.
When Hunter and I lost our brother Bo to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Bo passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again.
So now that Donald Trump put this thing in our heads about how attractive Kamala Harris is, now I can't look at her and not think, well, I guess she is really attractive.
Call upon your courageous
Well played,
heart.
Donald.
stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your
Barack
life.
Obama was the first
This is the
to say
fight
that, right?
of our lifetime.
Oh, yeah.
Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
This should be raucous.
Well, Secretary Clinton got a huge ovation, and I can only imagine what.
Yeah, by the way, Hillary Clinton's speech was pretty good.
Yeah, it was excellent.
Yeah, and by God, did this crowd love it.
Yeah, they
went ballistic over it. Not like Jill Biden's. See, I'm bygones be bygones on Hillary Clinton.
The president's crying now.
Okay, that's sweet. That's super sweet. Okay, oh, he loves his kids. I give him 1,000% credit for that. God, he loves his kids. Whereas Donald Trump could barely name his kids. He forgot Tiffany on several occasions.
Yeah.
There's the "We Love Joe" placard.
Are you upset about him?
Oh, I hated who did that. Oh, there's Gavin Newsom. Now Anna's upset.
Why is Anna upset?
Because they just showed Gavin Newsom. She hates Gavin Newsom.
Oh, she does. I didn't know.
We all have our beefs.
I guess so.
Joe Biden.
Mine are the Seattle Seahawks.
That's fair. Well, now Biden's going to deliver a Legion of Boom here. Sorry. This has been a very long standing ovation, and God bless his heart.
Yeah,
so
this is his night. I mean, this is Joe Biden. This is the end of a 52-year career in a sense, though he has a lot he wants to get done in the next several months.
I don't know why they keep showing Gavin Newsom, but well deserved. I've said this many times. He let go of power. Trump did. All the difference in the world. God bless you, Joe Biden.
Yeah. And, Gavin Newsom, I was talking to one of our colleagues about this before. It's a tough night for him, in a way. This whole, if
oh, yeah, he just lost 8 years of his life.
Yeah. If Vice President Harris wins and then wins re-election, this is...
And then Tim Walz is in line. And then
there are others that are being in line, too.
Yeah, he's going to be in an incredibly tough fight 8 years from now.
Right, 2 Californians in a row. Very, very unlikely.
Yeah, and by the way, so now here comes cynical Cenk again. That's part of why Gavin Newsom was fighting so hard to keep Joe Biden in the race.
I don't disagree. In a protracted primary, which we obviously didn't have, we had this truncated non-primary, Gavin Newsom would have gotten a lot of support from within California. They go to the same pockets to get funding and all of that to Harris and Newsom. And it would have been a very complicated Newsom's in the front row, which sort of helps his exposure here. It would have been a complicated primary.
He's going to need it because he's about to go into hibernation for 8 years. Should he try to get a cabinet spot? Should he get a cabinet spot?
Maybe.
That's right.
Thank you.
Give a good speech, Joe. Come on. Let's go. This is the swan song of 52 years. Let's go. Knock this out of the park. President.
This is nice. I mean, they're...
Oh, the We Love Joe stuff is cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Butcher. I tell you what.
We have 6 words in our over-under game here, by the way. Look, hyperbole, folks, Biden, Bo, and anyway.
Yeah, we got look at 5.5, folks at 5.5. Number of times he's going to say
Daughter Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you.
God love you.
And for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill.
And then we started, Jill.
Well, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me.
Oh, don't say that.
She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom.
You said bringing the boom, right?
I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden.
Oh, Biden.
Here we go. Bring out the Jill placard.
There was one Biden.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Biden's kind of not fair, though.
Well, he speaks about himself.
My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks.
It's 2.
And America, I love you.
Oh, the crowd goes nuts.
Folks, let me ask you.
Let's do it.
Let me ask you, are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States?
All right. Because let's be honest, he wasn't ready.
Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And I believe now that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us.
I thought for sure he was going to say in front of us.
Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved.
So this was his campaign theme. He mainly talked about democracy. Kamala Harris has done it less, but 77% of Americans think that democracy is a major voting issue.
Point.
It just got a little
rare moments in history.
tiresome when he was doing it because it was devoid of, he was about Trump and democracy. He wasn't about his record, and Democrats were frustrated.
That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally.
Oh, hyperbole. There's one hyperbole.
For the very soul of America.
Oh,
I ran for president
there's
in
another one,
2020
yeah. But there's so
because
many
of what I
that you
saw
can
in
predict.
Charlottesville in August of
Charlottesville would have been a good one.
2017.
I say Charlottesville almost every day.
Coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had listened to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines.
So
I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor.
So this is a fine speech for Joe Biden, but if he was the candidate, I would hate this speech. It's not the, you got to talk more about what you can do for the voters, but that's not what he's doing.
Still very much alive.
There's some chance, I'll give you, that he would have given this speech regardless, but he's not the candidate now, so it's unfair to say.
Voters voted for us more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy.
We both have the over 5.5.
Maybe we overlooked.
As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward.
Talk about that in the members only as well.
Not going back. To stand against hate and violence in all its forms. To be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity. Demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class.
Middle class.
I know this is also about his legacy, but he's got to talk a decent amount about Kamala Harris.
That I be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you.
No, he said I'm not exaggerating. He could have said this is not hyperbole. Damn it.
Period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me.
Oh, there you go.
Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma.
One more drug. One more drug. Four more drugs.
The tie-breaking vote. Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris.
That means, yeah.
I know, but it's not wrong, but it's always funny.
Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have.
That is actually that's huge. And to be fair, I don't give them enough credit for that.
Don't seem to understand. Our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money.
Yeah, that's
right. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade.
That's not hyperbole. Thank you.
Nice.
Pay those exorbitant prices to the Big Pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too. Look.
Folks again.
Oh, folks.
How can we have the strongest
the
economy
number's
in the
5.5
without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised infrastructure week, every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing.
Good, I like that. Well, to be fair, he did build like
part of the
wall.
Right? Done. Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. Removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more.
I did a story on that. It's actually true.
We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips. Our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America.
That's it. Come on.
Nah, didn't get that.
And over that period,
One blown opportunity.
One more hyperbole puts me over.
And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree.
And that's what our Chips and Salsa Act provided.
Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs.
That's a great number. It's probably a lot come back from COVID.
Made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products
Are you saying it's
and
hyperbole?
export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs. Right here in America.
Look, this is a
where
good
jobs
look.
belong.
Nope.
With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from it, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line. And be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well.
This is a fine speech, but it also makes me glad it's not.
You got it, man. You got it. Who's he talking to?
I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember we told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America.
Which Trump now agrees with since he's got Elon Musk on.
Reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware. Route 9.
Look.
All the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
Does have a get off my lawn kind of vibe to it, though, to be honest.
How would we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it.
But I like parts of the anger.
Look at their Project 2025.
Well, look at their project. That's not the look we're talking about yet.
Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with business in the communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they can get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know,
they gotta let that line go.
What's that?
They gotta let that line go. It's not working.
Drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpop living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, but thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong.
That's what you always said, Cenk. Loser Donald, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what?
I'm very proud of that.
America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
I'm not sure he's going to speak. I'm not sure he's going to have a portion of the speech about Kamala Harris at all. And if he does, I think it's going to be under 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, it's all about Kamala Harris because he's talking about their administration, and he'll do something that should be under 2 minutes.
Passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And it makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do.
Yeah, Feinstein.
Children in America
Oh,
are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America.
crazy.
My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again.
But they did beat the NRA, and they've beaten them into real submission financially.
Universal background checks.
But this stuff that he's talking about now is what they've wanted to do, and the Senate hasn't allowed
It's
it.
hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically Trump, once again.
Doesn't like me. No, ask anyone in the press who doesn't like me, and they'll tell you it's true.
Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. And its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022.
And they're going to find out the power of women in 2024.
The power of women in 2024.
Not news as Michael's called earlier.
And we're Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers.
We're still at 3 looks and 5 folks.
Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court.
If Nick goes under, it's a crime.
It is.
Crime against
America.
Ketanji
The
Brown
folks
Jackson,
do.
a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
Don't feed into what Trump said.
Serve as the 47th president of the United States.
We had anyway at 2.5, and I took the over, but he hasn't said anyway once.
No.
And you were right to take the under because they're not going to put that on the prompter. You really got to go over.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, Kamala.
I'm so thanks. Is it about Kamala?
I've long said
Folks is over. We both got it.
obligations as a nation. But I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't.
We haven't had a single vote.
Nope, we had my dead son, but we didn't.
One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness as a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far.
We should have had Polymarket put odds on our game.
We should have, yeah, that's true. Well, we can do it.
We get it.
Yeah.
But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in one of the France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They're not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the
After midnight Eastern time right now, by the way.
Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters.
Time to wrap it up, Mr.
Not
President.
a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, me and my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO.
He can't stop talking about NATO.
10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said,
we haven't killed enough.
Not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread. Until now. Until now.
I wouldn't.
Well, guess what? Putin thought
I wouldn't either. But also, Finland really didn't tip it.
Ukraine is still free.
Finland didn't tip that. But, I mean, not since.
So he's got to wrap this up.
He has to wrap it up. And the DNC should not have put as many speakers on tonight.
Would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now.
Warnock should have been shorter. Grace Meng shouldn't have spoken tonight.
And we'll keep
I would argue. that
to bring hostages
Beshear
home
shouldn't have.
and end the war in Gaza. And bring
Maybe
peace and
Jasmine
security
Crockett
to
for
the
another
Middle
night.
He said Underwood in Gaza. So what size of him is that?
As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
That's good rhetoric. That's rhetoric. I say often they say that it doesn't count, but that was strong. That almost counts.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency.
We're already over.
I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true.
That's an important line. He said all those reports about people.
I love my country more.
Who said that I'm angry at people who told me not to run? That's not true.
In 2024, we need you to vote.
What did you say?
We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives.
We need you to elect Kamala Harris.
We need you to beat Donald Trump. Elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress. We have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again. Tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable. Building 3 million new homes. Providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer. More than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods. Food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax.
And that's not
that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax rate a permanent.
You don't want him to say hyperbole.
Lifting millions of children out of poverty. and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations that are very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increase our taxes we proposed,
I'll count that as a win.
That is a win. You round down
the
on
highest
that
tax
case.
rate even. It would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look.
We're one look away from the over.
And Tim, we're going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know, Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade.
We're all going to be Biden's age by the time the speech
The
is over.
ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Walz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career.
That's a good line. Okay. He doesn't believe it, but it's okay. It's good.
She's tough. She's experienced.
That's also not true.
And she has enormous integrity. Enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke.
No, it's a good joke. You don't have to say
She'll be a president.
It's like the first time you smell those, right?
She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future.
He's been talking about it for a little while.
Election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive.
Yes, the overhits.
Says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024.
We need
The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
Right, because they live in Scranton. Nowhere else in the world could they.
That's because America is and always has been.
Well, the president of Estonia for a while grew up in New Jersey. So.
Right, the prime minister of Israel grew up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities.
If Netanyahu was
not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort.
And then move to Claymont, Delaware.
My heart will be.
For like a day.
I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Walsh has Cam ever seen.
Yes, but let's volunteer to have this.
Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us. It captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
That's a perfect ending to Joe Biden's career.
It's not over. He's got 4.5, 5 months. He says he's got a lot to do. So,
well, the ceasefire would be a perfect ending to his career. That would be beautiful and awesome.
He wants to do more on Supreme Court reform, and he wants to do more on college debt.
But he had to end a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return for the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give me my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks,
what was that? Give me my word as a Biden.
We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America.
And there's nothing.
And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
All right, there we go. The President of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden. All right, guys, so we're going to do a summary of Biden's speech here. We're going to tell you about tyt.com/DNC. That's how we pay for this thing, so we appreciate you guys that are chipping in. Makes a big difference to us. We appreciate Lex Fridman, who I'm going to actually do an interview with over the weekend, giving a beautiful contribution through Super Chat and writing in, thanks, Cenk and TYT, for everything you do. So, Lex, we appreciate you. And as I'm going to do the summary in 1 second, but I also want to do a shout out to all of our beautiful members that just joined, that again make this all possible. The Immaculate Hobo Effect, that's funny. Gabriel Drax, Heather, Greatest Ever, Wild Jam Arts, Jennifer Alice, Flunksos Dragon, Carl Stillwell, Cody Spriggs, Anthony Yoki, Aresh from Texas, and Jonathan 33373. Thank you for your gifts on YouTube as membership. We appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who gave through tyt.com/DNC, which is a giant list. We love you all. Everybody make sure you're playing TrumpBrackets.com, where we pick the worst thing Trump's done. We're gonna do a summary of the whole first day for the members in the bonus episode, but a quick summary of the Biden speech. Look, I look. That's funny, folks. This is not hyperbole. Okay, so we played an over/under game where
I won 5-2. By the way.
Oh, you did.
Yeah. So that means so we didn't say how much it was for, but we have a rule that we default to $1 if there's no.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Anything above $1,
if we don't specify. No. If we don't specify, it's a rule that Ben and I have. It's a rule I think you and I have.
Yeah, of course. And so we had fun with the speech. Look, I wanted to like the speech more. And because Joe Biden did the right thing, he stepped down, and now we went from almost no chance of winning to being the favorites. It's not anywhere near over, but he did the right thing. Trump did. Giant difference, all the difference in the world, right? So all the thank you, Joe chants, and we love you, Joe chants. Well earned, given that he did the right thing. I know, I was there. He didn't do it willingly. I know it took a long time, but it doesn't matter. What matters is the bottom line.
It should have taken a long time.
Yeah. So either way, he did the right thing in this, and that's what anyone will remember. Okay, and rightfully so. And in a sense, he was kind of lying in the winter here. And so obviously, the sun is setting on his career overall. So he hit a lot of his favorite themes. Democracy, of course, is probably his #1 theme. Supporting the troops, and Trump doesn't support them enough. He talked about how they focus on hate too much. He mentioned some things that that were obviously accomplishments. He didn't have a portion of the speech that was really about Kamala Harris, which I was expecting.
Yeah, he did at the end. He did,
but he mentioned her throughout. Kamala and I did this. Kamala and I did this. Now, did they really? Kind of, but not really. But it's okay. I mean, he would say like she had the tie-breaking vote on this. Yeah, I know that technically the vice president has a tie-breaking vote. That's not really something Kamala Harris did, right? That's just normal and natural part of that role. But okay, God bless, God bless. And one of the accomplishments that I have to confess, I didn't give him enough credit for, and I just want to give him a shout out on this. So I always say that, they did negotiate a drug price on one drug, insulin, and it drives me crazy that he gets too much credit for that. On the other hand, I didn't give him enough credit that he capped Medicare costs to $2,000 a year, and for senior citizens, and that's a big deal because those costs can bury you. And now it can't go past 2,000. Oh, of course, that's still painful, but potentially manageable, right? And so, thank you for doing that, President Biden. Oh, but my job is to be honest, so I gotta say it. Sorry, but this speech was definitely too long and felt too angry. And I like people who fight Republicans. I like them a lot, but it just felt like get off my lawn a little bit too much. And when you combine his age and the anger, it just felt a little old. And so, it had its nice parts that are like a little too corny, et cetera. But I like corny. So when he said, this was a great line, he said, I love the job, but I love my country. And so that encapsulates what I'm talking about, that he did the right thing and Trump didn't.
Yeah, and he said
a great line to do that.
He said that before too, and it's a great line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so overall, Michael, I say it's fine speech, but it also did make me think, I'm really glad he's not the candidate. So
I mean, I wasn't thinking in that way. I was thinking, here's a guy who is leaving a 52-year career, standing before his party for the last time. The nostalgia of that, the emotion of that, being introduced by his daughter, and from a fractured family, to say the least, in terms of the tragedy. He's come full circle now, and so I thought it was a night about Joe Biden. I thought that he incorporated the vice president really well. I thought that this speech wouldn't have bothered me if it was an hour earlier. I think the Democrats messed up by having this night be so long. I thought this speech was about as long as it was going to be. Maybe it went 6 or 7 minutes longer than I thought. But I thought it was a fine speech. His job is to say, elect Kamala Harris because here's everything we did. And his job would have been to say, elect me if he hadn't stepped down. So I think that this is exactly what this speech was going to be. And this is as good a speech as Joe Biden can give. And I think if you set the bar any higher for him, you're going to be disappointed.
And that's why he shouldn't have been the candidate. But
right, as much as I like Joe Biden, you know that I've wanted him to stand down for a year and a half. So
yeah. And by the way, you got to give Michael a lot of credit for that because historically, you've always rooted for Joe Biden as long as I've ever known you.
Yeah.
And so for even you to say, hey, no, let's be objective here, and he should step down and we should have a better candidate. I give you a lot of credit for that. Last couple of things to give Biden credit for. He had the Biden aphorisms that we enjoy, like when he said about Trump, "This sucker means it."
Right. And then at one point he said, "And this guy's crazy." I mean, he is crazy, but what I'm trying to say is that we can't let this happen. It's an embarrassment.
Yeah. But most importantly, he said about the protesters about Gaza today that they have a point. And I was surprised he said that, and I appreciated that he said that. And I know I'm the first guy to say that, hey, rhetoric doesn't matter that much. Results matter. But if any rhetoric matters, it's the president of the United States saying on the most important stage, end this war. And he said,
and protesters have a point. I mean, you have to give rhetoric some credit because when there's lack of rhetoric, we are critical of it. So when the rhetoric is there, and today Antony Blinken supposedly got a concession from Benjamin Netanyahu to accept the ceasefire. We've heard that before. Reason to be skeptical that Netanyahu will follow through with it. It is up to Hamas to a degree now as well. We'll see. But the point is, the president tonight, I think, said something that we did not expect him to say about this.
Yeah, and I think that clip can go viral of him saying, end this war. And it could be an important moment. I hope to God that it is. And if, by the way, it is an important moment and it does help to end the conflict in Gaza, then all the credit in the world, because then that would be two spectacular things he did on his way out, letting go of power and getting the ceasefire. And that would be a perfect way to cap his career.
And getting that hostage. I mean, the president has gotten quite a bit done and seems to want to do more, I keep saying.
Yeah,
that's not hyperbole.
That doesn't count.
No,
okay.
Doesn't matter.
He already won. So guys, hit the join button below or go to tyt.com/team and join up that way. And we're going to give you a summary of the first day here. And obviously we're back here for the next 3 days covering all the speeches. We've got a lot of interviews for you guys. Jaime Raskin is supposed to be on the show tomorrow. We might have Jasmine Crockett and Rokana a little bit later in the week. And some amazing interviews coming up for you all. And of course, the show starts at 6 o'clock Eastern on all those days. So for those of you who aren't members, we'll see you tomorrow. For members, we got one more segment.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed. By the way, my Corvette's in a locked garage. Go home and tell your moms. They're going to be really excited about that.